While the Daytona 24 may have come and gone thanks to the beauty of sim racing, we are back at the hallowed grounds of the Daytona International Speedway for yet another endurance race. The World Series Leagues is proud to present this endurance race here at Daytona. My name is DJ Clark, joined here in the booth by Ewan O'Leary. And Ewan, we have got an absolute cracker of a race for us ready to go here with LMP2s as well as GT3s, just like we saw back in February. But for those uninitiated, what can you tell us about this historic roval?
Well, yeah, it is very historic indeed. It's very, very tricky as well. It looks very simple on paper, as you can see on your screen there. It just looks like a few hairpins and then you out on the oval, out until the end of the lap. But it's really not like that. The track's really quite narrow in places, and that's going to make traffic very difficult to deal with. But also we're going to see the sun is going to go behind the horizon. We are going to get a bit of darkness tonight as well. Not as much of an issue as it would be at other circuits, because we've got the big old floodlights, of course, here at Daytona. But it is something to contend with, of course, with the temperatures as well. At this time of year, it's never very, very warm, even though we are getting towards March now.
Indeed, and those temperatures are something we are going to be talking about a little bit, especially when it comes to pit stops and drivers having to come in and out. But obviously one of the challenges here that these drivers are going to have to face, and you mentioned that narrowness, is dealing with lapped traffic. LMP2s and GT3s out on track to mimic IMSA. How difficult is it going to be for some of these faster LMP2 drivers to get on by?
Well, it is going to be tricky for them, but I do feel a little bit more for the GT3s, because on occasion, and it has become this way really for a long time, is that the LMP2s do tend to fire it down the inside on occasion and kind of let the GT3s deal with it, really. So narrow circuits like this can be very tricky for the LMP2s, but sort of patience in these endurance races is really becoming less of a factor, because obviously cars are so reliable now and things like that. It means that it's an all-out brawl for 8 hours is what we're going to see today. And sometimes that means the GT3s kind of have to deal with the dive bombs that are thrown at them. So we always talk about the faster class having things difficult, but we don't always consider the slower class really having to deal with it. And they are going to get just as much, or they're going to be hindered just as much, let's say, throughout the 8 hours today as the LMP2s are, because of the narrowness of this circuit, despite the oval, of course, where you're going to be able to get through very easily. This infield section is very twisty and very tricky indeed.
Yes, it is. And as we look there on the screens, as you said, talking about that temperature, 81 degrees Fahrenheit out on track, 25 degrees Celsius, a decent amount of humidity out there, only 41%. It means there's going to be a little less air for these drivers to cut through. A pretty hefty wind at 12 kilometers per hour, 11 miles an hour coming on out. But it should be some pretty ideal conditions, at least at the start, for these drivers.
Absolutely, it is going to change throughout the race. We've got the dynamic weather with racing and the dynamic track on board with us for this season. And that is going to affect how these guys race throughout the day. And of course, as I mentioned, in the simulator, the track, at least when we go green, will be at 4 p.m. I believe in the sim. So, we're going to be finishing just after midnight at Daytona, because we're still in March. Very much going to be dark by the end of this one, you would imagine. And that is really going to change the temperatures, change the track conditions, and it presents a whole new kind of layer to things. Obviously, it's not quite as difficult to drive here at night than it is at other circuits. When we head to the likes of Spa and Le Mans later on in the season, that's when things are really going to get tricky for these drivers in terms of actually seeing where you're going. But in terms of track temperature and changes and all of that, that is still going to be a factor here today when the darkness falls.
It certainly is, and always a changing condition, and always tricky diving down into turn one here, no matter what the temperature is. One of the hardest corners in the world, in my opinion. I don't think I've ever gotten the braking zone for that corner right, but there's a reason why I'm up in the booth here and not down on track, as it were. And just as we're watching, the temperature's starting to fall a little bit more, but we get ready here as the session advances on right now, and we get ready to go racing here at Daytona. We are in store for a long endurance race. Drivers getting their way out on grid, and it's a teams race here today, which certainly will change things up a little bit in the mentality and the way you approach the race.
Yeah, it will indeed. There's a maximum of 4 drivers that you can have in any team. That is, given this is the longest race on the season, tied longest with the finale at Le Mans later on in the year, you might not need all 4 of them, of course, but that does make things a little bit more comfortable for you using all 4 of your drivers, because obviously you can have a little bit more rest, and you only really have to drive 2 hours each if that is going to be the case. Of course, these guys have entered themselves in terms of a whole season, so 4 drivers to be used up over a whole season may be a bit more sensible, because obviously some drivers won't be able to make all of the races, etc. You're gonna have to swap them in and out and all that. So that's probably why most of these guys have got 4 drivers. Not expecting to see all 4 of any team actually here today, unless maybe in the GT3 categories, either the Pro or the AMS. It just doesn't really work out that well in terms of LMP2s, because ideally you want to be double stinting the tyres. Maybe triple stinting, I suppose. But if you are, then doing only 2 hours in an LMP2 car doesn't feel like very much over an 8-hour race. I would expect to see these drivers in for a little bit longer than that. But you never know. It depends how much these guys are preparing to do over the course of the race today.
Indeed it does, and let's run you through the starting order here for this WSEC Series race today. In pole position, it is P2 Rick Cohen for Sterling Esports, followed by RSR by Butt Kickers number 95 machine. Then RSR by Butt Kickers number 56 behind them, with Vector by RSR in behind them. Full Send Racing is going to be lining up in 5th place, followed by SIM3D Sport Predator in 6th. NetRex Grand Prix will be 7th, followed by B3 Racing in 8th. TechSense Fitzai Athena will be 9th, with NetRex Grand Prix Blue in 10th. There you can see the rest of the field there. T1 Designs Esports and Twisted Racing Team Runnel 4. We're just rattling on through there. The red markers, obviously, this is for GT Pro there. That is SIM3D Ghostbusters, followed by SIM3D RoboCop with VC Racing Carbon and La Porcheria. La Sports E Team Red there. Twisted Racing Team A, RD Sport WSL. And then in the GT AM category, MSC Puma leading the way with Sim3D Sim Sport Terminator, Prismatic Motorsports, Condog Prime Motorsports, Twisted Racing Team, and MSC Puma getting ready there. So a very, very large field here, obviously broken down into those GT3s and the GT Pros as they go on through the field. But right now, our eyes are fixed right at the top. It is Rick Cohen and Marius Valiokis in the 2 leading positions. That's for Sterling Esports and RSR by Butt Kicker, the number 55, going to be lining up in pole position, waiting for the drop of the green flag here. A little bit of a lead being taken out by Rick Cohen as they start to work their way heading forward. And Cohen gets on the loud pedal. There goes the flag. We are racing in Daytona down into that ever-treacherous turn 1. It is a blinding start from Rick Cohen and that Sterling Esports machine. Everybody breaking down. This is one of the first danger zones that we have to talk about. A little bit of movement there in the back as drivers start to work their way through the corners. Everyone trying to remember that this is a long, long endurance race as we jump back here for the GT Pros.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very, very early start from Rick Cohen there, which has helped these guys spread themselves out very much so. It's been a bit of a longer hold in the GT field. Of course, GT3 Pro and AM will be starting in one large field here. Upwards of 30 cars all stacking into turn 1. And we see Armstrong here leaving it very, very late. He finally goes now. Let's see how everybody gets through turn 1 in the GTs.
And as you said, Armstrong there in that Sim3D Sport RoboCop machine, leaning the way down that Lamborghini, carefully bringing it around there. Looks like the top 4, 5, 6 are through. Everything nice and easy through turn 1. Multi-wide there in the back. I'm not seeing any red on my screen. A little bit there. It's Panda 1 and the number 797. Oh, we've got some offs there as it looks like MSC Puma having a big off. It looks like they're in the back. So a little bit of kerfluffles there, but for the most part, everybody through nice and clean.
Which is not all over yet as we have come down to the West Horseshoe here. A lot of pressure being applied by all sorts of cars at the moment. Going down into the right-handed hairpin, of course. Looks like everybody making their way through here rather nicely, which is good to see. But yeah, in the background there, it looks like a couple of the AM cars have been around. As we go back up front to the LMP2 cars, around the outside. Looks like Rick Cohen may well just be losing the lead here, and he does. A nice move right around the outside from the RSR by Buck Cook of 56. They started third, of course, already up into the first position.
Very impressive, and they have got to be a little bit careful if you're Rick Cohen as we jump back here. A little bit of side-by-side in the back. That is the 233 of Calter Sim Racing. 3 wide through the International Horseshoe this early. You do not see that every day.
You don't see that almost ever at the Daytona circuit. It's absolutely very narrow there, as we've been saying pre-race, and that's where you don't see 3 wide very normally, but they've managed to get through there very nicely on this occasion. Thankfully, everybody making it through cleanly.
Will Lindsay there in that 233, putting on some very aggressive moves, but now he's going to be side-by-side with the Texsense Fitsai Athena. They're going to continue to race side-by-side as they get up onto the banking for NASCAR 1, almost banging wheels there as they come around. Texsense looking like they're losing back a little bit. That higher line here, Ewan, sometimes can work out well for you, sometimes can't. As here comes Texsense down to the inside, heavy braking down into the bus stop. It's going to have to be a battle of the late breakers if they can hold it together, and it looks like that Texsense Fitsai Athena will be able to hold it ahead.
And not another place where you don't really see moves being made into the bus stop chicane, to be honest. It's not very common at all, but yeah, as you say, the outside line around the banking is the long way round, really. You see it working in NASCAR, etc., the Daytona 500, but that's because you've got loads of cars in a row kind of pushing you along, and the outside line can work. But in these cars where you're really out on your own, taking the longer distance around these oval corners that you don't have to brake for at all, of course, or even lift off, you're very unlikely to prevail. That's what we saw there. But the battling is continuing up inside the top 10 now. We're a little bit further up towards the front, and the battles continue. Vector Biosar, a little bit of a poor start for the number 4 car. Excuse me. Started in 4th for the number 4, but they're down to 6th place now.
Indeed, and they're under attack here from the V3 Racing Machine, driven by Dan's Apple right now, as they work their way onto the bank. A good run there for the number 8 in that V3 Racing Machine. Not able to get nearly as close as we saw with the Texsense battle a little while ago, but they're still able to get on in the draft. Let's check out a replay of that start. Now, this is the Riddle Rocket Racing GT3 car. Oh, just clipped a little bit of the grass, and that's one of the cars that we saw spinning around at the beginning.
Yeah, we saw a Lamborghini off to the left-hand side there of that shot there as well. There's a lot of cars that have been around, I believe, at the end of lap 1 here. Look to see if anybody's made a pit stop so far. Don't think so. The 96 car looks like it might have retired already. The Panda 1 white 96 car may well have already retired from this race. We'll find out later, as this is an incident into the International Horseshoe. It can happen side by side with another car. You're not focusing on those in front of you, and sometimes in your fight with the car alongside you, you can rear end somebody out in front.
Well, we've got a side-by-side battle right now going on. That same Vector by RSR car still in the wars here. Now duking it out again with that V3 Racing Machine, but they've got to watch out. The T1 Design Esports 111 getting a good run up into the inside of the International Horseshoe, trying to push it along. You can see the picture-in-picture there. A nice little battle starting to develop in GT3.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got two nice battles going on up towards the front. I think that's actually the one for the lead in GT3 Pro. Which is, of course, very important. However, looks like the Porsche are just staying behind and trying to get a bit of a gap on the rest of the field first before they start the battling, which might be the sensible choice here. We saw in the RSing Special event Daytona 24 Hours back in January that the bump drafting was all of a sudden very popular at this circuit. Bump drafting, as we're sort of seeing here with old Trini getting pushed by Blythe at the moment down the straight. It became very popular, and I feel like it's filtering down into everywhere, really, into organised leagues as well. So, yeah, bump drafting may well be a factor, especially in the early part of this race where we're all still very close together.
Yeah, very close together, and these drivers really do want to try to separate and build that gap for multiple reasons. Number one, this is such a draft-dependent circuit that you really want to try to break away as much as possible. And number two, if you're doing that bump draft, it does help you save a little bit of fuel, and that's going to be something that we're going to be talking about over the course of this race for sure. This is definitely going to be a fuel-limited race rather than a tire-limited race. As you said, double, triple stinting, pretty common.
Very common indeed. We'll have to wait for the first 2 hours to really filter out to see what the strategy is going to be, as Ryan Brokowski has been off the road, I'm afraid, at the West Horseshoe, dropping down a little bit at the order there, but very close battle between the top 4, by the way. I know we've not been, well, this is why. Traffic is upon us already. We're only 6 minutes into this race, into the season, but these guys have all of a sudden got about 30 GT3s to pass.
They do indeed, and I can tell you that battle for the lead that you mentioned with the Sterling's Esports, the SIM3D Sport Predator, and RSR by Butt Kicker machines, they were about 18 wide coming down through the International Horseshoe. Absolutely incredible stuff. Focusing back in on that battle with Oldrini and Armstrong. Oldrini just continuing to hold station behind, but it has to be said that Blythe there in that fellow Lamborghini in the back. Now that is the V3 Racing Carbon machine. He now looks like he's a part of this equation.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the bump drafting. We mean not quite bump drafting on this occasion, but it's going to be a great run for Oldrini here in the 911 car to maybe get to the outside line and have a go. But I feel like just sticking behind is a better choice. You can see the kind of margin they've gained by sticking behind here, staying single file at the moment. It's a very good idea because you can only see 4th and 5th in the camera shot there, but further behind there's nobody as we see 3 wide in the LMP2s.
Oh my goodness gracious, going down into turn 1, Noah's Ark style. This is the 55 RSR by Butt Kicker V3 Racing. And no, that's the 55 around. The 55 overcooking it slightly. Full send Racing 85 also off into that paved runoff.
It was always bound to happen. 3 wide coming into the tri-oval. Not enough space for all of these guys to live there, and unfortunately they've come unstuck and a little bit of a spin around for these guys. Very unfortunate for those guys, but it is a long race. They'll be able to get their head down and continue.
And just how tricky is that to do when you do have a long 8-hour race like this ahead of you? When you have an incident like that, does it change your mentality after you spin and to be able to kind of come back in and get back to business?
I think it certainly does make you realise that it is a long race and I have got time to recover this, especially in the 8-hour affair. Maybe not so much in the 4-hour ones that we're going to have throughout this season, as we see a pass for the GT3 Pro lead at the moment. Oldrini down the inside and getting that lead now. But yeah, I feel like it does make you start to put into perspective what a long race this really is, and you can take your time just a little bit in a race of this length.
As we see there, Marius Velakokis, the RSR 55 machine. This is a replay here. We're watching the number 85 Wilson race. Excuse me. We are live here. Excuse me. Now this is a side-by-side for the overall lead. This is Sterling's Esports and SIM3D Sport Predator. Predator able to take that advantage as they cross over the start-finish line, but maybe the number 3's got a little bit of a fight back. He's going to look down to the inside there of the International Horseshoe, or the first turn rather, and very cut and dry moving on by.
Yeah, very nice move from Cohen there to get past Calvin Dent once more. Calvin Dent, by the way, has made a fantastic start here, starting in 6th position in this race, already up to 2nd. You just wonder whether this car is much more set up for the strategy element and the longer 8-hour element of this race rather than the 20-minute quick dashing qualifying we had about half an hour ago. And that is certainly the way to go if you're aiming to win this race. Looks like exactly what the guys at 3D Sim Sport Predator have done in that number 1 car, applying a lot of pressure now to Rick Cohen, the pole sitter, for this race lead. And speaking of pressure applying to race leaders, James Armstrong just driving off the road, driving wide through that corner, leading on to the oval once more, and he ends up losing the lead.
Does indeed. That's Calvin Dent flashing on by. Going to check out a replay here. This is the Twisted Racing Team Audi Amateur. Make a little bit of contact. Oh, and front engine damage. That is a front engine car, it's a mid-engine car, so it's not going to be as much of a problem there for him as the battle for LMP1 continuing to rage on between Sterling Esports and SIM3D Sport Predator. Very, very close stuff between the 3 and the number 1.
Certainly is, but we've seen in the past that Calvin Dent, he can't get through too quickly here because he will get repassed by Rick Cohen, which is exactly what happened last time. This time, though, he waits a little bit longer as they go over the stripe. He's in the lead. Can he hold on around the outside, though? It's going to be a very long way round for him there.
Big wiggle down into the braking zone there for the Sterling's Esports team as they are able to hold it out. Rick Cohen looks like he's got the advantage, but Dent not letting it go too easy. Dent's going to have the advantage going down through the International Horseshoe. Tries to make that car a little bit wide to force Rick Cohen out, and they're still going to be slightly going at it. Cohen finally giving up the ghost and falling back through the kink.
Yeah, you don't really want to be on the outside through turn 4 there, so we'll be very glad about that. Will Dent, he's able to get the lead. Oh, contact! A little bit late braking there from Alpole into the West Horseshoe, and it tips around. Paul Busby in the 111. Another car that was making fantastic progress, by the way, was up 6 places off of its start. He's still up 2 because he started all the way down in 12th, but this is going to set him back quite a lot.
Yes, it most certainly is. Not exactly the best. This right now, the battle for P3. This is the highest remaining RSR by butt kicker machine. And the Sterling Esports machine, who looks like they've just fallen back here, courtesy of getting past Rick Cohen, losing a little bit of speed. I wonder if that was just him being put offline, or if Vector or RSR by butt kicker rather recognized an opportunity and just pounced on it.
I don't really know quite what happened there to Rick Cohen, because it doesn't look like there's much traffic around at all. Like they might have got through the last bit of traffic, but apparently not. And they may well have been slowed up by that, but either way, it is a long race, and they can take their time with this one. Calvin Dent, though, is looking very, very strong in the opening. Opening third of this first stint. We're expecting roughly 40 minutes for these guys in the LMP2s. Once we get to that marker, then we'll start to see these guys coming in around 25 to 27 lap stints. I seem to remember, at least that's the data I have from the iRacing official 24 hours, which went on a couple of months ago now. But we can assume that these guys are going to be running to a similar pace, of course, and a similar stint length as well.
Yeah, I would have to imagine you're right as we jump on board with Rick Cohen now. Watching him as he works his way around, trying to catch back up on that RSR by butt kicker number 56 machine. Looks like he's losing some time there coming out of the infield, and he's just falling back a little bit. This is the area where I would frankly be expecting to see that number 3 really catch in as courtesy of the draft, but it looks like they're just having a little bit of traction problem as they get back up onto the banking, and that's a very difficult portion of the track, not only because of the banking change, but because of the surface change. It's different grip levels as you work your way out there.
Yeah, it certainly is. You need to be very careful. I've said this before, especially about turn 1. Changing, coming off the banking or onto the banking, it's very difficult on its own, but especially through turn 1 when you're braking and turning and coming off the banking all at once, it's exceptionally difficult, and it's not much easier really getting onto the banking out there, because of course it's very bumpy really, all things considered, out through turn 6 which is what it is, out onto the oval once more. So you do have to be very careful, especially of course, especially in other cars really. It's a little bit less of a problem in this one because it's traction control, of course, but it can't save you from everything.
No, it can't. It's not a catch-all as Oldrini gonna get a little bit of a bump draft there from Armstrong. Lamborghini and Porsche helping each other out a little bit. And that is Blythe starting to close in behind a little bit. That's the V3 Racing Carbon machine. Oh, that was a big run off wide there for Oldrini in the La Porcheria machine. He actually got a little bit of contact there, it looked like, and so that's what sent him around and wide.
It certainly was a bit of contact. There might be a little bit of a steward's investigation into that one, of course, which is a thing that we'll have to consider throughout these races. But yeah, a little bit of a bump there from Armstrong to the back of Oldrini, and then Owen Blythe just able to just walk on through an open door there effectively, and he gets up into second place as well. But you can be sure those three are going to be very, very close throughout this race, quite possibly.
Yeah, very much so. We're starting to see these packs break away a little bit, but as is the course of endurance racing, when you get into the driver swaps, when you get into the pit stop cycle, I anticipate things starting to spread out a little bit. The battle we're currently watching, this is Netrex Grand Prix in P5, trying to hold off Full Send Racing number 85 machine. That Full Send Racing machine really coming to move along there. Is that a little bit of a bump draft at the LMP2, Ewan? Now that is something I did not see during Daytona.
Oh yeah, we did see it sort of occasionally, but I feel like we won't have seen it very often because I feel like it's very risky. I said this at the time while we were on the broadcast of the race. It's very, very risky, I feel like, in these LMP2 cars. With the GTs, there's kind of a bigger kind of platform to hit there, and the cars are more sustainable to that kind of bumping. But these LMP2s, so aero-sensitive. Just look at the rear of these cars, all the carbon fibre stuff that could possibly get knocked out of whack with a bit of contact. The front ends, of course, very sophisticated as well. don't really want to be bump drafting very much, but it does occasionally happen. Just about how much are you willing to risk? I feel like in an 8-hour race like this, increasingly becoming a sprint these days, they're willing to take that risk, and that's what we saw down into turn 1 that time at least.
It is indeed, and coming out of turn 8 here, nice little battle going on. This is the TechSense Fitzdie Apollo machine driven by Jordan Johnson in a little bit of a battle there with the 499 Racing machine. Currently behind the wheel of that is Nick Eddy as they go side by side down to the bus stop. That's going to have to be a little bit careful. Dave Guild there in the back for the Tulip Racing, number 25. He doesn't want any part of it, and that is going to be the 499 Racing machine up ahead, but runs wide at the bus stop. That's going to be a slowdown for sure, and maybe a little bit of contact that the stewards are going to want to have a look at.
Yeah, if not a slowdown, then it's going to be a hidden to them anyway, because they went on the grass, of course. It does look indeed like there has been a slowdown there for Ebby. And now free wide again. Goodness me, coming towards the tri-oval. If you're leading a pack of cars, you've got no chance. And look at that, Johnson straight to the back, but he's in the slipstream and coming back at these guys once more.
Trying to hold it out there around the outside, that 233, that's the Celeritas Sim Racing team. Trying to see if they've got anything. Oh, almost contact there between Team Cloud Racing LMP2 as they go in. That's the 217 trying to hold it out a little bit. Breaking down. Looks like everything's just about sorted there finally.
Absolutely, that was very close between everybody as Paul Busby clearly has some kind of problem into turn number 1 in the 111 car. Too late on the brakes, and tries to make up for it by braking a little bit harder and goes for a little half spin there. Busby, of course, trying to recover from being hit into a 360 at the West Horseshoe not so long ago, of course.
Exactly. Would you look at this? This is the battle for P1 in the GT3 Pro standings. What was once a 2-car battle has now evolved into a 3, 4, 5-car battle. It looks like that is Armstrong, Blythe, Aldrini, Furtwängler, and Reynolds. They're all running nose to tail. We've seen a little bit of aggression out of these guys, but at this point in the race, I think especially about 20 minutes down, it's starting to be a little bit of a thing where you maybe want to settle in a little bit more, think about making sure you're hitting that fuel delta that you need to, and just keeping everything nice and tight.
Yeah, I mean, settling in has been a very good idea, really, for all of these guys, I feel, because look at the gaps behind. We said it before, but look at the space in behind them at the moment. The next Pro car is a very long way off of them at the moment, a good 15-20 seconds off of these 5. So staying in a line has paid off very well for them. Looking to the right hand side, there is the leading GT3 AM car of Emily Howe at the moment. She's currently leading that class by a couple of seconds, but these guys won't be worried about that Porsche whatsoever because they're not in the same class. So it's paid off very well. We have seen a little bit of battling, but once again, we're expected to see a bit of bump drafting with these 2 Lamborghinis and the Porsche as well. Obviously, we saw bump drafting going a little bit too far a couple of laps ago, but because there was a bit of a push wide for that Porsche. However, staying in line here, the most efficient way to race, and that's what they've decided to go for at the moment.
And that Audi there looking a little bit better on the brakes. That's the Leopard Esports Red Machine 123. It's got to be said, I don't necessarily expect the Audi to be the quickest around here. Known for being a good car right off of the line, some pretty good torque and jump off of the line, but not exactly the best with top speed. And I'm very impressed that he is able to be keeping up here, as I definitely thought this was going to be a track that BMWs, Porsches, and Lamborghinis would dominate at. It's becoming a less popular car these days. I remember when it was brought out alongside the Mercedes, of course, of which we have none, by the way, in this championship. It was the most popular by a long way, and it remained that way for a couple of years. But since we've seen these new cars, the Lamborghini and the Porsche, for example, and the BMW, of course, as well, it's become less popular and also less quick. However, it is there are 8 of them in the field here today, and they're clearly not slow either by the looks of things. 4th and 5th at the moment. I'm doing a decent job, so maybe the pace is there if you put the time and work into it. And of course, if you're used to that car, then why not choose it? And by the way, in terms of our order in the GT3 Pro on the left-hand side, do ignore Harold Stadler. He's not a GT3 car, you'll be pleased to know. Hasn't got a lap lead after 20 minutes. We'll get to the bottom of it and get him into the right order. But yeah, this is the battle for the lead. 5 of them at the moment.
And yeah, it's remaining very, very close. I do feel like these guys are fuel saving a little bit though. You look at the way the Audis are going to close towards the end of the straight here. I think it's because everybody's just lifting off and saving a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, although a little bit of a move there. That is going to be Stadler Odrini rather, coming up to the lead there in that Porsche. Wanted to get around that Lamborghini battle there. Continuing to run nose to tail, and yeah, it's a very good point. Obviously, the Audi, a bit of an old hat around here, one that we are certainly used to seeing time and time again. We're going to jump you back around. This is the battle for P2 in LMP2. RSR by Butt Kicker and Sterling Esports. We've seen this battle really fly off a bunch of times. They've got to be a little bit careful, though, as that is a lapped LMP2 behind them. That is Krowski behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all very close actually up towards the front of LMP2, apart from Calvin Dent, of course, who's just running away right now. 5 seconds is his lead, but yeah, a little bit of bump drafting once more we saw there, and it's hardly surprising given the state of this race at the moment. Very, very close though for P2. If you're looking at some of these time gaps back from P2, I would say all the way down to P9 really, in sight of this RSR by Butt Kicker car, which is very worrying for all of these guys, you might say, as they come out onto the oval again. Very close once more, and yeah, we'll really see now how motivated these guys are to get through, or indeed if they'd rather just stay behind and save a bit of fuel.
Well, that's what it's really all going to come down to just kind of figure out what you want to do. Whoa, that was a little bit of a late braking maneuver there for the Sterling Esports driver as they get going, trying to work their way by some traffic. That is Kirk there in the Lamborghinis that they get on by right now. That's back in the field a little bit. A lot of Lamborghinis getting by the Ferrari right now, and that traffic management coming into big sense. The RSR by Butt Kicker machine flashing its lights, trying to get into the head, going for a move down into turn one. If he can do it, it is possible around the outside, but brakes a little bit early.
Oh goodness, that was great. Speaking of braking late though, Rick Cohen there was firing it down the inside of that Ferrari. This is what I mean about the GT3s being hindered just as much as the LMP2s at a circuit like this one, because sometimes, intentionally or not, you do end up firing down the inside of some of these guys, and you kind of leave them to deal with it almost. And yeah, that's sort of what happened there. It's going to happen for the 8 hours continually, because of course there are 53 cars on the, well, 52 cars out there on the circuit for a start, which is a lot. But also these guys have got a fast repair, so one incident that might take them out of a race normally won't on this occasion, because they can use their fast repair and get back out there. So cars will kind of last twice as long almost, if that makes sense.
No, it certainly does, and it allows for a little bit of room for aggression as it goes around. Continue to focus in here. This is the battle for P1 in that GT Pro field. Everyone pretty much staying in line. Some of the LMP2 starting to work their way on by. Right now, it does look like it's Odrini leading from Armstrong, Blythe, and Furtwängler there as they continue to work their way around. Ooh, is this maybe a move coming from Armstrong? He's tucking behind in the draft there. No, he's going to brake a little bit early. Again, that fuel saving coming into play, as you mentioned, might be happening.
Yeah, certainly. That's basically how Odrini was able to take the lead, really. The two Lamborghinis, as soon as they came across the start-finish line, just lifted off almost completely out here. And they rolled into the corner nicely and saved that little bit of fuel. The Porsche was, or Odrini was just, I'm not having any of this, I'll go down the inside and I'll have the lead, thanks. And he did. So he's going to be holding on to that for the moment. It all depends on kind of on what car you have as well, of course. All of these guys will know the fuel consumption of their cars, the balance of performance, updates that have been going on both in iRacing throughout the last few months. They'll know how long these cars can go. And, you know, maybe the Porsche is less on the limit in terms of making that all-important 1 hour mark.
And we're going to give a little bit of love here to our leader, Calvin Dent, in the SIM3D Sport Predator machine, continuing to lead here and putting down a blistering pace. He's already got a 9-second advantage, and that is not just because of his pace alone. Remember, we've seen that Sterling Z Sport and the RSR by Butt Kicker machine really, really fighting it out for pretty much the majority of this race, and this has allowed him to really just scamper off into the distance.
Certainly has. This is a 9-second margin at this stage. Obviously, Cameron Dent is very experienced in these LMP2s. I do commentate on another racing league with him in. That he's very strong indeed. And when you do multiple endurance leagues in a situation like this, you do start to get quite good at it, and that's exactly what Cameron Dent is able to do right now. Just driving away from these guys. Not that these guys are bad drivers whatsoever, but what's helping him is the kind of fighting you're seeing on your screen right now. From, as I said earlier, from second all the way down to sixth now, there is a bit of a train going on. You see these 5 LMP2s all fighting over that second place, and it will start to slow them down, and it will help Cameron Dent get away.
Well, Ewan, what can you do if you are one of those battling LMP2s? You see Dent streaking away into the surface. I mean, if you're Rick Cohen right now, is there really anything you can do if that RSR by butt kicker machine wants to fight with you, or is it just a matter of maybe letting them go around as a little bit of brake lock up there as you see these guys working their way through some slower GT3 traffic?
Yeah, as an individual, there isn't a great lot you can do, because obviously you're not always the one making the overtakes. You can't control everybody else out here at the moment. But what you can do, if you're in behind, is just stay behind. And if you're not quite comfortable, bump drafting in these LMP2s, then just stay as close as possible and kind of or tuck in as close as possible. A little bit like that, really, from Ailpole. If he wants to stay behind here, just do that and kind of indicate to the driver in front that I don't actually want to go through here. Let's work together and try and put a bit of pace on here, because it'd be a surprise to see this field come back together with any safety car intervention or anything like that. So this is all going to be one long 8-hour race, and you can't let someone like Calvin get a good 10-second lead. But these guys not really bothered about that at all. They're kind of thinking in the short term. At the positions they want in front of them right now. If you're a little bit further down the field, then it's understandable, but battling for second at this early stage in the race, this hard as you're seeing up in front of your screen right now, really not really necessary if you're trying to win this race, of course.
No, not at all, and that is that continued battle between Sterling's Rate Esports and RSR by butt kicker, just continuing to fight off. And these guys, they had a nice little advantage. They had a little bit of a gap that they had built up, and now it is all just gone to naught here. No, excuse me. This is RSR by butt kicker under attack now by the V3 racing machine driven by Dan Alpolel as they go around. So it looks like that RSR machine losing a little bit of pace, maybe just backing off a hair too much, or just letting Rick Cohen start to streak away.
Yeah, this is exactly the point. It's a little bit less obvious when it's Calvin Dent 10 seconds down the road, but a more striking difference is when you see Rick Cohen getting away from those guys, despite the fact he was having to defend very hard from them about 10 minutes ago. He's able to get away because of the battling, and this kind of re-illustrates the point about getting into line and kind of getting on with it, really. Or these positions are going to go away. Maybe swapping like that, it's not too much of a problem, like we just saw there from Neil Ferrier, but battling side by side through these corners slows these guys down a lot, as we see a little bit of an incident for a couple of Ferraris getting into each other.
Oh, and I think that was a very unfortunate incident there for Chris Chatterton. He just drove the car into the corner as he wanted. And sometimes going into that international horseshoe, it can get very, very hairy like that. Very easy to lock up the brakes. Really, this whole infield section, specifically on the horseshoes, is crowned in such a way that it gets very, very tricky to slow down if you're a little bit offline. You can very, very easily bottom out the car, as we've got a side-by-side there for P2. This is going to be riding on board with Colin Spork, who is in the popcorn position to this battle. That Sterling's Esports and RSR by butt kicker battle just continuing on. That is going to be Rick Cohen looking down to the inside there, trying to get a good run out of the Western Horseshoe. They're going to be side-by-side down here into turn 8. That is not a place to get an overtake done. Spork knows it. He's going to be trying to look around here a little bit to see if he can pick up the scraps.
Absolutely, he's just watching on from behind, and when you're in this place, there's really not a lot you can do. You don't really want to take it 3 wide down the infield section. You've got to wait until the oval if these guys are indeed going to be fighting out. Does he want any part of this, really? Well, sort of. He's going to go to the outside, and he's going to bump draft that RSR car into the second place with Rick Cohen, but it's still side by side. Goodness me, Rick Cohen right around the outside there through the bus stop. You don't often see moves made there, but he's just about managed it.
just about managed it, and all of that checkup there, I thought for a second that Full Send Racing number 85 is going to have something. Ooh, here comes a move now. This is going to get very hairy with an LMP2 or the GT3 in the way. Down to the low side there. That was the number 3 Sterling Z Sports machine just trying to get out of the way. They're going to be able to keep the move going, keep ahead of Netrex Grand Prix team, but just barely. Behind them, Full Send Racing and V3 Racing going to be side by side, and that's going to be Full Send able to hold it out ahead. A little bit of a wiggle there for the number 8 as they break down into the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, the stewards might have something to say about that, though. What are going to be the rules on ducking down below the double yellow line? Of course, it's very rarely allowed ever, to be quite honest. So I would be surprised if there is at least a look into it, given what we saw there going down to the left-hand side of that double yellow line on the GT car. I can understand why you do it. You don't want to rear-end the GT, of course, but you could also just lift off a little bit and not just back off. But either way, we'll see what everybody has to say about it coming down in towards turn 1 there. Very, very questionable manoeuvre in the eyes of the stewards, maybe.
Perhaps this is Taylor Lane here, diving down into the corner, a very wide. Ooh, did he manage to avoid it? No, he did not. That's contact there between Taylor Lane and that Twisted Racing Team LMP2. Another LMP2 going by, so that could be some damage that he's going to have to worry about. But we keep our eyes now focused on the battle for GT3 Pro. Just a quick recap for you. As we've got to go there. Keep trying to give you a quick recap, but these LMP2s not letting us get away. This is the 27, the Netrex Racing Grand Prix team, and Full Send Racing thinking about a move on the back. V3 Racing behind them. They're going to stay down into the corner single file. What I was going to say very quickly is just to give you a quick recap, because we haven't shown them a whole lot. Your GT3 AM leaders. Emily Howe continues to lead there to the tune of about 3 seconds from Chris Hitchens and the Symphonite Esports machine. And Luce Riviera Cologne rounding out your top 3 in that class. So just wanted to give you that quick update.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot going on. It's fair to say in this first half an hour there's been absolutely no respite for anybody, including us, to be quite honest, which is what we like to see, of course. But yeah, very hectic. Thankfully, everybody's still running. All the 52 cars that took the start are still running. We did see a disconnection very early on for the 96, which means they're already 9 laps down on the overall leader and 7 laps down on the GT3 AM leaders already. But as we said earlier, long race. And of course, you only have to complete 50% of these races to be able to get points in these ones. Top 20 get points as well for each class, by the way. So very much worth continuing on at this very early stage.
Indeed, and just getting a little clarification, by the way, we heard in the driver's briefing saying that passing under the yellow line under extraordinary circumstances will be okay, so those teams should be away from that. That's coming from a comment in our YouTube. If you are watching for us here on Absolute Sim Racing, please feel free, give us a like, give us a subscription, and feel free to engage in the conversation. It's a long, long race. We still have about 7.5 hours to go, and we would love to hear from you. Continue to watch here. This is right now the battle for P4 in those LMP2s. Netrex Grand Prix leading Full Send Racing and V3 Racing. This is a bit of a breakaway from the 5-car battle that we saw. Remember, RSR by butt kicker number 56 in Sterling Z Sports. They're just about 1.5 seconds up the road from these 3. So the battle between all 5 could still very well fire off. Very tricky. Oh, V3 getting caught out big time. That is not what you want to have happen coming around the Western Horseshoe. I have a feeling that Dan Appel is going to be not happy behind the wheel.
Well, absolutely, but it's going to ebb and flow throughout the race, really. So you just got to stay calm, really, and get on with it almost in these races. These guys are going to have a bit of an easier time getting through on some guys on the oval, fortunately. But yeah, very close battling going on, especially in the LMP2s. The slipstream very effective in these cars, and this track you spend a lot of time in the slipstream on others, and that is helping everybody really to stay close together and provide the entertainment that we're watching so far. Meanwhile, Calvin Dent is into the pit lane after only 23 laps. It might explain some of his 15-second lead that he had when he came into the pit lane.
Yeah, just absolutely pushing it, but we're also seeing the RSR by Butt Kicker machine and the Sterling's esports machine coming in, so a lot of guys opting to come down pit lane. We anticipate the pit stop cycle for these LMP2s firing off. It's been about 35 to 45 minutes. Looks like Nia Farrier and that SPR esports Omega machine also coming down, as everybody looking to try to come down here. More than likely a fuel-only stop at this point, though, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, only 36 minutes those tyres have been on the cars. That's really not a lot at all. Even if you're absolutely destroying them, you will struggle to not do a second stint at the very least, especially in conditions like these. So, because it's not particularly warm today, it's not the mid-height of summer, and we're not burning our faces off. So, everybody should be absolutely fine in terms of doing a double stint. The real intrigue is going to come in another 35 minutes' time. Is anybody going to try the triple stint, and will it work out or not? That's when the real intrigue of these endurance races begins. But as you rightly say, 33 or 34 seconds in the pit lane in terms of stops in the box indicates a fuel-only stop for almost everybody.
Yeah, as we then look back here, a little bit of a breakaway as Aldrini trying to pull away from Armstrong to the best of his ability. Remember, Furtwängler and Patterman were a part of this battle a little bit earlier on, but they've really dropped back. This has turned into a three-car battle for the lead in GT3 Pro. Pushing along here, Porsche versus Lamborghini, as some of those LMP2s that are just now coming out of the pits, including Farrier, trying to work their way on by them. A couple of cones go flying there on the exit of the the Western Horseshoe, rather.
Indeed, as we see 5 more drivers come in out of the 6 who didn't in the first round of pit stops. However, one driver, Marius Valiokas, has managed to go out that one extra lap to push this one out to 25 laps of a stint. That's the maximum we saw during the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, 25 laps. Didn't see it very often either. Now, I was going to say, midway through this stint, there's been so much going on that I haven't really been able to get to it, but I was just wondering to myself, why is Marius Valiokas losing so much time? Why is he dropping down so quickly? However, this may be one of the reasons. Was he saving more fuel than everybody else? That certainly seems to have been the case.
Yes, it certainly does, and that's a strategy that can pay off in spades. If you're able to save 2 laps now by the end of these 8 hours, you may even be able to get yourself an entire pit stop. So very, very interesting strategy there for the 55. And remember, had that contact there at the beginning, and so I think that may have precipitated him moving things around a little bit. We continue to watch here, though. Neil Farrier trying to work his way past Busby right now. That is the T1 Designs esports car leading the way, and they're going to come out right in the middle there with the Net Rex number 929 machine. So this now turning into a 3-car battle, excuse me, the 28 machine, as it's a 3-car battle coming out of the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very close. And these pit stops can tend to spread things out quite a lot, but it doesn't seem to have been the case for some of these fights. We'll obviously try and have a look down the field as a whole in a few moments' time when all the pit stops have shaken themselves out. But one notable thing that has happened, Dan Alpole, we saw it for V3 Racing battling inside the top 10, well inside the top 10 for some top 5 places. His pit stop was 1 minute and 13 seconds. Now that doesn't even explain a tyre change there. A very long stop for him. And yeah, he's dropped down way outside the top 10.
Well, I wonder, Ewan, if that could be maybe a pit lane speeding penalty, as that timing would work out just about right. It can certainly come back to bite you if you're not careful, as we now ride on board with the NetRex Grand Prix blue driver of Marcin Bialik as he works his way around. And we haven't really gotten a chance to talk about it yet. I'm amazed. The removal of the dreaded bus stop sausage curb around here makes that exit out of Le Mans so much easier. And obviously that bit of curbing causing a lot of problems in the official Daytona 24 on iRacing.
Yeah, a lot of people were complaining about it, of course. I think the main complaint was the fact that it wasn't there in real life, but the fact that Daytona changed their circuit literally hours before the Daytona 20, I think was it the Friday night or the Thursday night before we were set to go racing? It was very late on. Not that that's Daytona's fault either, by the way. They're just trying to make their racetrack as good as possible. It's just a bit frustrating for those at iRacing who would worked so hard to put it in there, and now all of a sudden it's not there anymore, and people are complaining about it. So it was a no-win situation for anybody, and yeah, it was a major talking point throughout that weekend. Thankfully for the drivers at the very least, it is not something these guys have to contend with any longer.
Yeah, no, it is not, but it was certainly a lot of consternation talked about over the course of it as we now continue to focus on that Networks Grand Prix Blue machine working his way around, just trying to feed a little bit of the gap. And as we said before, this is the part in the race where things are going to start to settle down a little bit. We haven't yet had the pit stops for the GT3s. Those should fire off at about the top of the hour or thereabouts. These LMP2s going about 35 to 40 minutes on the whole, so they're going to be burning a little bit more fuel as they go around. But do you start worrying about that fuel consumption here, Ewan? Do you really start thinking about it, or is this still a little bit of we're in the opening stages of the race, I've got to push?
I think in a race like this, everyone's thinking about it from the very start. In these races, really, you know, if you want to try and hit a fuel number, you can't start 43 minutes into the race, or 43 minutes into the stint at least. It's going to be too late. So, you've got to start a little bit earlier than that. And I feel like everybody who does want to attempt that has already been doing so in this one. In terms of the GT3s, although this is a thirsty circuit in terms of fuel, you do use a lot of fuel around here because of the ovals, of course. It's still very possible to save fuel, first of all, but it's also not really an issue for the GT3s in these races. In terms of LMP2, it certainly is an issue. We'll have to see how the 55 of Valiokas continues on in this race, really, because he is the only person currently who could do this race with one less stop than everybody else at this stage, because he was able to go those couple of laps longer, as you see one of the Lamborghinis just taking a trip wide at turn 1.
Well, there was a little bit of a bump draft there. That's Meisner on your screen giving him that draft, so that'll certainly help him and could explain a little bit of the run wide that we saw there out of Chonburi. This is back in that GT3 AM category. Nice little battle here between Vada Chonburi and Meisner, starting to shape up. Darvell not too far behind it as well.
It's all very close. As I mentioned earlier, the slipstream is keeping these guys very close. It helps with fuel saving, as I just alluded to, but also with the battling as well, as we see Rick Cohen here under a lot of pressure. I think that's Harold Stadler, actually, who's not in our LMP2 order, of course, but yeah, he is in this fight for 5th place. Rick Cohen dropping back a little bit. He was, of course, leading not so long ago, or earlier on in this race, I should say, pole sitter, now down to 5th position. It just shows the difference, maybe indeed, between qualifying setups and the race setups. What does each car suit and things like that.
Oh, and Taylor Lane there, I almost collected in another incident by another spinning LMP2. Ooh, that was a big checkup for the number 3 there, the Sterling's Esports machine. I've got to think the SIM3D Sport Ghostbusters machine is going to be all over the back of him. And then don't count out that RSR by butt kicker number 55. Remember, that was one of the cars that they had to worry about. This is Statler right here in that SIM3D Sports machine, as he's going to go down to the inside, looking for the better line, going into Le Mans, and he's going to have it. He's able to pull that car up into 5th place. Sterling Esports just continuing to tumble down through the order here. That number 3 machine not looking happy, but he is going to be happy to be able to tuck up behind in the draft here as they go. The RSR by butt kicker machine right behind. Is this a little bit of a bump draft or just holding in behind?
Well, let's have a look. There's got a GT car to negotiate first, maybe waiting for them to pass them before he really makes a move, which would be sensible, but maybe just lifting off and letting the number 2 stay in 5th place for now. Looks like they will indeed do that, but just be very, very close once more. Cohen was very comfortable to bump draft there into turn 1. Certainly more comfortable than we've seen some others so far.
Exactly, that's one of the more prolonged ones. And then here comes that number 55, Marius Valiokas. That car out of position, remember, but able to go about 2 laps longer on a tank of fuel. So I would anticipate Valiokas here maybe being a little bit more conservative, probably relatively happy to stay behind and just sip fuel fuel from these two drivers in front, take advantage of the draft as much as possible as they continue to work their way here out of the infield section onto this high banking here at Daytona. This is really the area where you can save the most fuel as they get their way up and going.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll see if Valiocus will be doing that. I can't imagine he'll be trying to get through on Rick Cohen here at all. As we see, oh well, he's going to prove me wrong entirely here, because he's going to go down the inside at the bus stop. Sometimes when you see, goodness me, side by side, Cohen wants to fight it. Oh, and it's unfortunately turned out badly for the number 2 car. Stadler, an innocent bystander, but he's the one who goes around.
Oh, you hate to see that. The Sterling Z-Sports machine able to carry on. But yeah, that Sterling having a problem. Now we've got a little bit of a battle here in the GT3 AMs. This is back for 10th position. This is Pierce on your screen, side by side. Porsche versus Audi. Looks like the Audi's able to pull himself ahead, the 958. Trying to watch out there. That's a McLaren starting to look a little bit interested as well. That's the Satellite Racing Team GT AM as they get in. He's just been able to get by that 303 Racing Porsche.
He has one of the 2 McLarens in the field and the only one in GT3 AM down the inside at the moment in the West Horseshoe. On the Porsche, of course, one of the oldest cars against one of the newest. And Chad Simpson just prevails there. Stadler, this is how he rejoins. Does he get collected by anybody here? Let's hope not. It looks like he did get going without any problems, thankfully. But yeah, as you said at the time, you hate to see the innocent bystander in a battle get spun around, and this is exactly why we don't often see side-by-side action through the bus stop, because it very rarely turns out very well, and this is exactly how it happened.
Two of them just duking it out, trying to get that advantage as they can down into the Le Mans bus stop, and it not paying out the dividends that either of them would like. The focus back in on that Satellite Racing GT3 AM machine right now as he works his way around the battle here, though. This is up for 3rd place in class right now. That is going very wide around the outside. That is the 28 machine. Excuse me. This is the battle back for 8th place. Is that the RSR by butt kicker number 55 Valiocas trying to work his way by the Netrex Grand Prix blue number 28.
Valiocas got a slow down, I think, through the bus stop chicane in all of the avoidance, and so he's dropped back quite a lot here, and maybe we'll be resorting to fuel saving. This is exactly why you've got to choose your battles in these races, because going side by side through the bus stop chicane is really not that useful for either Rick Cohen or Mariusz Valiocas in there. It was a little bit silly for the both of them, and they've both lost time because of it. Valiocas needs to have a clean race if this strategy is to work out. He will be, or this car at least, judging by the first stint, will only be doing 12 stints in this race, as opposed to the 12 and a bit that everybody else will be doing in this one, by the looks of things so far. So, yeah, you need to have a clean race going on the alternate strategy like this, making another pit stop. If not, then the guys making more stops than you are just going to outpace you throughout the day. And so, yeah, unfortunately, mistakes have been made for Valiocas. Hopefully, he'll be learning from that and staying behind at least where he can in the future.
And that was a little bit of a bobble there from Bialik as they came up onto the banking. You can see that car getting a little bit squirrely. And these two don't want to fight for too long. Harold Stadler stood there, still behind, lurking in the background in that pink and white number 2 machine. And he is certainly going to be a part of this battle if they're not careful. I think Valiocas is going to want to try to get his move on, be able to get by as soon as he can. But it still may take a little bit of doing, as that Netrex Grand Prix blue number 28 looks very quick around here. Here comes Stadler on the outside there of Valiocas, going down to cross over the start-finish line. He's going to have to make this work the hard way, going the long way around, and he's going to have a 2-for-1.
Yeah, straight down the inside. I think there was lifting off from both the Netrex and the RSR car there, actually, judging by how quickly Stadler was able to get into turn 1 there, and he's up into what is 8th place in the LMP2 ordered out. A lot of traffic here, though, for them all to negotiate, of course. 50 minutes into the race, so we're only about 10 minutes away from seeing pit stops in the GT3 cars. Who can make it to the hour, who doesn't make it to the hour is more the talking point, really. How many laps are these guys going to be doing on this opening stint of the race? It will kind of set the tone for the rest of the day.
Yes, it will, as we focus back on the battle for 5th place right now. This is Rick Cohen in the Sterling's Esports machine, currently being hounded by Paul Busby and Neil Ferrier. It's the T1 Designs Esports car and the SPR Esports Omega number 32. Remember that Rick Cohen was your leader here early in the race, qualified on pole, and he has just been falling back down through the order. These 3 cars start to separate out just a little bit, but it is still a disappointing start to the race for Sterling's Esports. I'm sure they would have been hoping for a lot more early on.
Yeah, absolutely. They certainly would be, judging by their qualifying anyway. You'd expect more, but of course it's a long race. We've got to remember there's still over 7 hours remaining here, and you've got to kind of pace yourself through these, as we said before. It's not all over yet, as they do drop out the top 5 as we speak. They might be able to, or they might be just about to come past these guys. Actually, as we're on board with James Pearce lifting off once more in that Lamborghini. This is not something we'll be seeing in 7 hours' time, by the way, when we see those late race battles for whatever positions we may see battles for. Hopefully some leads in classes, that would be nice. But for whatever positions they are for, there will be a distinct lack of lifting off into turn 1, and there'll be a lot more battling deeper into the corner.
Yeah, most certainly. This is the time for patience. It's when you get down into that last hour or so of the race that all the gloves really start to come off. And you mentioned this earlier, the Sterling's Esports machine dropping down another position, losing out to the number 111, driven by Paul Busby, as he tries to close back in, does Rick Cohen, but not sure how much he's going to be able to do. That car just looks like it is lacking for something around here. And I don't know if it's necessarily a fuel issue, if they're trying to save a little bit of fuel. I don't remember that car picking up any damage. It may just be an issue of not as good race pace.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very possible. It would be a surprise if a team had focused too heavily on qualifying for an endurance series. Particularly, it would be very surprising to see. Sometimes you just struggle to get into the rhythm, really, because you've got to remember these guys, especially in LMP2, not long before this race began, they were hot lapping on the least amount of fuel possible, and trying to do the best lap times possible over 1 lap rather than over 24, 25 laps, which is what these stints are. So it's a big adjustment, and some guys are able to adjust to it a lot better than others.
Well, I can tell you, I was just riding on board with Rick Cohen there, and no lifting and coasting, so I don't think it's a fuel issue. I think you're right. It's just a matter of finding and building rhythm. And that's always something that I know I struggle with a little bit, particularly at Daytona, which is such a track that is sort of a track of 2 halves. Going here to check out Ash Dainty. What happened here for the Lamborghini? Oh, around and a hard lick into the wall. Oh, that is going to hurt.
Yeah, it certainly is. We saw that Lamborghini just trundling down into pit lane a few moments ago with a lot of damage. That's exactly how it happened. Very easy to do on the exit of the bus stop there. Just getting things a little bit wrong, and into the barriers very, very hard indeed. A lot of damage to be repaired there, but of course probably using their fast repair. You don't really want to use it this early on, but if you come into a situation like that one, then you might just have to.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna kind of be forced to use it, as we do a little check-in on your leader, Calvin Dent, for the SIM3D Sport Predator machine, the number 1, out in that number 1 position to the tune of about 9.5 seconds right now. Closest driver behind them, Full Send Racing, number 85. They hold on to second place relatively handily here, but Dent just off into a world unto himself.
He certainly is. The gap's come down, of course, from what we saw earlier. Harley Horton has been doing much of that work in the Full Send Racing car in terms of pulling this gap back. But still nearly 10 seconds is a very, very comfortable margin. Meanwhile, the GTs are starting to see some pit stops, especially in the AM category. Now, after only 31 laps, Emily Howe and Chris Hitchin both in, not making the hour by a good 5 minutes, which may be a little bit concerning to those guys.
Yes, it may be indeed. If they're not able to make it, as we said, we expect these drivers to be able to pull this out to about the hour mark. And if they're not able to do that, that could be a real source of concern. Now, this is the battle right now for GT3 AM lead. This is Alex Bumberg behind Cologne right now as they work their way around the number 19. They're leading the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a bit of a change of lead briefly for the moment, but it all depends who can make the hour. I wasn't expecting it to be such a struggle for these guys to make it to the hour. But what is that? 6 cars from GT3 AM into the pit lane already. It's expected to be a fuel-only stop once more, around 40 seconds for these guys. Everybody going double stints in GT3. Triple stint is really out of the question. You can't really do it. It's just too far to go, really. 3 hours on a set of tyres. Plus, it's not really logical in a 8-hour race in terms of driver stints as well. You can't really divide 3 into 8 very easily. So that makes things tricky as well. But yeah, double stints for these guys looks like the norm. We'll see if anybody decides to go for a single and go very aggressive. But very surprising to see how early these guys are stopping. Francois Aldrini also now into the pit lane here from the lead, of course, of GT3 Pro.
Yes, indeed, they are. All right, so that's a little bit earlier, but Aldrini has been leading for the majority of the race, so I'm not entirely surprised. Little bit of a feint there for Bomberg, trying to figure out if he's going to go in or not. He is going to come in. That's going to bring Cologne in as well, as all of them make their way down. Here is Calvin Dent working his way through that lap traffic once again, just continuing to set the pace here. His last lap, by the way, was a 1:33.8, a little bit slower than Harley Houghton behind him. It was the tune of about a tenth of a second, and I don't think that's going to be too much of a concern for him.
Yeah, it's minute at this stage, especially at this distance. To see those gaps. So yeah, three very recognisable drivers actually up towards the front at the moment. Calvin Dent and Harley Houghton, very accustomed to the endurance racing feel and the LMP2 feel of a race like this one. But also Colin Spork as well, who I do know is a very fast driver. I was watching him on another simulator I probably can't mention here just last Sunday. Actually winning a very prestigious race elsewhere. So yeah, he's very quick. And he's got a big future ahead of him as well, because he's only 17 years of age. So a very long career ahead of him, I'm sure.
Yeah, very long and storied career, I am sure. Here is another battle that we have shaping up. This is Logan Vada and James Howard here as they work their way around. Lamborghini versus Ferrari right there. Little interesting line out of Howard in the Ferrari, it has to be said, running a little bit wider there and a little bit more narrow coming down into turn 1. Oh, we've got a side-by-side back in the field for LMP2. Dave Gould duking it out right now with Alpol.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. Alpol, let's not forget, was had a very long pit stop early on in this race, off the first round of pit stops about 20 minutes ago. Dropped him well outside the top 15, actually, judging by where he's come from now. He's into 14th now, but yeah, losing 40 seconds on the opening pit stop is really, it's loads, and it's certainly more than a tyre change would take. So still yet to get to the bottom of that and really find out what happened to those guys. Maybe someone from their team can come speak to us at some point. But yeah, that was they're on the comeback trail, let's say, and up into 13th now.
Yeah, trying to work his way forward a little bit is that number 25. We anticipate that these LMP2s won't be back due again for pit stops for about another 20 minutes or so as everyone continues to work their way around. The battle's really starting to separate out in this LMP2 field right now. Not a lot to write home about. The GT3s as well starting to separate themselves out a little bit courtesy of those pit stops. And this really gets into the part of the race where you're able to just take a breath. You're able to breathe and really find that rhythm that you've been talking about.
Yeah, it certainly is important to find a rhythm in these races, of course, and it's much easier to do as well when you're on your own and not being interfered with by everybody else. But yeah, 1 hour complete in this 8 hour of Daytona race. Of course, a long way to go, and a long way to go indeed in this season as well. I haven't counted up the hours in the season just yet, but I will do at some point because there's a lot. There's a lot of hours, and it's a long season, of course, for all of these guys. So yeah, finding your rhythm right now, a good idea, and yeah, we'll see who can over the next hour or so as we kind of spread out. But one very interesting thing to note, and the most surprising thing to me throughout the first hour, is that none of the GT3s, not a single GT3, made it to the 1 hour mark without stopping. So everybody is going to have to make 8 stops in this race in GT3, which is very surprising to me. Stuart Reynolds came in after only 16 laps, halfway through that stint, about after only half an hour in the Audi. he's in 4th at the moment in GT3 Pro. He's kind of back-timed his race already because they'll be running full stints right to the very end now, whereas everybody else is going to have a shorter stop to do at some point throughout the rest of the race. So an interesting differing strategy from them. They kind of accepted that they wouldn't make the hour from very early on.
Yeah, very interesting strategy, and sometimes that can play out. If you know you're not going to be able to do it, you know you're going to be working a little bit there. That's just what you have to do. Continuing to watch here, Dave Gould perfectly run on the exit there of the bus stop, as we talked about already, that nasty chicane already good and gone. Is Guilds here trying to close in a little bit on the drivers around him, that Tulip Racing machine. He's got about 2.5 seconds to get up to the V3 racing car up ahead. Nice little battle starting to develop here. Back, though, in GT3, as this is Andrew Rasmussen for the Twisted Racing Team Audi.
Yeah, he's just behind Jonas Dreyer at the moment, the car able to go longest in the GT3 field entirely in the opening stint there. But of course these two are not in the same class. However, Rasmussen has taken on a change of tyres in this opening stint, in this opening pit stop. He's literally the only GT3 to do so, suggesting that it might not be the right call, but it will mean we may well see a fair amount of him over the next hour because he'll be overtaking a lot of cars.
Yes, he will indeed, but with tire temperatures a little bit cooler, now he's just got to wait for those to fully build up to pace. I think they'll be up to temperature here by this point in time, but still, it's going to take a minute. It's one of the gambles that you take when you decide to take tires midway through the race for Rasmussen, but this is the section of the track where that Audi's really going to come alive, really do well, really excel as it gets its way around.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit bent on the rear wing there, I've noticed. So, not sure where he picked that one up. But it's clearly been rear-ended or backed himself into the barriers at some point throughout here, as Rick Cohen is in battles again. He's back with Harold Stadler here, and there's going to be no love lost between those two in a few minutes' time. Also, Neil Ferry also here. So, nice bowl going on for 6th. Rick Cohen continuing to fall backwards.
Yes, in the T1 Designs machine, he's been able to get back by around that SIM3D Ghostbusters number 32, or rather, the SPR Esports Omega 32. But this battle, even after the pit stops, really starting to fire off there right behind them. They've got to be a little bit careful. Stadler continuing to lurk in the background. And there is that 4th LMP2, that RSR by Buttkicker 55 that is on the recovery drive. Yeah,
absolutely. Done a decent job as Mariusz Barliokas after his little incident with Cohen, of course, through the bus stop. Recovered nicely, getting through on a couple of cars. We'll see if he can match the fuel number now, because as we've seen, you do need to lift off quite early on into the corners, slow down quite a little bit to make the all-important 25 laps in these races. So whether he's going to make it or not is very on the fence, in my opinion. But Ferrier there, right around the outside of Cohen. Don't normally see moves right around the outside of the oval. It doesn't normally work. It's a long way round. But Cohen has got nothing to defend with here, really down on straight line speed by the looks of things.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like it is. And that could certainly be a setup thing that he has going on. But able to fight back there a little bit to try to hold on to the best of his abilities. That's a very good defense. So may not have the fastest straight line speed, but certainly has it coming in. As I believe we do have someone here ready to interview with us. Let us see if we can drag them up. I can indeed. Jamie, how are you? How are things going?
Thank you very much for having me. Very well so far. I mean, I couldn't be happier with our performance in GT3 AM. I mean, once again, if you've been a fan or watched us before, Emily Howe once again leading the way in GT3 AM. So well over the moon, and the Minerva team doing, I'd say, pretty consistently and doing everything they can a bit further down.
Well, I mean, is everything in terms of strategy, how are you guys looking? You've obviously had the first stint. Are you able to hit the numbers? Are you trying to go a little bit longer here? Talk to me about how your strategy's playing out.
Well, I won't give up too much, but in terms of our strategy, we are to strategy at the moment. At this moment, we believe that at the end of the day, we probably weren't going to be able to push for the hour. I think that's mostly down to temperature. As the night hits, you should probably see us make some of that back. But either way, we're confident in the decision we've made. We're confident that we're going to hit the fuel markers, and I think we should be good, and that's for both cars.
So as your stints obviously go along here, you're feeling comfortable out in the lead. Is that changing any of the conversation within the team now that you guys are leading? Or are you backing off a little bit to just kind of let that happen, or what's going on?
So I'd say we wouldn't say we would be backing off, but I'd say we definitely aren't pushing. For our logic is we're just going to run our own race. We're going to just not worry about what's going on behind us, because at the end of the day, Hitchin and Colon are going to at times probably come up against each other. Any battles there will obviously benefit us. Right now, we're just worrying about ourselves, keeping out of trouble, keeping out of the melees that can happen in the LMP2 category. And just running our own race, I think, for us. So we're just going to keep hitting our markers, keep hitting our kind of what we would expect in terms of tyre and fuel life, and we'll go from there.
Well, that's all sounding good. How is the tire wear out there? Obviously, not changing tires here. Are you looking at double or triple stints, if you can tell me?
I'd say I would say usually, but I know that Calvin and his engineers over at SIM3D will be listening to help Luis Colon in the Terminator car. So I'm gonna try and keep my mouth shut about that one, because I know that they're going to be listening to see what Emily's doing.
Well, you can't blame me for trying on that. I tried to get it out of you.
Yeah, no, of course. It's not necessarily you lot. I have a little bit of a rivalry with Calvin that spans back in some of the previous series. So I know he's busy in the car, so he probably won't hear this. But at the end of the day, I know they love knowing what Emily's doing, because Emily is absolute strategy wizard, and has pulled off some incredible drives and strategic calls in the past.
For sure. You want to turn it over to my broadcast partner, Ewan? Ewan, any questions here for Jamie?
Yeah, I'll just ask one thing. You might not be able to tell us too much about this, because famously people are tight-lipped about strategy for obvious reasons. But in terms of tyres going 2 stints, is it comfortable or not?
I would say it's comfortable. A 2-stinter is definitely. I'd say it's comfortable. It depends on how much wear you put into the tyres. As you go into the night and the temperatures get a lot colder, that should definitely be a lot easier to worry about. Right now, I'd say the tyres are lasting probably just under what would be expected in terms of overall, if you were just going to go off of mapping. But to be honest with you, you'll make that back during the night. A 2-stopper should be absolutely possible, without a shadow of a doubt. Two stint.
Absolutely. Well, that's all questions from me, really, and yeah, we'll look forward to the night. We'll look forward to the night, I suppose.
Well, this is it. I mean, it's fantastic to obviously be in this series. So want to say how great it's been so far, and yeah, the broadcast's been absolutely fantastic. So keep it up.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Jamie. That was Jamie Martin, the co-pilot there of your leading GT3 AM Chrysler Motorsports machine, currently being piloted by Emily Howe. We jump you back live, though, to a battle here for P2 rather, in that GT3 Pro class. Lamborghini versus Lamborghini. Armstrong being hounded by Blythe here as this goes along. It looked like there was a little bit of hesitation there from Armstrong as they went down, by Blythe rather, as they went down to the first corner.
It's a little bit of a mystery as to how this has happened, really, because there's all of a sudden a 6.5 second gap between the 911 and the 44 for the lead in GT3 Pro. These guys came in, and Armstrong's pit stop was actually 1 second shorter, so you'd expect the gap to be even closer. But no, it's gone out to 6.5 seconds. There must have been some kind of problem around the way for Armstrong here, because Blythe did drop off towards the end of that stint. Wasn't quite able to hold on to the pace of the leading two, but there clearly has surely been some sort of problem for SIM3D Sport to drop them this far back. at this stage. As we keep saying at this stage, long race, but you don't want to be just giving away 3 seconds.
No, you don't, and you don't want to be doing that. That was Neil Ferrier there in the SBR Esports Omega number 32, having a little bit of an issue coming off of the first corner. I think that may have been some contact there with Rick Cohn, as that battle for P4 in class just continues to really rage on. It will not go away no matter how hard it tries to.
Absolutely, it's quite good that there's quite a lot of runoff at the end of turn 1 there, because otherwise we'd see a lot of cars out already, I feel. It's just a very tricky corner, as we were talking about at the start of the day, and of course any battle that Rick Cohen is involved with is going to be exciting, as we found out throughout the first 70 odd minutes of this race. Now it's Stadler's turn, of course, to try and get through. You see these two battle earlier on, and they will be again. Stadler will be very, I think, almost annoyed at the way he got spun around at the bus stop recently, and Cohen just getting into the back of that LMP2 there, pushing them wide. Might come under a little bit of fire from the stewards for that one as well.
Yeah, just looked a little bit over-aggressive coming down into the corner. I think a little too over-eager on the brakes. You could see him kind of check himself up, try to brake it as much as possible. Nice little side-by-side here. This is Stadler trying to work by Rick Cohn right now, or Rick Cohn trying to get back by Stadler, remember. And now Stadler's going to be on the attack as they cross over the timing and scoring line. Stadler going to dive it down. He is going to be able to get ahead of Rick Cohn. Rick Cohn trying to get around, hold on to that position. And so now that battle for P6 in class is Stadler, Cohn, and Ferrier.
Yeah, it's all getting very close. Ferrier was briefly involved in that fight there. He nearly got through on Stadler, but in the end, Stadler was able to turn it around and get himself up the order himself. I believe he's now in 6th place in the race. He is indeed, and making progress once more, but has come across a load of GT3s here and thought, oh dear, and I'm afraid Cohen has got into Stadler, not for the first time today, and the number 2 car is off into the barriers there. Cohen also paid the price for that one.
Yes, they did, and I think that was the same kind of thing that we saw going down into turn 1, just a bit of a lock-up there and a misunderstanding, a miscommunication between the two drivers as they came upon that big group of GT3 cars. Oh my goodness, not what you want to see at all. Jumping back to that battle, though, for P2 in the GT3 Pro class. Armstrong continuing to lead blind as they work their way around.
Yeah, this is the nice battle for 2nd place in GT3 Pro, although it may not be a lot side by side. We are seeing pit stops once again in LMP2, people struggling to make it to that 40-minute mark, of course. Something that really interested me from that little conversation with Jamie we had a couple of moments ago there was the fact that these guys will be able to go further on fuel in the night. That wasn't something I was expecting to hear. Obviously you hear about the temperatures coming down, the tyres liking and indeed engines liking the nighttime conditions a little bit more, but not always the fuel. You don't often see fuel consumption going up, or at least in my experience, in the nighttime. So that was an interesting comment. We'll see how that affects the latter portion of this race, because of course we are going to be finishing under complete darkness, and presumably so that we can have some fireworks at the end of the day.
Indeed, and speaking of fireworks, we have our first round of pit stops starting, or second round of pit stops starting to fire off for the LMP2s. I see the number 56, the 3, the 217, the 111, 233, and the 957 all coming down. Waiting to see here specifically with tires whether or not they would take them, but we keep an eye here on this battle. This is Valiokis right now leading Teasters as they come through this big gaggle of GT3s.
They tend to clump together for whatever reason. I think it's partly down to the slipstream at Daytona. It makes things easier to stay together, and so it makes life quite difficult as an LMP2, as we just saw there. A bit of a gaggle, and it's eventually what got Stadler and also Cohen unstuck. Let's not forget a little bit earlier on, but more pit stops being made at the moment. Harley Horton, for example, in at the moment. Only managed 24 laps the first time, but only 23 this time for whatever reason. Colin Spork able to go that little bit further. Also, the question remains, where is Marius Valiokis? Well, 6th place at the moment, going to be in at 3rd in a minute. But the problem for him is the fact that Calvin Den is already only 5 seconds behind. Now, it doesn't matter if Valiokis doesn't make an extra pit stop in this race, if he's only going to end up behind Calvin Den anyway. So he does need to be careful of that and be very wary of that.
Yes, he does. He's got to be very, very careful jumping around here as your leader has come down pit lane. That's right. Full Send Racing 85 coming down here at this point. So now the leader of the LMP2s is Colin Spork here for the NetRex Grand Prix team as he is coming around Statler. And the rest of the field having made those pit stops, waiting for a couple of drivers to fire off on the stops here. It looks like these guys, the whole NetRex Grand Prix team in particular, they are waiting to come down. Also RSR by butt kicker number 55. Remember, they were able to go about 2 laps longer than everybody else.
Absolutely, we're still seeing Sport here. He's going to come into the pit lane for NetRex, team on the rise, of course. They've had a fantastic last few months over the winter period, and in terms of going forward to 2022, they'll be looking to take as many championships as they can, of course, and starting off in a good way here in this one. As, more side-by-side battling in the GTs. A long time until these guys have to come in, and it's all going to be pandemonium in the next round of pit stops, because these GT3s are going to have to come in, the LMP2s will have to be in again, so it's going to be very, very busy.
Yeah, very, very busy, to say the least, I think, as everybody will be coming down pit lane. It's going to be a very, very chaotic and crazy pit lane, but we watch this battle here. Meisner holding on to Logan Vada. Vada trying to get a move down to the inside a little bit in that 46 machine. Let's see if he's able to do it. This is the run across the start-finish line. The Audi has the legs to be able to get it done. He's going to put Meisner down a position, and breaking down into turn 1, it all looks clean and dandy.
Certainly does. Not something that we could have said throughout this entire race, for people breaking down towards turn 1, especially when making moves, because it's a very dangerous corner, as we've come to expect in the past. But Marius Valiokis is indeed now leading after all these pit stops in the LMP2 class. He doesn't have 47 seconds, as that suggests. It's only 5 seconds at this stage, and he's still a lap and a half to go until his pit stop. So he's going to be making that one less stop, but as I mentioned, Calvin then just being quicker out there and making an extra stop is really benefiting him.
Yes, it is, and Dent remaining in the car there for that SIM3D Sport Predator machine. He is currently not listed as your leader, though, as that is Valiokis. But as we've said before, Valiokis able to stretch the fuel load in that car out a little bit more, and so that'll certainly come back to help him. Continuing to focus now on the battle for P2 in GT3 Pro. Blythe trying to chase down Armstrong, Lamborghini versus Lamborghini. My goodness, that RSR 55 is going around again.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it will continue on this strategy, excuse me, for the rest of the day, you'd imagine, doing something a little bit different. But in these GT3s, you can see here, this is very interesting now, because gap down to that 911 Porsche up the front of the field is continuing to come down. It's now just over 5 seconds, as opposed to the 6.5 that it was at the start of this stint. I understand that's not a big closing of a gap, but it does show that 2 cars working like this are not only faster than 2 cars that are battling side by side, but it's also faster than 1 car lapping on its own if you do the bump drafting right, and if you maybe even exchange positions in the right way. You can close on a singular car working on its own, and so that might serve as a bit of a reminder to everybody else that maybe it would actually be better to fall into line, as we see these two doing now as well in this battle for 5th place in GT3 AM.
Yeah, this is Simpson and Howard there, as well as Logan Vada trying to close back in on the back of that group. This is for that GT3 AM, as you said. Long string of cars there, not all of them together. Simpson and Howard on the lead lap. Goodsell, the driver directly behind them, is a lap down, and excuse me, it's Steven Vada, not Logan Vada. That is just my brain playing tricks against me. So Steven trying to close in. You can see him there working his way by Dominic Goodsell there. He's only about 1.5 seconds behind, so if these two continue to scrap here a little bit, this could be a wide opening for Vada.
It certainly could be. Well, that's what he's hoping for either way right now. But yeah, we go back to these guys in GT3 Pro, still trying to mind their own business, and they're taking a few stragglers along for the ride by the looks of things. As I keep mentioning, the slipstream keeping things very close here at Daytona, as it tends to. Not nice for the LMP2s, but it is nice if you're getting lapped, especially in a GT3 AM situation where you're likely to be lapped by the GT3 Pros. You can hang on to them for a few laps, and you can get that little bit of extra pace from them, of course, and maybe help yourself along the way. But these two remaining very, very close indeed. But Aldrini's holding on quite well from them, really. For a car working on its own, 5.5 seconds, kind of keeping them at arm's length, doing a decent job.
Yeah, certainly is, and especially with as narrow of a BOP as that exists here in iRacing among these GT3s. All of them are pretty fairly well balanced. It's very much a testament that he is able to hold that advantage over a different class car. Jumping way down in the order here, this is Michael Fairchild trying to close in on Maine directly ahead of him. This is the battle for 17th in the GT3 AM position as they just what they can do as they work their way around Fairchild in the 33 machine, trying to close in on the least main. That's the Prismatic Motorsports directly ahead. Fairchild tucking up in the draft in 6th gear. Woo! Whizzing on by as your leader.
Yeah, there goes one of the LMP. It gives an idea of the speed difference between these two classes of cars, especially down the straights. Through these slower corners, of course, the mechanical grip of the GT cars really helps them along compared to the lack of mechanical grip, really, for the LMP2s. But yeah, down the straights, there is absolutely no competition, and it just shows that if somebody does something slightly wrong through a through those little sections towards the end of the straight there, then it can produce a very, very large accident indeed.
Yeah, especially down into some of the heavier braking zones. Speaking of accidents, this is Marcellus Brunig there. Oh, just losing it through that little kink before the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who was really at fault for this one. So around the outside through turn 4 as it is, and it's always very tricky. You've got to remember the GT3 cars have not got as much aerodynamics as these LMP2s. They can't hold as tight of a line as the Delaras. And so you do have to account for that when going around the outside there. It's very, very tricky for them because basically it's a flat-out corner in an LMP2. It certainly isn't in a GT3. They're lifting off and doing all sorts. If they're not quite prepared to leave that space on the outside, then there's not a lot they can do. Once they're committed to the corner in those cars, you are committed, and there's not a lot you can do to actually change it. So, an unfortunate situation, but in the end you are taking a big risk going around the outside through that corner.
Yes, yeah, you really are, and you've got to be on it. As that battle we were following there in the back, now it's turned into a 3-car scrap, it looks like, with Eric Kulaga leading the way here. Elise Main and Michael Fairchild all holding in. So 1, 2, 3. This is the battle for 16th. Fairchild and Main, we saw them battling a little bit earlier, at least trying to hold off the advances of that Lamborghini for right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's difficult to do, but yeah, 3-car battle at the moment, a little bit further down in GT3. And of course, you need to only be in the top 20 to score points in these races, and yeah, only a few teams will be scoring no points as things stand. By the looks of things, as Valiokas once again having to come through the field. Stadler on this occasion is under pressure into turn 1, but nothing doing there. Battling going on all over the circuit, really. We've been really entertained throughout the first 90 minutes or so of this race. There's been stuff going on absolutely everywhere, and that looks set to continue.
Yeah, it certainly does. We are a little bit spoiled for action here. Focusing up in that LMP2 field a little bit, Neil Ferrier has just over a second of an advantage over Marcin Bialik there. We've seen these two battling quite a bit over the course of the race, working their way by some lap traffic right now, and just waiting to see, I think, if this is going to close down a little bit, or if Ferrier, now that he's able to run in some clean air, is able to do so. But as you mentioned, one of the cars that we constantly keep kind of checking back on is that 55 RSR by Butt Kicker machine as it works its way back through.
Yeah, it's all about getting your way back, I suppose, after some of these problems, and just kind of running around race. I'm surprised we haven't seen more cars running their own race at this stage, really, because we've seen a lot of guys getting caught up in the battles and so on. and battling a little bit too hard on occasion, you could argue. But yeah, we're starting to see the settling down now, and this is generally what happens. Also, it seems to be getting quite dark quite early on in this race, really. Almost a bit of a throwback to the old days where you rarely see a Daytona race not in the dark, before we had day-night transitions in iRacing. But yeah, we're starting to see those headlights becoming a little bit more prominent. It's 5:30 local time in Sim at the moment, and some goes down. What is it? About 6 o'clock these days, I think, or 7 o'clock. So we can't be all that far away from full darkness.
No, I don't think we are. And somebody, this is that RSR by butt kicker number 55 machine that we were talking about a little bit earlier, trying to work right now on the SIM3D Sport Ghostbuster machine. That's Harold Stadler right ahead of him, just trying to get by. Now, remember, what makes this storyline particularly interesting not only is the number 55 down 6 positions on the day and on a bit of a recovery drive, but they have been able to eat out fuel a little bit longer. Everybody else has been able to run 23, 24 lap stints. Valiokas here able to run 25. And so they clearly are hitting the delta that they need to do. And if they can continue to build that number over the course of these 8 hours, that could gain them an entire pit stop and change everything.
It certainly could, but as I mentioned earlier on, they're getting caught by those running faster, because you've got to remember that Valiokas is not able to run the same pace and do that. You've got to slow down and save a bit of fuel. Guys like Calvin Dent, he is just absolutely smashing it out front at the moment, just going as fast as possible. There's no way Mariusz Valiokas is going to be able to compete with that. While it might gain him positions at the very end of the race, I can't see it, changing the order at the very front. Podium possible, but at the moment, it doesn't look like anybody can really stop Calvin Dent.
No, it's very true. Dent has looked just absolutely unassailable here today. He already has a 17-second advantage, and he's been able to put all but 13 cars a lap down. The latest victim there, the Twisted Racing Team LMP2 number 957, falling a lap down to the relentless pace of this 3D Sport Predator machine. Doing a really, really good job. Is Dan able to navigate through everything quite easily, able to make everything work quite easily. Everything is just going his way today. There's been an incident in the back. That number 55 RSR by butt kicker machine getting into the side of the sister car, the 3D Sim Sport Ghostbusters machine.
It can happen, especially at the West Horseshoe, where things get very tricky. It's kind of a long entry to that apex there, and it does lead to contact on occasion. But it looks like everybody's been able to get through quite nicely there, and continue on. Still, let's not forget, a lot of cars out here at the moment, so it's hardly surprising to see these things.
Yeah, as you said, really, Ewan, at the top of the broadcast, it does get very, very narrow through these sections. Let's go back and check out Morton Meisner here. This is the 808 as he dives down into the first turn. Just carries a little bit too much speed. Obviously double stinting those tires, and Ewan, are we getting to the point where, especially for those GT3 drivers, that those rear tires are going to be screaming out a little bit?
Well, possibly, but judging by the way the conversation we were having earlier with guys in the know, of course, it looked like double stinting was not a problem at all, because it was saying, double stinting won't be a problem, almost hinting that triple stinting is on the verge of possibility for these GT3s. I don't think we're going to see that, but we could well do. We already are in LMP2, by the way, in terms of almost everybody is on the third stint here, out at the moment, apart from Colin Spork, who did change tyres there, and maybe one or two did. I think the triple one did as well, but yeah. Presenting seems to be, or the tyres seem to be lasting a little bit longer than they might do at other circuits, or maybe even longer than some people were expecting coming into this race.
Indeed. Well, speaking of people in the know, we have Ryan Kaprowski here ready to talk to us. Ryan, we are about an hour and a half down in the race. How's everything going for you guys?
First off, thank you guys for allowing me to speak on stream. But yeah, I think from both teams at Riddle Rocket Racing, the LMP2 team and our GT3 team, I think we've had the greatest starts. We actually had better starts than we had hoped. So which is good. We just like to keep it at the back of the pack. laps down. So you know, just so we can like observe everything going on and you know, whatnot. But yeah, we're currently, you know, doing the best that we can at this point. So.
I mean, do you guys have any strategies to be able to work your way forward a little bit? I mean, obviously being a couple of laps down, really tough to be able to dig your way out of, especially with the pace that we're seeing put down by Colin Dent up front.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, I think our strategy, like, I mean, to be quite honest, we didn't really have like a set strategy going into this, but I think, you know, now there's like, we're just kind of playing it by ear. Seeing what happens, so it's not really anything, you know, genius in the works that we're working on or anything.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously, not the position you want to be in, but is the car feeling okay? I mean, how is it? Is it going to be a little bit stronger, do you think, once we get a little bit cooler temperatures, or how did you guys set it up in that way?
So I think based on our, I guess fairly, well, I imagine that we didn't quite do as much practicing as like, you know, the top teams. But I mean, I think our car is suited more for like just all around. So it's not really like strong in any one area. But I think it will get better after when the temps come down and the sun goes down for sure. But yeah, it's kind of really difficult to say. I mean, the car's not damaged at all, so I mean, we're just down on pace at the moment.
Gotcha. I know that is one of the most frustrating feelings in the world. I have been in that position many a time myself. Right before we brought you on in here, we were talking a little bit about the tires. How are they holding up for both the LMP2s and the GT3s here at this point for you guys?
So I haven't heard anything tire related from our GT3 team. However, for our LMP2 team, you can definitely start to feel them right about that, you know, stint and a half mark. So if teams are out there doing 3 stints on tires, I mean, kudos to them. But they drop off very rapidly, at least with our setup.
So is it looking like a double stint race for you then in the LMP2s?
Absolutely. I mean, even when the temperatures come down, I mean, there could be a potential for triple stinting, but I don't foresee us trying to do that at this point.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I mean, obviously, I know this isn't the position you want to be in, but are there some things you're going to be able to take away from this for the rest of the season, stuff going forward?
Oh, absolutely. Now we kind of know, you know, who the quick, or the really quick guys are, and for the LMP2s, and then for the GT3s, just kind of formulated, like, you know, who's like similar pace and whatnot, so we can kind of figure out like who we want to be around for future rounds. Because I know the next couple of rounds aren't necessarily draft tracks like Daytona is. I mean, Hockenheim has a decently long straight, but it's not like, you know, dependent on it. So we'll just have to see where this takes us, and hopefully we can prepare better for this next round.
Well, I certainly wish you all the best going forward. Ewan, do you have any questions for Mr. Ryan here?
Yeah, I'll just ask one thing. I don't want to keep banging on about the incidents you've had throughout the day already, but how are you going to, or how do you feel like you're going to be able to bounce back from this? Is it a case of just, well, we'll just get our head down now, run on our own, and see where it pans out, or what else? What can you do from this kind of situation?
I think at this point, it's just going to be a case of, you know, just getting your head down and just hopefully people will start dropping out. Because I mean, it's still fairly early on in the race. We're only an hour and a half and some change in, so and there's bound to be incidents happening because it's Daytona. That's just what happens. So just sticking our head down and getting our just putting in solid lap times. It's more about the consistency at this point and surviving through traffic.
Yeah, so just good luck from me, I suppose, and yeah, we'll maybe speak to you a little bit later on, but no, good luck and with your recovery.
Yep. All right. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you, Ryan. And that will wrap up that interview there for us. A tough break for that team, Ewan, and you could just hear the disappointment in Ryan's voice as we watch here James Howard having a little bit of a swirl around as it goes, the 959. But yeah, you could just hear the disappointment there in Ryan's voice. That is both of those teams not having the best of days.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it's just not your day. It can happen. I think that maybe the most frustrating thing, from what I remember about Rukowski's incident, I feel like it was kind of a single car thing, just running a little bit wide through the West Horseshoe. Obviously, those single car things very frustrating for you on a personal level. If it's been kind of taken away from you by someone else, I feel like that adds to the frustration really, because you know that you've prepared well, you know that you've got the ability to have a good result, but it's been taken away by someone else making a mistake themselves. So I feel like that maybe it doesn't make it much less frustrating being on you, but it's all about how you deal with it. And as he said that, getting your head down at this point, just all that they can really do. And it's early on in the race, of course.
Well, speaking of keeping his head down, that is exactly what this man has been doing. Calvin Dent, your leader here after an hour and 37 minutes, just continuing to dominate as he picks his way through the field nice and easily. This is really a commanding drive for him. That gap has come down a little bit. Full Send Racing been able to pull that in by about 2 seconds, but I get the sense that that may just be a result of a little bit of traffic, as Dent doesn't look like he is under any sort of threat at all. Yeah,
he's even able to pull out that margin a little bit more from Harley Hudson at the moment. It'll be interesting to see how the strategy of the Netrex team really develops here. They're in fourth at the moment with Colin Spork chasing down the podium, trying to retake that one, of course, from RSR by Butt Kicker. The gap between them not too large for now, but of course on new tyres at the moment, double stinting their tyres as opposed to the triple stints of the LMP2s around them. How far are they able to get up the order here with that, and how much is it going to hinder them having to spend that extra time in the box? That is going to be the very interesting moment throughout this race. Of course, Spork is almost resigning himself to doing 2 hours 40 to open this race as well, which is not an insignificant amount of time.
No, it is not as well. This is getting a little bit spicy here in the back. This is Johnson with the Texans Fit Style Athena team trying to send it down the middle, making the split in the difference, getting by Netrex and T1 Designs. Oh!
Off the road. The car that was running, I think it was Goulburn. I was Bielak, sorry. It was Bielak who's got off. Martin Bielak for Netrex Grand Prix. Was that the blue car possibly? Or was it a lap car? I'm not entirely. No, the blue car's in the background there, so who was that is the question. But that was a hard impact.
Yeah, very hard impact into the wall. We'll have to figure out exactly who that was, but it doesn't look like the battle behind him is quite yet done, as there you see Jordan Johnson starting to pull away there a little bit. Let's go back and check out the replay. Was that that was the number 3, the Sterling's Esports machine. That day just going from bad to worse for that car.
It certainly is. Rick Cohen getting out, Brian Peters getting in, and unfortunately crash at the bus stop chicane. No front end, had to escape back to pit lane, and now they are officially last in the LMP2 field, 19 out of 19 for those guys. Just behind Howard Stadler, by the way, who has had nearly 4 minutes of a pit stop in the last couple of moments. Not sure quite what happened to him, but clearly he had some damage to repair or something, but he didn't choose to use his fast repair for some reason, if indeed that was the reason.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to figure out exactly what that was, but this battle's starting to dissipate now a little bit as Netrex Grand Prix Blue pulling away here a little bit. T1 Designs trying to close in. This battle's still relatively fierce, and it just goes to show you after an hour and 40 minutes what could still be happening out on track.
Yeah, it's going to be like this all the way throughout the 8 hours, you'd imagine, with the amount of cars that we have out here at the moment. Still no retirements, I believe. Unless that 96 car has finally now pulled the plug, which is quite possible for Panda 1 White. That would still leave us with 51 on the grid. So after 100 minutes at this stage, that is still a very impressive tally, as Marius Valiokas doing his best not to overtake cars here really, because it's best for him, but also to save fuel of course, but also doesn't want to get stuck behind slow cars. It's a very complicated calculation to make on the fly here.
Yeah, it very much is, and it's one of those things that you've really got to kind of risk and reward measure. And but there he goes around. Oh my goodness, the commentator's curse is strong with us here today.
Really, mate. But yeah, like I'm afraid going around getting hit by Valiokas, you'd have to put that one on the RSR car really, because when you're following a car so closely like that in behind, you do have to be more careful of a car going a little bit wide and slowing up right in front of you. Drop straight into another battle here with the Vector by RSR car now. Is that Netrex Grand Prix LMP2. So the battle not done for, or the battling not done for that car, unfortunately, for Bielak. But yeah, you do have to be more careful when you are a following car like that, not to spin the car in front around.
Yeah, it really is. The impetus is that was a relatively easy pass there for the Vector by RSR machine on the Netrex Grand Prix Blue. But they are going around, and we are hearing quickly that Stadler has already used his quick repair. So interesting there that he is going to really be out of it.
Okay, so yeah, I believe when he got spun around in that Rick Cohen and Marius Valiokas battle through the bus stop, he was kind of the innocent bystander, as we said, and got spun around. I believe he may have used his fast repair after that to repair that damage to the rear, and so this 4-minute repair wasn't able to be fast repaired. A little bit strange because there didn't seem to be a lot of damage to the rear end of that car, and he came in at a normal time, I think, after that a bit of contact. So puzzled as to why you would use your fast repair after that, but that seems to have been what he has decided to do, and it may have cost him.
May have cost him absolutely massively there as, we've got a little bit of a gaggle. There's an LMP2 trying to work their way through the battle for P3, or P2 rather, in class, as there is Armstrong having a little bit of a gap over Blythe right now for P2. Now that is a slower BMW in the midst of things. I believe that is Robinson that they were able to clear on by.
Getting through there, it's kind of that point in the race, especially for those in the upper part of the GT3s. You're running across a lot of slower ones at the back markers, so it does add a layer for those guys up in the top three. But yeah, still battles going on up and down the field. I think this is a GT3 battle for overall position with Bailiff here on the Tom Bingham, battle for 39th in the overall standings and 20th in the overall GT3 race. But in terms of actual class positions, it won't matter too much. It's interesting to see how these cars really tackle this one in that case, because you don't really want to be battling with a car not in your class, but also you don't want to spend time stuck behind a car you think you're faster than. So it's a bit awkward here. There could be a bit of an awkward altercation between them at some point.
Yeah, indeed it could, as the 957 now works his way behind. That's the Twisted Racing Team LMP2 coming on by. Yeah, and it's sort of one of those risk versus reward calculations that we've talked about a little bit. You just have to try to get around as fast as possible without doing it. But I've got to think that Goldwing machine going to get up to the side there. Looks like that's going to make it relatively easy. That's the sporting thing to do.
Yeah, I think that's a sensible thing. And of course you can save that little extra bit of fuel by lifting off and letting your opponent through there. So yeah, no real problems with that at all. Expecting pit stops just after lap 60 for these guys, 60, 61 onwards really for these guys. We're on lap 59 as things stand for, or just finished lap 59, those GT3 Pro leaders. So we're very close to pit stops for those guys. Calvin Dent is expected in next on lap 69. He's only 3 laps away from that at the end of this one. So we're about to see a very, very busy time in pit lane.
Yeah, we are indeed. We alluded to that earlier. 15 minutes or so left to go before we anticipate both the GT3s and the LMP2s all having to come down at the same time. So that is going to make things very, very chaotic. And finding the pit stall even on a long pit lane like Daytona here is always a difficulty. Continue to watch James Armstrong here as he just manages to hold off that V3 Racing Carbon machine of Owen Blythe. That's Colin Spork working his way through them in the LMP2s. This battle's starting to spread out a little bit, but I get the sense here that Blythe is keeping this just within reaching distance.
We saw this last stint, if you remember, the three of them were together with the Porsche just up in front as well. The three of them were battling for the lead. And towards the end of the stint, Blythe lost about 3 seconds in the final third or so. I just wonder whether on low fuel that car's not quite as quick or he's not quite as comfortable getting towards the end of these stints, really, because it's dropped off again. It's also not really helping Armstrong, because if you look, as soon as we've seen Blythe not quite as close to the back of that Lamborghini, the gap to the leader has got out again to nearly 7 seconds. They've lost about nearly 2 seconds in the last 15 minutes or so. So it's not very good news for either of them, really. Blythe's losing time on his own, and Armstrong kind of needs the help with the bump drafts down the oval section, so it's not really good for anybody, but it's playing into the hands of the 911 Porsche up in front.
Yeah, it is, and that La Porcheria Porsche has been able to stretch out a gap of about 6 seconds, and remember, this was really a pretty close 3-car battle earlier in the race. Jumping back here is to check out, we've got a big incident. Oh, multiple cars taken out going down into turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 Ferraris involved, and the 958, excuse me, Audi also involved. I feel like that was a sort of front-running car earlier. Andrew Rasmussen, that was the Twisted Racing Team car we were seeing coming through the field because they're on new tyres. One of the only cars on new tyres. You can imagine they're in and around a lot of cars trying to overtake them, and yeah, this kind of thing bound to happen. 3-car incident. Jonas Dreyer was unfortunately one of them caught up as well.
Yeah, so that's going to put them back down the order, unfortunately, and they may have to take their fast apparel. Well, hopefully they're going to pray that that's going to come when they didn't pick up as much damage on the machine. Continuing to wait here, just kind of looking at the clock, Ewan, for those pit stops to fire off as we anticipate them all starting to come in here in a little bit. This is the number 56, that's P2. But go back and check out a replay here of James Armstrong. This is the second-in-class GT3 Pro machine as he works his way around.
I think that was us coming back to live pictures. I think we're back on live again. Now with Armstrong still pulling away. Really puzzled as to why Blythe is not able to keep with the pace as the fuel gets very low indeed. But for whatever reason, that has been the case, and going to be very hurtful towards the dash towards the line. If he's in a battle with any of the cars, you know, he's just going to get left behind by lots of things.
Yeah, I think you're right about that as we also check in on this battle for the final podium position. This is that RSR by butt kicker number 56. Colin Spork starting to close in behind him. Spork's been running some very quick laps recently. That RSR by butt kicker machine had a very scruffy last lap at 139.12. Lost a lot of time, lost about 5 seconds. So this is a battle that has just now started to develop.
Yeah, it's because Spork has got the new tyres on, of course, after changing them at the last stop. Not entirely sure if they'll be delighted with how this stint has gone, because he had a bigger margin over this RSR car before the pit stops and his tyre change. So I don't think they'll feel like they've gained as much back as they were hoping, really. But getting through at least would be a start if he can trap he can't quite. If he could trap the LMP2 there behind the Lamborghini, that would be helpful. But he wasn't able to. Maybe a look down the inside here, but not able to do it there either. Defending quite hard.
Yeah, defending very hard, not wanting to give that podium position up. I think that RSR by butt kicker machine knows he's got the speed, but there comes the send down the inside for NetRex Grand Prix. That is a great move by Colin Spork, and he's now going to be up into 3rd place.
Yeah, nice move, and he should be able to get away very soon as well. But the pit stops will be upon us once more. Calvin Dent is expected in at the end of this lap. Neil Ferrier wasn't even able to do 23 laps that time, so he's in the pit lane already as well. And yeah, there we are. You can see the pit stops will certainly be coming into effect. By the way, we've seen a number of different strategies in the LMP2s over the last 40 minutes or so. Colin Spork took 4 tyres last time, but the likes of John Johnson and the 111 of William Goldberg took 2 tyres, along with Dan Apple as well, who took 2 tyres. So it's all very it's all very chop and change in LMP2 because we saw this in the we see this all the time at Daytona. The rear tyres take much more of a beating around here than the front tyres do. It seems to last for almost forever in the LMP2 cars.
Indeed, they do. This battle not going away. By the way, the leader in GT3 AM, Emily Howe, in pit lane. So that is starting to fire off. Here comes, that is Radu up on the outside there trying to go. I thought for a second that Spork was going to try to dive down pit lane, but just feinted that move a little bit. Radu's going to try to see if he can get anything here. Doesn't look like it. Is he going to be able to have a little bit of a response going right down into the same corner that he did on the last time? No, and by the way, do not worry. That is a lapped car behind them. So they are going to continue around. And now we have somebody that we are eager to talk to, Neil Ferrier, who has just gotten out of the car. Ready to talk to him. Neil, just getting on out of the car. How were the first couple of stints?
Well, that was the race start was good. We managed to avoid some of the carnage, and then we got into lap traffic, and it was like, oh, this has got to be hard work. But we managed to get through it, incident free. So yeah, unfortunately, I had a wee incident there. A boy blinked in front of me, and then I was like, oh, and he appeared just before the braking zone into turn 1, and unfortunately hit the pit wall. But David's getting back in the David's getting in the car now with the fast repair done, unfortunately. But yeah, it was really, really good. And to be fair, the guys at the front are just different class in these kind of cars. So I would like to say we're punching above our weight a bit. But yeah, no, it's been good. Really enjoyed that.
I would certainly say you guys were punching above your weight, and in terms of sort of getting through the race with no incident, was that sort of the goal here in the early stages, or were you being tasked a little bit of being the rabbit of just charging ahead as hard as you could?
Well, to be fair, the boys were in my ear saying, just take your time, keep the car clean, and we'll be fine. And yeah, luckily we managed to get up to, I think we managed to get to P4, I think, just before the pit stops. So the second round of pit stop, should I say. So I managed to get quite high up the grid from the back. I can't even remember where we started, to be honest with you. I think it was 15th or something. So to make up 10 places in this strength of field in LMP2 with some of these boys here, it's probably the best drive that I've had on iRacing for a long time.
You were right. You did start 14th or 15th rather. So kudos to you. How are the tires holding out? We've been talking a lot about stint lengths and double stinting, triple stinting, that kind of thing. How are you feeling out there on the track?
The double stint is doable. At the minute for us, I think the triple is a bit difficult. But again, track temperatures come down, we might be able to triple later on, but I just tripled the tyres there. It was not the tyres' fault, it was totally the fact that the boy blinked in front of me and the braking's on, and I just reacted to him coming back, which caused me to spin, which then cooked the tyres. So when you're triple stinting, you really need to try and look after the tyres and not have any lock-ups, try not have any spins and stuff like that. So yeah, it's doable. I was just driving, I just had a brain moment then, yeah, hit the brake too hard into T1, and then spun out and hit the pit wall, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Luckily we had the fast repair, so like I said, David's getting in the car now. He was doing consistent lap times and testing, and same with Ian, who was in the car next after David. So yeah, we'll see where we end up, but I think we're in a pretty strong position, considering the people that we've got round us. And as you'll see, we're the only SPR car or Sim Party Racing car in LMP2. So yeah, we're trying to present the team with a good finish, for putting the faith in all three drivers to show up and do this race or this series.
Well, it's certainly, that was a bit of a scary moment there for you. Somebody going off they want to go have a party, and they're going to go hang off with the RVs. It looks like one of the Ferraris going off there. But yeah, so you're liking your chances as the race goes along. What is the strategy from here on out? What kind of communications are you guys having? Are you pushing, or are you going to let the race come to you?
It's a mixture, to be honest with you. We're kind of planning it out as it goes along, because at the minute we're trying to work out if we go flat out for 7 hours, where are we got to end up? To if we fuel save for 3-4 hours, where does that put us at the end? So we're kind of trying to work that out at the minute, because obviously every driver's different. So it's one of them. We're just weighing up the options as we go along, and then we'll work out if we need to have a splash and dash at the end or something, and see where we end up. But at the minute, I think we're in a pretty good position. We were always saying on the build up to this that a top 10 would be nice, considering the boy, like I said, with the teams and the drivers that we've got around here or around us in LMP2s. A top 10 would be quite a strong finish for us. So we're kind of learning for the boys as we go along as well. So yeah, we're in a good position, I would say.
Well, fantastic. And then you did say that you're going to just split this in perfect thirds between your driver trio, it sounds like.
I believe so. I think that's the plan. But again, anything can happen. It's sim racing. It's just a bit like real life technical issues happen, so we need to be on the ball with it, and hopefully nothing happens. So we'll see. Hopefully that'll be. I might be back in the car. I don't know. We're not 100% sure yet. Like I say, but we're triple stinting at the minute, or we're going to try and triple stint. And then hopefully when the track temperature comes down a bit more, we can then extend the stint a wee bit longer to save an extra pit stop at the end. So we'll see. It's just one of them. We're kind of just making it up as we go along. We're not 100% in a direction at the minute. So it's all about driver feedback and stuff. So we're going on that, and then we're making the plan round that to see where we end up. So I wouldn't 100% sure that David's got to be in the car for triples or a triple stint as of yet. We'll find out at the second pit stop, I guess.
I guess we will indeed. Ewan, do you have any questions you want to ask here for Neil before we let this man go?
Well, just to reference one thing as well, because I've noticed it continually getting darker at the moment. We are expecting it to be darker later, of course. How are you guys going to deal with that? Are you looking forward to it or not?
To be fair, it's Daytona, and Daytona wouldn't be the same if it wasn't in the dark. Luckily, the 3 guys that are in the team at the minute, we all done the 24-hour, so we're pretty used to the dark. We've done quite a bit of dark running, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And Daytona's at its best when it's at night, for my opinion, because it's not really dark, because obviously it's an oval and they've got the lights. So yeah, it's not 100% dark, but it's better in my opinion. I might get in the car during the night in sim, obviously, but we'll see. I don't know what the other drivers are like. I think Ian's quite looking forward to being in the dark, and David's quite looking forward to it, because I think he might end his stint just at dusk, maybe just going into the as the sun proper goes down and it goes dark. So we'll see. Love the dark round Daytona. It's one thing I'm looking forward to. We just need to watch out for when it comes to big groups of GT3 cars. Obviously with all the headlights and stuff, so lapping the GT3 cars might be a wee bit harder for us at night. Because one, you want to be respectful to them, you don't want to end the race. So we're kind of weighing that up as well. So
yeah, we're indeed looking forward to the darkness too. But no, thanks for coming to join us for the moment. Yeah, good luck from me. That's all from me.
Thanks, boys, and obviously thanks for putting on the stream. Thanks to SIM3D for backing the series along with the other guys, and Harry Wills at Race World League for putting the show on. Obviously, without him in the background, this we wouldn't get to watch a stream, and we wouldn't get to race. So, yeah, thanks, boys.
Well, thank you. That was Neil Ferrier, one of the drivers there for the SPR Esports machine. And this is that onboard that we were talking about, right off and into the RVs. I think somebody just wanted to end their day early and have a good time in the infield there.
It just spun around really, or got loose at the very least through turn 4, and then one of the bizarrest accidents you'll see really. Just waiting to hit something solid, I think, through the infield there, and that Ferrari eventually did. But But yeah, I can't say I've ever seen that before. It's surprising given how there's a big gaping hole in the barrier there. But yeah, there we are. That's a bit of a strange one. Yeah, they'll definitely be in the pit lane after that. But yeah, couldn't tell you really what's gone on there.
Yeah, very, very strange. We saw a little bit of contact there that I think may have caused that as we watch here the 56, the RSR by Butt Kicker, holding off Full Send Racing 85. These guys are on the same pit cycle, but while we watch this battle, we are going to bring in another one of our drivers, Mr. Jeremy Rest, driver of the 233. I believe you just stepped out of the car. How was first couple of stints there, Jeremy?
I actually have not stepped out of the car. I have yet to get in the car. Will is quad stinting at the moment. I'm about to get into the car.
Well, you're throwing off my script there, man. Well, that's my bad. But how's Will saying the car's feeling? How are you guys feeling? Obviously running around in 11th right now.
The car feels okay. Humidity was a little higher than we expected, so the track kind of feels a little greasier. Car's a little sketchy under braking, but other than that, the car's been fantastic.
Coming into the nighttime here, obviously track probably just going to get a little bit greasier, a little bit slicker as it goes around. Do you guys, have you set up the car a little bit for more nighttime running, or did you set this thing up for daytime?
No, we're both generally a lot quicker at night. That's kind of when we get into our own element. So the car is set up more towards the night than it is during the day, and I think that may be why we're having a little bit of an issue with the stability under braking. But yeah, I think our times are definitely going to pick up throughout the night, and hopefully we can pick up a couple more positions.
Well, we would love to see that. One of the questions we've been asking here a lot, tires. Are you guys feeling good on triple stints, or are you having to double?
We're doubling right now. We're going to be looking at a triple going into the night, depending on what the temperature, track temp goes down to. We might look at quad, but right now we're firm on a double stent, looking to triple.
Well, excellent. I mean, anything that has really thrown you guys for a loop thus far in the race, or are you able to relatively keep your heads down and just keep running here?
No, yeah, there wasn't really anything that was that threw us for a loop. It's kind of same old. We worry about finishing each lap, get the car to the next stop, and that's how we go. So we don't really have. How do I word it? We don't really. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I lost it. I apologize.
You're all good, my friend. You're all good. Ewan, any questions you want to throw Mr. Jeremy's way before we let him get into the car here in about, I would imagine, 30 minutes time?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, just watching this race, I'm obviously not been in the car yet, so it's a little bit difficult to say, but judging by what you've seen so far and what you've heard, of course, as well from your driver as well, is traffic something that's going to be concerning to you as you step into the car, something on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, traffic is always a concern. You have to expect especially the GT cars, stick to the racing line, and we're going to go around you guys. So, when that doesn't happen, it's always a concern. But for the most part, I mean, it's been absolutely stellar in terms of getting around lap traffic. We personally haven't had much of an issue or an issue at all when it comes to it. So I'm not really too concerned about it. Will and I both try to pride ourselves on, being as predictable as possible around GT cars. So there is no, what am I doing? What are you doing scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we look forward to seeing you in the car in that case. We wish you luck for the stint, of course, and thanks very much for coming to talk to us.
Appreciate it, not a problem. Thank you guys for hosting it. This is awesome.
Well, it is our pleasure. That was Jeremy Rest, one of the drivers in the 233 that'll be jumping back into the car. And you were just letting me know that we've had a big development in this race. The number one having a big problem while we were in the course of those interviews.
I think it was through turn 1, but wherever it was, Anton Rafael Sabo from second place at the time, net race leader, you might say, because he's just taken on 4 tyres, which has set him back a little bit, as you might be able to imagine. But he's lost a couple of places. Cody Pride and EJ O'Donnell Lyons has been able to get through because of it into second and third. And Colin Spork is leading because he hasn't taken on any tyres at the last pit stop there. However, he might well be taking on 4 in about half an hour when he next comes into the pit lane. So this race is all over the place at the moment in terms of the strategy, in terms of where these cars are and where they might be at the end of the race. It is a little bit complicated to work out, which is but obviously increases the interest for us a little bit later on. Also in GT3 Pro, something that I've just noticed is that Jeremy Moran has got into the 911 Porsche. They were leading, but they've taken on tyres after only 2 stints, so they're now 4th. James Armstrong and Owen Bryce are now leading by a good, 20 seconds or more over those guys after doing, or trying to do, a triple stint. We'll see how the next 15 minutes go for those guys.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting storyline to see play out, just how well they're able to do if they're going to have some serious tire wear, especially with how tough as they have been battling with each other. You can see them on your screen, Armstrong and Blythe, just duking it out. Seemingly since the drop of the green flag, these two have been all over each other. Here, we're going to check out a replay. This is Marcellus Bruning for Tulip Racing going down into turn 1. Did he just overcook it? Yep, that looks like a little bit of an overcook there, maybe a little bit too much rear brake bias. And you can tell a little bit of damage onto the shark fin of that car as well, so that obviously can't be helping downforce all that much.
Yeah, it must be a factor, especially if it was picked up during the stint he's currently on, as going to stroke into turn 1, proving that it is very tricky. Oh, and followed actually, it's very easy to get tunnel vision with the cars in front of you, and if they go off or too fast into a corner, then you tend to as well, which is exactly what happened there, unfortunately.
Indeed, we jump back here to a nice little battle in GT3 AM. This is Rakowski, Nichols, and Borsing running 1, 2, 3, Lamborghini, McLaren, and Lamborghini. As this battle just sort of develops out a little bit, that car directly ahead of them. Not in class, so not technically a battle out on track as of right now as they go.
Into the bus stop, one of the very few McLarens, of course. Love to see the McLaren out there on the field. It's not used very often at all anymore. It was probably released a frightening amount of years ago now. What was it? Maybe 8 years it's been out. Goodness me, we're getting old. But yeah, it's been out for a very long time, and it's surrounded by some of the very newest, of course, cars. The Ferrari Evo car, which has not been out that long, and the Lamborghinis as well. Currently, well, I hesitate to say battling for the GT3 Pro League, because they've been doing this all race, just helping each other along. But they are close, at least.
Yes, indeed they are, and remember that back and forth can come into play in 2 different ways. It can really be as a result of trying to get the sort of the leapfrog battle to try to pull as much as advantage as possible. Also, doing that back and forth is going to help that slipstreaming. It's going to help that fuel saving over the course of the run, and if you're able to eke out those last couple of laps, as we've seen and talked about multiple times, can really, really help you. Have a little bit of lap traffic coming up behind them. That is one of the LMP2s that's going to hopefully wants to get by before the kink. Oh, down into turn 8. A little bit of a hairy section.
It certainly is, really going through there. But yeah, in terms of closest battles going on out there on the circuit, this is obviously one of them, but they're not likely to change position recently. I feel like the battles up front in LMP2 are going to be very interesting. It's just a very strange part of the race, really, because the order now looks nothing like what it will do later. But looking at this race, it's impossible to tell what the order will be a little bit later. So this is the battle for second that is very close, and you can see maybe 3 cars involved, very nearly. Or Sabo's a little bit further removed from this, actually. There's a lap car behind them. But Cody Pride and EJ O'Donnell Lyons are not quite on the same strategy here. O'Donnell Lyons only took 2 tyres at the last pit stop. Cody Pride took all 4. However, Pride hasn't really been able to get away here in the way you'd expect, and hasn't been able to close on Colin Spork in the way you'd expect either, especially since the Dutchman didn't take any tyres at the last stop.
Yeah, it's very strange, and Cody Pride here a driver you'd expect to be able to run away a little bit, but as you said, that RSR by Butt Kicker car currently being driven by EJ O'Donnell Lines, able to keep up behind very easily. He's within about 0.7 of a second, which is going to be within prime optimal draft range. That's about exactly where you want to try to keep as much as possible as they dive their way through the Le Mans bus stop now. A little bit of lap traffic up ahead of them. I think that's Alex Baumberg, one of the GT3 AM drivers that they're going to catch next on the track. And I wonder here if, well, frankly, if EJ O'Donnell Lines is just kind of playing around a little bit. You know, we saw him earlier run very, very close to this full send racing machine, not really making the attack here all that much. We jump back to that battle between Armstrong and Blythe, this sort of swapping back and forth co-partnership, let's call it, to keep a healthy lead up ahead of that GT3 Pro.
Yeah, I mean, they're rarely swapping at this point. It's just it's definitely a partnership between the two, but they're very rarely swapping. At the moment, Blythe is just pushing Armstrong along, really, along for the ride. And somewhat surprising to see Porsche not able to gain any time here. Jeremy Miranda's got new tyres, of course, on that Porsche. Should be able to close the margin, but really hasn't been able to so far. Maybe illustrating that Andretti's pace earlier on was actually a lot down to him rather than the car or those around him. He was actually just very, very quick indeed.
Yeah, very quick indeed. And there is that bump draft coming into play like we have talked about a couple of different times. As there go some of the leaders by in the LMP2 field. Ooh, that's getting a little bit hairy for the 32. That's that SBR Esports Omega car that a little bit farther back, courtesy of a tire change, trying to go down past one. He's going to get past Blythe, not able to get past Armstrong before the International Horseshoe, and I think that's going to put Blythe back on a little bit farther.
Yeah, it certainly is, but which says it in the past, the slipstream is going to keep them together here very easily, and he shouldn't have any problems at all here as the night continues to just fall at the moment. If it was a sunnier day, we'd see a nice sunset at the moment, but it's quite cloudy. So unfortunately, we can't be seeing any of that as we go back to the closest battle on the circuit, really, or one that's likely to change anyway. Cody Pride really struggling to get himself into this stint here. We sometimes see this with new drivers, struggling to bed themselves in. But EJ O'Donnell Lines, despite not changing all four tyres, unlike Cody Pride last time, he's really hounding him here and almost looks quicker.
Yeah, almost does look quicker, and like you said, maybe there is a little bit of that rear tire bias coming into play. You know, the front tires don't fall away here nearly as much as at Daytona. The rear's really taking a lot of the effort. These long curves here, taking a lot out of them. Also very easy to spin the tires a little bit around here through turn 8, coming up onto NASCAR 1, so that could play a part of it as well. There you see on your screen Pride just poking his nose, getting up behind Craig Jones. EJ O'Donnell Lines doing the same thing. It didn't look like that cost either of them too much. Very good race. Checking back onto that battle for P1 in the GT3 Pros. It's just status quo here, Ewan. These two seem to be on the exact same page, and you get the sense they're going to kind of be formation flying for the next while until they really get another threat from behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And even then, I can't imagine not formation flying anymore, really, because it's just so much more efficient to work together. For these guys in LMP2, it's a little bit different now because the strategies are so all over the place. You're rarely fighting people who... How do I put this? You rarely know whether you're going to get another chance to try and keep them behind a little bit later. This might be... It might end up being quite important that you keep them behind them right now. Or stay in front of them, or whatever position you're in. Oh, that's very close. Oh, too close. A couple of cars have gone around there, and EJ O'Donnell Lines may be in a little bit of trouble for that one. Looked like almost bowling going on down into the International Horseshoe.
It did indeed, and that was your former leader in the GT3s. That was Emily Howe that got taken out in all of that. That was a tap from behind from EJ O'Donnell Lines, and that just sent Cody Pride right into Emily Howe. Remember, we had talked about how she had fallen a little bit, but she still holds on to the lead right now of the GT3 AMs, thankfully, but that gap is diminished. It has come down.
It certainly has, and a lot of Howe's work throughout the opening part of this race has been undone. It's now 14.5 seconds, so it's still comfortable. you would say. But yeah, that is going to be very disappointing for those guys to see some of their lead wiped away. It also depends on, what are your teammates like. If you know that you got your fastest driver in first here, you can't afford for them to be having issues like that.
No, you really cannot, and you do not want to have that happen. We check back on the battle for GT3 Pro. Armstrong continuing to lead Blythe. Blythe probably just doing a little bit of fuel saving here, a little bit of lifting, coasting as the LMP2s work their way on through right now. Good wide line there. That's another Lamborghini. I'm not sure who that was just staying out of the way of everyone.
Yeah, just looking to not get involved in anyone's issues there, really. Probably one of those that is running a little bit further down the order. We still do have, I believe, at the very least 49 cars running in this race. I'm not sure whether Brian Peters and that pole-sitting Sterling's Esports car is going to re-emerge from the pit lane. I'm doubtful at this stage. And Jeremy Littleton as well in the Twisted Racing Team 959 car is also in the pit lane right now. I'm not sure if they're going to return, but yeah, we're still nearly 50 cars out there on the circuit right now, and it's a lot for everybody really. So some of those, especially if you've already had issues in the race, you don't want to be getting yourself into any penalties. You don't want to be getting in the way of everybody else, and so you can see those cars just pulling out of the way entirely, as we saw through the International Horseshoe there.
Yeah, and sometimes that really is the best way to do it. As we watch here, Cody Pride trying to get his way back forward. Now, he has still got a lot of room to make up. It's about 14 seconds or so, it looks like. Or, excuse me, he doesn't have that far up to go to Sabo. But remember, Sabo out of position after those last round of stops. So if Pride wants to make this this strategy work for him, he has got to try to get by Sabo as fast as possible.
Yeah, it kind of depends where he is and where he wants to be in this race. These guys both took 4 tyres on the last stop, so I'm not sure there's going to be a big pace difference between the two of them. And so there may not be much point in battling. They might decide, I'm going to tuck in here and try and catch those up in front. But you just never really know what's going through people's minds. It's a very 50-50 thing. I think, in this battle for the lead of GT3, it's very, very obvious that these guys are doing everything in their power almost to not battle hit. It's somewhat comical sometimes, but obviously very efficient for these guys. But in LMP2 especially, it's very much 50-50 with these battles to whether they're going to fight or not. Also, the battle for 4th is kind of heating up here. The 911 Porsche really not getting off to a great start in this 3rd hour.
No, it's really not. As we go back to check out a replay, this is Simon Van Dijk going down on a big late move. Oh, and just completely missed the bus stop there.
Oh, no.
And into the tire barriers for good measure.
It's not normally there in real life, but obviously Irishman can't really enforce the rule of stopping at the bus stop and then getting going again. So yeah, we've got the tyre barriers there instead, and unfortunately overcooking them massively into the. I think they've had to come into the pit lane for damage, and they have indeed because of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Some pretty heavy damage there to that. Blythe and Armstrong continuing to just go back and forth here. Nothing too crazy going on between them. As we check out the replay, this is the onboard replay here from that maneuver. Just missed the braking zone there. It looked like he just kind of caught it and thought he was going to be able to come through. A little bit of a slide. That's what caught him out.
Yeah, it was the slide more than the speed. Although the two might go hand in hand, you would say, to be honest. So yeah, there you go. Unfortunately for those guys, here's the battle for 4th. That 911 Porsche was leading by a very good margin, a healthy 7 seconds about half an hour ago. All of a sudden they're fighting very hard to hold on to what is now 3rd because of a pit stop for one of the Audis, but this is not where they expected to be. It's kind of putting into perspective what a fantastic first couple of hours Aldrini had.
Yeah, it certainly does. Is that it just shows you how good of a run that was. As we check here, Furtwängler trying to close into the best he can on Marine. That LMP2 not making things easy. That's the number 8, the V3 Racing Machine working its way back up and forward as they come down here. The Audi, remember, this is the portion of the track where the Audi should be strongest. Great at acceleration, great and nimble car. It's on the higher banks that Audi traditionally suffers a little bit more.
It's certainly struggled to get through at turn 1 there, and you can't. I'm sure though that Furt Wengler's not going to give up here at all into turn 1. Very surprising to see. It really is for the Porsche. I know they've both got new tyres on here. Now, excuse me, Miranda's got new tyres, but this car, the Audi, has not got new tyres either, but it's still quicker. This has got to be concerning for those guys. Obviously, you've got to abide by the fair share rules, of course, in these races. They are racing enforced fair share rules, but you really can't afford to have your teammates this much slower than you, and it's unfortunate for Francois Aldrini. He put so much work in the first couple of hours. It's beginning to unravel in these opening half an hour of Moran's stint.
It really is starting to there, and so a little bit heartbreaking there. And you talked about what can happen there in the changes between driver swaps as they go along. So it's certainly a problem there for O'Neary as it goes along, is it just seeing these positions bleed away from him.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a little bit disheartening as well, you'd imagine, as Valiokas is still involved in battles, which is unsurprising. Took a couple of tyres on the last lap, but on the last pit stop, excuse me, but he's still managing those 25 laps per stint, which is giving him that, certainly in terms of fuel, that strategical advantage that he's been enjoying so far in this race. Just remains to be seen whether his teammates can do that or not, because that is another challenge. It's easier said than done, hitting the fuel numbers that he is. If he's the only driver in his team who can do it, then it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, exactly. As we now focus back on a battle a little farther back in the LMP2 field, this is Valiokas, remember, on that recovery drive here and on a slightly longer strategy. Valiokas last pitted here on lap, double taking on 75 compared to the Vector by RSR driver right ahead of him, Teasters. He pitted on lap 60 or 71, so 4 laps in hand, and it looks like Valiokas has a little bit of a better run there. So maybe some slower GT3 cars up ahead of him could scupper that effort, but he's able to get in line. No real problems there for him as they continue their way around. Better run out of the bus stop. A lot of weaving there for Teasters.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to see these two cars battling so hard since they've both got the RSR in the name. You'd think they'd have a little bit more coordination between the teams, but not for the moment. Valiokas just timing his run here. Doesn't want to get through too quickly because he'll just get re-overtaken into turn 1. Wants to make this move at exactly the right moment. Looks like he will do that, or will he? The Vector by RSR car fighting it on the inside line. They're going to go side by side.
Going to go side by side, and Teasters there able to hold it out. A little bit of frustration there, jumping back in the field a little bit more. Lane and Posney here trying to fight it out. Whoa, that was getting a little hairy there for the 957.
Yeah, it was, but he managed to hold on quite nicely. Stay in front of the Netrex car, I believe that is. Just in behind, and yeah, their battle continued for 11. But it did look like into the international horseshoe that Valiokas was finally able to make his move.
Yes, it did. So that's going to be good for Valiokas as he is able to get on by. We continue to watch this battle right now between Taylor, Lane, and Posney there behind. Lane behind that battle on Valiokas, by the way, so he's got about 14 seconds to try to get up to Teasters the best that he can to try to see if there's anything to be had around there. But Taylor Lane doing a good job to be able to hold off that Netrex Grand Prix blue car.
Yes, it's going to be difficult here on the oval now. Whether there's going to be a move into the bus stop, it remains to be seen, because it would be brave, but deciding not to. This is exactly how to indicate you're not going to go for the move, although saying that, he did still undo that work by just showing the nose there and letting him know that, or letting Taylor Lane know that he may well come through into turn number 1, but not a great run through the bus stop really. He might be a little bit too far back here.
Yeah, I don't think he's quite going to have it here. Lane at least may be able to breathe a little bit easier now. The gap is coming down slightly. He's going to have to really send it if he wants to try to make this move work, but it doesn't look like he is going to be close enough. That Ferrari there, that's Craig Jones getting out of the way. And indeed, wider line there, though, for Posney there. Ponizzi, there we go. As
I wouldn't know how to say that either, don't worry.
I am a product of the Indiana public school system. Sometimes my pronunciations are not great, so I just say it with confidence.
I'm at a loss as well, to be honest. As soon as you start adding in the Zs, then the English or English speakers normally start to cower in the corner, to be honest. So we'll avoid that. But yeah, I mean, applying the pressure at the moment, struggling to get through. It's really important that you get that good run out of the bus stop, isn't it? Really, to make that move into turn one, because otherwise it's just going to be very difficult for you, as we've just seen.
Yeah, indeed, the bus stop's such a crucial corner around here. Jumping back to check on that battle for GT3 Pro lead. Just continuing to be that little bit of push and pull here, literal push, as we see a little bit of a bump draft going on down the front straightaway as well. These two just completely content to sit in with each other. Furtenwagler behind them to the tune of about 27 seconds. Nothing really going. Now jumping back to check on Taylor Lane. This looks like a little bit of a better run here for that Netrex Grand Prix blue car. Could he have the run? Could the 233 maybe have a little bit of something?
Very possible he can get through on the outside line here, but once again, not really quite close enough. We've spoken about this braking zone being very difficult in the past, and it will remain so, but it does mean that you do have to be a little bit closer than maybe otherwise you would be to try and make a move here. You're so on the limit anyway that trying to push that even further results in the kind of incidents we've seen already so far in this race. So you really do have to be very close indeed. Unfortunately, that Netrex car has just not been close enough so far, and this little bit of run through traffic as well. It's not going to help them at all. Nice bit of patience really from them, but not particularly helpful in terms of getting through.
No, not really, but that patience is what you need in one of these longer races to really be able to try to hold it out, as that gap has now expanded out to about a second. That's going to give Taylor Lane just a little bit of breathing space. I think he'll be relatively happy to see that get out there and maybe focus on lines a little bit more. Dealing with some lap traffic, though, here. This is Aziz Weeks that Armstrong and Blythe are having to work their way by.
A little bit awkward here because they want to do the lifting off and fuel saving into turn one, but the Ferrari, having not run with them for the last 2.5 hours, which these two have been running with each other for, wasn't quite aware of what they were doing, so it could have got a bit awkward, but thankfully everybody got through nice and cleanly, and yes, they're still running absolutely nose to tail. They're just helping each other along here in this race. Blythe, because he's been following Armstrong for so long in this race, he was actually able to come in 2 laps later under the last pit stop. I just wonder if that will continue on, and whether that's going to benefit them actually towards the end of the race. I know Armstrong's happy to keep that Lamborghini there because the two of them working together is more efficient for both of them than them running on their own, each to their own. But is that going to come back to bite them later on?
It very well might. We'll have to see. Remember, we've got a couple of cars on a little bit of an alternate strategy here to see what will happen. That La Porcheria car, the number 911, could come back to bite. They've taken tires. These two have not, and they're running about 143.6s or there or thereabouts. The La Porcheria number 911 is running 143.5s right now, so just a hair faster. That could certainly play out, but the only thing is they're being held up a little bit by Furtenwagler, as there is that battle right there. Now, this is absolutely important. Marine needs to be able to try to get by the Audi as quickly as possible to try to keep this strategy in play.
Yeah, absolutely, but I feel like he's only just hanging on to the back of this Audi at this stage in terms of trying to get through, or instead of trying to get through, I should say, because remember the way that Furtenwagler was able to just close up to the back of this Porsche and get through with ease. If he tries to start making moves here for Murad, it's just gonna hinder them both. And he's actually going faster sat here in the slipstream than he was when he was out on his own, because the pace of this Audi is actually better than his at this stage in the race. So it's all he can do at the moment, but I'm almost certain that even after the next half an hour, when the two Lamborghinis up in front will make their first tyre change of the day, I think they'll still come out 1 and 2.
I think you may be right, but it's still going to be absolutely fascinating to see, and that's part of the reason we love endurance racing so much, seeing these battles play out over time. 11, though, just trying to see if they can get anything. Maybe trying to push a little bit more, 0.3 of a second. The gap still 27 seconds up the road to these leading two, as there you see one of the Vector by RSR cars work its way on by. That is involved in a battle right now, as we've got a pit stop, an earlier pit stop, RSR by Butt Kicker, the 56 machine, coming down pit lane.
Yeah, there's been a number of earlier stops. Anto Rafael Sabo was in the lap before that. We saw Paul Busby, he's back into the T1 Design Esports car once again. He came in under lap as well. The lap before that, David Gilmore was in, and the Netrex car, and the Netrex Grand Prix Blue. We've got a number, loads of guys in the pit lane early on here. We've only got 5 left who haven't come in. We're only on lap 94 at this stage, so this is becoming quite early, but it may begin to become the norm, to be honest. These guys not able to make the 40 minutes, of course. It's just mean that they're stopping earlier and earlier and earlier than what we're expecting.
Well, and the reasoning for that could be a little bit of, it could be some tire wear problems. It could just be that fuel coming back to bite them a little bit. It may also be a situation where they're starting to count back and they realize they don't need to be waiting as long on pit lane as normal. And so you can take a short stint here and there. There's multiple reasons for it. Checking back on that battle for P3 and GT3 Pro, working their way around as some LMP cars work their way past them.
Yeah, it's certainly possible that these guys are saving less fuel out on the racetrack in terms of lifting off and whatever, because they know that they're going to make it. You're still going to have to do 23 lap stints at the very least, though, and I think 4 23 lap stints would get you to what, 92? I think, and most, yes, 92. A few of these guys haven't even been able to do that, which is a little bit weird. If you think about it, these guys are going to be doing 13 stints throughout this race. If it was 12, it looks like these guys are going to be able to do it with 25 lap stints. Now, if you think about 13 times 2 in terms of doing 2 laps shorter per stint, you might still end up 1 lap short. So you do have to be careful with these 23 lap stints. You might have to do 1 or 2 24s to just make yourself comfortable. But with these out races, you can almost predict how long they're going to be in terms of laps, I should say. You can't afford to you still have to keep your eye on that fuel in terms of doing the 13 stints. You can't go all out here and just not worry about it at all. Those doing 25 laps, though, definitely be okay. Valiokas, it still remains to be seen how slowly you have to go, though. And we've already seen him come out, or EJ Donald Lyons, come out in front of Mariusz Valiokas to the tune of, more than a few seconds in this race, I'm afraid. So it's beginning to fall apart a little bit for them, but of course this race is not over yet. So let's see what other battles are going on up and down the order. This is the kind of more extended view of the LMP2 field with Ahmed Berkikoze just inside the top 10 here. But yeah, in terms of close battles, there aren't too many for the moment. We're just waiting for the final few guys to come into the pit lane, really. Colin Spork will be in half a lap's time when he comes to the end of this one, as will Dan Eipol. Mariusz Valiokas still has 5 laps to go after this one, unshockingly. And Niels Tistas may well be in very shortly indeed, because he's on his 24th lap of a stint right now. But this is Colin Spork, the 17-year-old from the Netherlands, of course, with, as we've already mentioned, a very bright future ahead of him. Should be coming into the pit lane at the end of this lap here, and taking on 4 tyres for whichever driver is going to be getting in the car after him here. He's got Kaz Rietveld and Viktor Ivanov to change to, as he pulls down onto pit lane right now into the fast lane. He'll be swinging to the left hand side at a couple of moments time and into his box, and we'll see who indeed is going to replace Colin Spork, if indeed he does decide that after 2.5 hours he wants out of this car, which he may well do, to be quite honest, because that is a fairly hefty amount of time in that car.
Yes, it certainly is, and we've heard the differing strategies here on some of the driver changes. They may go a little bit longer, they may go a little bit shorter. Well, some of the guys we spoke to were breaking it up into perfect 2-hour stints across the board. waiting to see if there's going to be a change out for Colin Spork here, focusing back on that battle that we've seen a couple of times. A little bit of a blink there for Armstrong as they work their way around, trying to see. It looks like Spork is remaining in the car, by the way.
Somewhat surprising, because he did only 2 stints before changing all 4 tyres last time. This time he's going to do at least 3 stints before changing even 2, maybe he'll do after this. So we'll wait and see on that, but I just wonder if the darkness falling is really starting to contribute to that.
Very well could be. I mean, we've talked about the many changes that darkness can throw up here and change things up, so that could be a definite part of it as they go around and continue to work here. The battle back in P9 is this is Ponazzi as he gets away around. And we've got a driver ready to join us here in the booth. We have Will Lindley right now. Will, just getting on out of the car here in a little bit. How's everything feeling?
Everything's feeling just great down here, to be honest. Track is a little bit slippy, but I'm not sure if that's just from it being cold at the beginning of the session or what. It typically feels much better now, though, as it eases into the nighttime and the temperatures start to drop.
And so in terms of that, have you guys been struggling with tire wear at all? We've been hearing the LMP2s and the GT3s kind of going back and forth on double or triple stinting. How are you guys feeling about it?
We're kind of pretty much in the same boat as everybody else, to be honest. It's a little bit of it's a game of fractions. You know, it's like you can push more, but then you're going to use more tire. So then it's how much tire you're using over a full stint. If you save it and go triple, but you're going slower than if you had just double stinted and gone and gotten more tires. You know, this is the kind of games all the teams, I assume, are playing right about this stage of the race.
Yeah, you're probably right. And how about fuel consumption? We've seen some people come in a little bit earlier than we thought. Is that a concern for you guys at all? We've also heard that you may be able to eke things out just a hair longer as it gets darker.
Yeah, I think we can. I'm not sure what some of the other guys are doing, but we're typically running about 23, maybe 24 until a stop, and at least as far as I remember, that was typically pretty good during the iRacing 24-hour of Daytona special event. I had heard that somebody, I can't remember which car, was going 26 laps without stopping, which is very good at fuel saving, to put it mildly.
Yeah, that is one of the cars out there that has been doing that, and it frankly really surprised us. It's one of the RSR cars, and they got bumped back a little bit earlier in the race. But talk to me a little bit about driver strategy. Obviously, you coming out of the car here at this point, what are you guys thinking for the rest of the race?
We're probably going to do a similar length stint for Jeremy here to mine, you know, four stints in the car, and then while we're both fresh-faced in the beginning of the race, when everybody's nobody's tired from driving yet. We're all good to go. I mean, 8 hours isn't that long of a race either way, but and then probably when we switch back over, we'll probably just do 2 stints to a driver, or maybe 3, depending on what we're doing with the tires. If we're triple stinting, then there's no point in pulling somebody out after 2 stints and putting a new driver in on very, very worn tires. So it's going to go hand in hand how tired we are with how the tire wear is and what we decide to do from there. But I'm honestly just very happy to be here on the grid. This is a great thing that everybody's doing. It's very professional. We have almost an entire full grid, I believe, and I'm just real happy to be here. Lots of teams that people know, like RSR, or other teams that are maybe a little bit smaller, but still bigger than us, like Sim Party Racing. We're just glad to be on the grid with all these guys.
Well, we are glad to be covering it. I can certainly tell you that. And Ewan, do you have any questions you want to fire over Will's way?
Yeah, I'll just pose this one. I've posed it before to others because it is a little bit of a talking point. The night time, it's very much descended upon us now. I know there's floodlights everywhere, but how are you guys hoping to be able to cope with the next 5 hours in the darkness?
Oh, that's easy. Whenever we do practice for Daytona, we always make sure we practice a bit in the day and a bit at night. We're huge Daytona 24-hour nerds, So like we stayed up all year or all 24 hours this year to watch the race. Probably gonna do the same with Le Mans. So for us, nighttime at Daytona is just as awesome, if not more awesome, than daytime at Daytona. So we do a very large amount of practicing at night. So the only thing that really catches us out is when another car makes some kind of mistake, typically. Generally at nighttime it's not a bother here. If you were at another track like Monza where there's no lights at all, then it's a real worry. But Daytona is so well lit that it's not that much of a problem. And the infield, even though it's not as well lit, that's, you know, the bankings are pretty straightforward. The infield is where you need to focus. And when you've done enough laps and you've got the correct reference points and they're not changing, it's not a shadow that's changing as the sun goes down. If you have a correct reference point, the nighttime is just as much fun as day, if not more fun, because the temperature's lower.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to hear that you guys are confident going into the next part of the race. So,
yeah. I don't expect we'll fly up to pole position or anything. Don't get me wrong, but we're confident we'll be able to survive. That's for sure.
That's all you can ask for. Yeah, good luck with that. And yeah,
thanks, guys.
We'll see you guys out there.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Well, thank you. That was Will Lindley, one of our drivers. His pit stops indeed have pretty much fired off for the majority of the LMP2 field. Just that one car we were talking about, of Valiakokis, there in that RSR by butt kicker number 55, yet to come on in, currently working its 24th lap. We've seen them go longer, as this is Sheppers and Busby having a little battle, and I do believe we have another driver waiting for an interview here, Jordan Johnson, who is good enough to join us in the booth. Jordan, we are getting on here almost near the 3-hour mark. How's everything going for you guys?
Well, as I was waiting, it just went from good to bad. The car we had from Texas Fitstyle was amazing up to this point. We just had 2 really unfortunate incidents with damage as I was coming over here. So we'll see how the rest of our race goes now, but the car has been absolutely on fire, so probably going to look to try to make a strong recovery drive. GT traffic has been really nice, so looking for some good long run pace.
Well, I'm assuming there with that damage, is it anything that's really going to hamper you guys, or is it able to be fixed with a faster pair, or do you not want to use that quite yet?
Well, unfortunately, we just had an incident. We just used our faster pair on that bent our suspension, so this is probably going to drop us a lap down from what I can tell. Hopefully we're going to be right on the cusp and be able to unlap ourselves, because our car has the pace. It was matching the leaders. We were just down the order from some unfortunate incidents early in the race.
Well, talk to me a little bit about this sort of the team mentality as you're doing that. You get into some incidents early on. It's very disheartening, and there's so much time to go. How do you sort of keep yourself focused ahead? Is it a matter of charging and saying, I'm going to push this thing as hard as I can and get myself to go forward, or are you guys a little bit more of a let's just wait and have this race come to us mentality?
I think it's more of a case of kind of cut down on the risks, let the car kind of come back to you. You can take those risks early on as long as we're calculated with them, because then we still have time to recover them. But once those mistakes happen, we need to kind of let the race come back to us, because then you're going to start risking getting frustrated if you push too hard, and you don't want to end up piling mistakes on top of mistakes and completely drop yourself out of the race.
Yeah, that's a very fair assessment, and that's frankly the way when I very rarely drive, I do the same thing. We've heard a lot of drivers talking about a little bit of the surprising slipperiness of the circuit. Are you guys finding that as well, or are you pretty well set up for it?
I think we're quite well set up for it, but more kind of because our car is quite loose to begin with. Our pitch strategy was quite good with the quad stint that we started, and I think that our car is set up quite well for the very long run pace. But I think a lot of people found out, unfortunately myself as well, that when we started off the race, there was absolutely nothing. The track, you couldn't brake any harder than maybe 60%, and otherwise you'd grab a tire. So it's been tricky. I think over time you start adapting to it, and then it very quickly comes back to you. But the times definitely have not fallen like you would expect as we start to head into cooler temperatures.
Well, and with that, is tire wear becoming a problem at all? We've seen some teams opting to just change the rear tires here. Is that something you guys have considered a lot, or is it pretty much just standard tire cycles?
I think with Daytona, the rear option is pretty much what most people will be doing. There's no reason really to change the front tires. There's very few corners that put a lot of load on it. So it's the option we've considered and we've looked at. I can't give away our strategy too much, but for the most part, it is an option that is on the table, and definitely trying to exploit some of those long run, maybe end game pace advantage from our pit strategy. Because right now, I think with where we're stuck at, we aren't going to be doing too much on just trying to run hot laps.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, I wish you guys luck as you try to work your way forward. Ewan, you have any questions for Jordan?
Yeah, I'll just ask one thing as well. You mentioned about the tyres there, the front's not wearing very much at all. In that case, are you surprised that everybody's, I don't want to say in disagreement about it, because it's not like you guys all chat about strategy before the race, obviously, but there's been a lot of different things going on today. Are you surprised by that, or is that kind of just normal?
I'd be surprised about it for anyone if any of the leaders were taking front tires, because those don't wear at all, but it's possible that we might see some deferring setups that are wearing the fronts a lot more. Some people that are maybe trying to change the rake angle to get a little bit more downforce without increasing drag too much, but that's going to just run straight through the front tires. I'm curious. I don't think any of the teams will be willing to share us their setups or anything like that, but I imagine surely there's got to be a difference in setup, because there's still plenty of margin for those front tires to keep going more.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering, basically, because the leader took all 4 tires after only 1 hour 20. So I don't know. It's everybody's all over the place, but we're enjoying it. Yeah, good luck to you guys for the rest of the race, I suppose. And yeah, we'll see you guys out there on the circuit, of course.
Thank you. You guys have a good one too.
All right, thank you. That was Jordan Johnson from the TechSense FitSty Machine team. Oh my goodness! Was that the 888? That is Blythe, the V3 Racing Carbon. That was Blythe. That was your class leader around in turn 1.
Looked like entirely on his own as well here. There's nobody around. Well, there are people around, but they're not involved. Look at this, into turn 1. Just simply taking a bit too much speed. Armstrong had to slow down to avoid. And Owen Blythe is going to be very, very disappointed with himself there, because his strategy was coming off perfectly. They were running together in great fashion and running away from the likes of Moran, who's just come into the pit lane. So he's going to be kicking himself after that mistake. Armstrong is going to be loving it, because he's got that nice 5.5 second lead now.
He will indeed, and just before pit stop cycle starting to fire off, that is going to be absolutely mega there for them. And now what's interesting is that we saw everybody pit at around the hour mark. It's now coming close to about 2 hours and 50 minutes to go down here in this race. And I would have anticipated the GT3s to be able to last a little bit longer, but we're seeing quite a few of them, including your class leader in that GT3 AM field coming down pit lane as well. And as you mentioned, Marin coming down as well. So a lot of GT3s opting to come in a little bit early.
Yeah, I think this is starting to become normal now. We keep saying these guys coming in early, but I think it's just because it's starting to accumulate now. We've seen pit stops happening early now 3 times for the GT3s and a good 4 or 5 for the LMP2s. Now it's starting to seem like it's unscheduled almost, but I think this is just becoming normal at this stage for these guys, although it is a little bit strange to get used to. We're still over 10 minutes to go until the hour. The darkness coming in clearly hasn't helped some of these guys, at the very least, on the fuel consumption. And the leader in GT3 AM has also been in change of driver, by the way, as well. Emily Howe out of the car at the moment, and we have got Brie Widner into the car instead here for at least a couple of hours. So yeah, it's all changing GT3 especially, and yeah, we're starting to see these early pit stops accumulate and seem like they're unscheduled. But I think it's absolutely fine for these guys to be coming in at this stage.
I have to agree with you. And the one thing that hasn't changed here thus far is the NetRex Grand Prix number 27 continues to lead, with Spork behind the wheel doing a commanding job. A 21-second gap over that RSR by butt kicker number 56 machine, really pulling out a long advantage. They're about halfway through their pit stop cycle here at this point. back in GT3 Pro. That is James Armstrong. Remember, Blythe having that spin just a little bit ago. Now that the dust is settled from that, the gap between the SIM3D Sport RoboCop machine that you are watching on your screen and the V3 Racing Carbon 888 is settled to about 7 seconds here. So a good long advantage, and Armstrong going to be able to stretch his legs. And then back in GT3 AM, Alex Baumberg for the Condog Prime Motorsports machine. They lead there. And I've got to think here, Ewan, for James Armstrong, this has got to be a little bit of a breath of relief that he's just able to run his own race now and not really have to worry about Blythe being too close around him.
Yeah, it certainly is, but I feel like Blythe wasn't giving him much trouble anyway, and given the fact we've seen already that those Lamborghinis were able to work very well together in terms of going quicker, you know, he might not be as delighted as you might think, or as we would see normally when one of your rivals spins out in front of you. So yeah, it depends really on how the next part of the race goes. The next hour or so is going to be very interesting indeed, because let's not forget that Porsche will be on the second stint here, the 911. Can it catch at all those Lamborghinis who are going to be on new tyres themselves? And yeah, Blythe and Armstrong yet to come in. Where are they going to be in relation to the number 911 is the real question. After they've made their tyre change, I feel like they're going to be coming out in front on newer tyres, and the race may be, for the moment at least, we're still early, but for the moment it's just slipping away, edging away from that Porsche.
Yeah, very well may be, and we're going to have a little bit of a sense of how that's going to turn out as Max Furtenwagler is in pit lane right now. Oh, missing
just reverse there.
spots.
Yeah, just can be very costly, can't it? Just having to reverse ever. Doesn't seem like much, but it will have cost him at least a few seconds there.
And a second or two in the pits is just absolutely mega out on track. Watching here, Nick Ebby, the driver of the 499 Racing LMP2, currently in 13th place, kind of in an island unto himself. He's got a big gap in front and behind him. But I can report, by the way, watching for the GT3s, that we are still, the La Porcheria machine came out behind the Lapert Esports red car, currently driven by Max Furtenwagler. So that is not good for the La Porcheria machine. I think that means that Armstrong and Blythe will be able to stay out with a sizable margin ahead of the La Porcheria.
Yeah, it certainly will. Although, Furtenwagler, I believe, hasn't changed tyres in this race yet. I still think that is true, unless they, for some bizarre reason, changed after one stint. Obviously unconfirmed. It's getting difficult to remember all these guys at this stage in the race, because we're nearly 3 hours in, but yeah, I'm not convinced that Audi has made a tyre change yet in this race. Somewhat remarkable, but it would go some way to explaining the margin between the two there at the moment. We'll see what the two Lamborghinis do either way, because they definitely haven't changed tyres yet.
No, they certainly have not, but that Audi, I guess, a little bit softer on the tires, potentially, and able to do it there. You can actually see the La Porcheria machine streaking back into view. Jeremy Marin still behind the wheel of that. Focusing now on P2. This is EJ O'Donnell lines. Cody Pride able to catch back up to him. Remember, Pride having that little bit of an off earlier. The contact there that sent everybody around the Full Send Racing 85. Only about 2 seconds behind EJ O'Donnell lines right now, and definitely starting to close in. Running some faster laps, to do about 0.7 of a second last time around.
Yeah, it gets coming down and extending quite quickly at this stage. Although you've got to remember as well, the traffic as well will play a big role in those times. We can't really judge it by one singular lap for these guys to kind of judge whether a gap's coming down or not. We need to kind of monitor it over a longer period of time to try and find out really. But yeah, some of these margins in LMP2 especially, very large indeed. Spork's going exceptionally quickly, despite the fact he's on his third stint of tyres for all 4 of those tyres, putting 2 seconds into O'Donnell lines, who lost a second to Cody Pride, although Anto Rafael Sabo also was on a very similar pace to Spork, very quick indeed in the high 33s. Yeah,
so running good times there, but Spork just continuing to pull away. gonna see here as they cross over the line. EJ O'Donnell lines. His last lap was a 30.9. Let's see what this one was. That was a 34.48. Behind him, Cody Pride. A bit slower. That was a 34.76. So I think traffic giveth and traffic takingeth away here between those two. Pride's going to really want to push that. We want to try to bring that gap down by about a second or so to be able to pick up a little bit of the draft off of EJ O'Donnell lines to be able to pull himself back in and keep that battle alive.
Yeah, that's when the gap's really going to come down quickly, and that's when the battle's really going to be on here, because yeah, it's the slipstream, as we've mentioned numerous times, very, very powerful. Of course, all these guys didn't take tyres at the last pit stop, by the way, so all of the we're talking about the top four here. All of them kind of should be in a similar position, of course, at this stage in terms of tyre wear and so on and so forth. Was that car stopped on the field of the banking there? Not entirely sure, but yeah, it's a status quo almost battle between the four of them. Although Cody Pride is the one really making inroads the most, even if they are minute.
Yeah, but sometimes those minute little advantages can be all you need to be able to really get up and make everything work over the course of a race like this. It is a little bit just here and there to try to get it to go as much as possible. So we'll have to see what he's able to do here and if he's able to close this back in, because if he's able to get it done and get this fight back into the swing of things, that's going to be absolutely incredible to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. After all of the trials and tribulations of the day, it is going to be quite a story. This risky move around the outside again for Andrew Dawson in the Vector Bay RSR car. We've spoken about it in the past. We've seen it create an incident not that long ago. You know, it's a very risky one going around the outside of a GT there. But if they're expecting it, then it can work out. Unfortunately, it did there for Dawson as he tries to close in on the Netrex GP car for 9th place.
Yeah, tries to close in 9th place. This car not having the best of days out there, certainly trying to catch up a little bit, trying to get everything back in as they can, as they continue to work their way through here. But that Vector RSR car looking like it's starting to close in. The gap coming down. It's under a second now, which means that should be within draft range.
Should be getting that little bit of draft now, which will be very helpful, as we're seeing Moran here still struggling. Look at that Audi just up in front here of Harry Wills getting through. He's taken a tyre change there and was miles in front not so long ago, but now has taken those tyres. He's caught up to the Porsche and he's overtaken them as Owen Blythe comes into the pit lane, presumably to take tyres here as well and make a driver change. Adam Flynn now into that car.
And here we watch that 911 La Porcheria car as he works his way around. Marin still behind the seat of that machine. Now got a lot of cars in front of him. I think he had a little bit of an off there. Harry Wills, the Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro driver, and the 955 directly ahead.
It's close between all of these guys. It remains to be seen what the gap's going to be out front. Of course, will be interesting to see as well. But yeah, this Porsche in the background just struggling, really struggling a lot in the in this portion of the race for whatever reason, and it just shows that in an endurance race you need at least two very good drivers. You can't have one driver able to pull out a good 7-second lead if your teammates are not going to be able to hold on to it. That's what we're seeing for this car at the moment. But still 5 hours to go and time for them to pull this one back.
Yeah, plenty of time. There is now the Netrex Grand Prix blue car. This is the battle for P9. Whoa! Sneaky little maneuver there to be able to get on by for the Vector by RSR machine.
Well, was it a bit early as well, because there's still a lot of this straight to go, and the Netrex car may be able to get through once more here. Andrew Dawson could be under a lot of pressure, or he could just get bumped over the trial here and help them both out. That's exactly what's going to happen there, and I think the Netrex driver just accepting his fate there a little bit and dropping down to 10th, knowing that these guys, or the real fight for these guys, is going to come a little bit later.
Yeah, it's certainly not over quite yet as they continue to work their way around, trying to find a little bit here. Jumping back up to Cody Pride, and look at that gap coming down there. We said that it was nice and close, and it indeed is, as they now are within drafting range is Cody Pride. Cody Pride here trying to gain in the best he can on E.J. O'Donnell lines, working his way around. He's been able to clear everything else out of the way. They work their way through the Western Horseshoe right now. Better run there through that portion of the track for Cody Pride, and this is where it's going to all come to play as they work their way up. A Ferrari there maybe getting in the way, slowing down E.J. O'Donnell lines, to be able to get a little bit of the draft as they continue to work and continue to go. Oh, I think Cody Pride wants this one. He's going to try it on the outside here. That's not exactly going to work out for him. He's going to be a little bit faster, though, as they come into the braking zone for the Le Mans bus stop. Here they go, and E.J. O'Donnell lines later onto the binders, and that is going to be Cody Pride forced off a little bit. Lapped car behind, getting in a little bit of trouble. Here comes the number one behind them as well. This is now a three-way fight that we have going on. Absolutely incredible stuff. That's the SIM3D Sport Predator machine trying to work his way by Cody Pride. This is now going to be a drag race down to the start-finish line. Everything's starting to fire off here. Absolutely incredible. Cody Pride's going to hold the outside line. The SIM3D Sport Predator car going to have to fall back in. That slower Lamborghini there as they weave their way through LMP3 or GT3 traffic, trying to find this way and that. Oh, this is exactly the kind of action that we were promised and we were hoping for. All right, re-racking here. E.J. O'Donnell lines trying to hold out ahead of Cody Pride. Whoa, big move in the back for the number one, and that was contact with the slower GT3 car. He goes spinning off into the grass as the number one continues on. They continue to go here. Doesn't look like there's too much damage to that number one. Is now E.J. O'Donnell lines. Whoa, late on the brakes is Cody Pride. That's going to open up an opportunity. He's off onto the marbles. The number one says, thank you very much. I will take that position right away. Moves himself up and continues to go along there as they go. My goodness, talk about a couple of corners that absolutely fired off. All right, we're going to go back and check out the replay. I think that was Kevin Stringer that got punted there a little bit. Yes, it was just contact there between him and the number one. No fault of Stringer's there, but he went for a ride. He went all the way back across to before the International Horseshoe. My goodness, I don't think I've ever seen a car travel that far over that distance here at Daytona. A very, very tough break. There is the other look. No, excuse me. He went all the way onto the exit of the corner on the way around there. So my goodness gracious, some craziness firing off. Oh, wow. All right, so to re-rack here now, Cody Pride following in behind Sabo. As we've got a car around, that's Metzger, who had a spin on his own. But Sabo trying to close in now on the back of E.J. O'Donnell lines. Is there, you can see them as they work their way around right now. This battle all firing off for P2 in class. Collins Sport continuing to lead by the tune of about 26 seconds. A massive, massive lead. There is Cody Pride. Cody Pride, remember, got a little bit wide going down into turn 8 on that last lap. That's what threw him off and out of the loop. As now we're going to watch the replay here of Metzger. I think he just kind of lost this on his own, or was there a little bit of contact? No, that was just a self-spin. He was battling with the number 2, the SIM3D Sport Ghostbusters machine, and that just did not pay good dividends for him. Pride now losing a little bit of time. A big run of lap traffic in front of him. E.J. O'Donnell lines now having his mirrors full of anti-Rafael Sabo as they work their way around NASCAR 3 and 4. Very good run here for Sabo, but as they try to clear by some lap traffic in the forms of Wills and Borsig, they're going to be side by side as they go down into turn 1. Is this the move here for Sabo? O'Donnell lines doesn't want to let it go to him quite yet. He's going to fight back on the inside, and he's going to be able to hold on to it for now. EJ O'Donnell lines with a very stout defense there. That is Michael Kulaga that they're coming up behind. That's going to slow down EJ O'Donnell lines a little bit. O'Donnell lines has to go a little bit defensive there, as I think that was Sabo trying to look for a little bit of something down through the kink. Down now through the Western Horseshoe they go, as they're a little bit squiggly was EJ O'Donnell lines. I think those rear tires are starting to scream out a little bit, but Sabo looks like he is here in full attack mode as they work their way onto the banking of NASCAR 1.
Yeah, it's going to be the best overtaking opportunity really for him in a few moments' time when he gets down towards turn 1, of course, but is he even going to wait that long? We'll stop coming up first, and he's coming with a full head of steam at the moment from 4th place, trying to get second in a matter of moments here.
But he backs out of it there. Interesting. Sabo not choosing to go for the attack. Maybe just wanting to push EJ O'Donnell lines a little bit if he can, to see if he can maybe force an error or two out of that number 56 machine. Now he's going to try it again. We check back here on the battle for P3 in GT3 Pro. Marin leading Adam Flynn right now as they work their way around. That La Porsche Aria car still not looking great. EJ O'Donnell lines continuing to lead over Full Send Racing. Oh, no, excuse me, that's 3D Sim Sport Predator into the pits.
Well, it was going to, and then pulled out very abruptly. It's very strange going on between those guys, and yeah, Flynn is all of a sudden stuck behind all these guys. It just shows what a costly spin it was for Blythe earlier on. If he hadn't had that spin, he would have been out of the way of all of these guys in front of the Audi and the Porsche, but he's got to fight his way through them both here.
Yeah, he really does, and we have seen that Porsche struggling for grip, obviously struggling for speed here earlier on, but still not exactly what I would have expected to see happen for them to come back. But I've got to imagine that that Lamborghini is going to have some good speed underneath it. As they run, I believe, did we have an off there as La Porcheria's machine has been promoted up into P2?
Yeah, it certainly has. Why has that happened is the question. It looks like Wills has been off somewhere, actually, doesn't it? Harry Wills has been off somewhere here. And he's dropped all those places. Very costly for him. We're going to see a replay of it now. Oh dear, it was LMP2 interference. That's Sabo, isn't it? In the number oh no, excuse me, the number 2 car. Philip Morton, that was, excuse me. But either way, costly for Wills, excuse me. Very hard hit into the barriers. That is going to be either a fast repair or a fairly long stop.
It is indeed. You can see him kind of limping his way along, trying to stay out of everybody's way. Massive damage to the rear end, massive damage to the front as well. He is down off of the banking on the apron here, just trying to stay out of absolutely everybody's way. Oh, but we've got a battle. We've got to go live because the V3 Racing Carbon 888 is trying to take it to the La Porcheria. Here we go, down into turn 1. That is that Lamborghini to the outside. La Porcheria's machine not trying to give way. That is Flynn and Marin. Try saying that 3 times fast as they work their way going around. And it looks like Flynn has got the move done.
Yeah, it was to be expected, really, that Lamborghini has looked faster ever since Jeremy Moran has got into that car. And so it was only a matter of time, really. It was a case, though, for Adam Flynn, get through as quickly as possible here, because you don't want to lose that much time to pipes. In the end, he's lost nearly 9 seconds, well, not nearly 9 seconds, because some of that was obviously due to the spin, but he didn't want to lose any more on top of that, so he's got through as efficiently as possible, and he's done a decent job there.
Yes, he has, and so now he can just focus his sights ahead and try to regain that advantage. We've seen Pipes be a little bit catchable, let's say. Remember, his teammate Armstrong and Blythe, Flynn's teammate, were really able to duke it out earlier, so that is certainly in. By the way, we've got a flurry of pit stops going on in the LMP2 field. 499 racing in, Full Send racing in. I've seen RSR by Butt Kicker, 3D Sim Sport Predator in. Everybody firing off up at the front.
Absolutely, it's about around that time again, really. GT3s weren't in that long ago, but we've got pit stops again for the LMP2s already. Pride in, of course, and yeah, it's all very all very close in GT3. So yeah, we're quite nicely poised here, really, and it was a very interesting race of the interesting part of the race. Excuse me, coming up here really with all of the pit stops happening in the next few moments. You know, what strategies are these guys going to take on in LMP2? Nobody who's pitted so far has made a pit stop in this round anyway. So yeah, what is going to happen next up there, and what's going to happen next in this battle here between these two in GT3 Pro as well?
Well, I'm frankly surprised. I thought Flynn would have scampered off into the distance, but Marin keeping this very, very tight as that is, I believe, the 64 working there his way by, 61 rather, the Real Rocket Racing Machine working his ways by, flying the Ukrainian colors there as they continue on. Trying to see here, Marin not letting this battle go, and I'm very impressed with the Porsche. I like I said, I thought that Lamborghini would be able to scamper, but not seeming to do so.
Not just for the moment, but you've got to remember what happened a little bit earlier on in this race with that Furtwanger car just behind the Audi that he's driving right now. If you remember, the Porsche got caught relatively quickly, got dispatched of relatively quickly, but couldn't get away from it very quickly. I think it's lightly locked down to the slipstream. You can see over the oval section here, I'm not saying the Porsche's fantastic in a straight line, it's not the worst car either, but he's just gained, what is that, 3.5, 4 tenths just on the run up to the bus stop, and now down towards turn 1 he's going to gain even more time, especially with a slight mistake there from Flynn. Don't expect Moran to try and come through here at all, but it is going to keep him very, very close indeed. So this is what we saw with the Audi in the last stint. We're likely going to see this continue on for a good few minutes here in this stint as well. For this Porsche, it's about hanging on to V3 Racing for as long as possible, and surprisingly even trying to overtake it as well.
Car looks like it stalls out a little bit as he pulls out of the draft, but that may just be enough to try to force a little bit of an error out of that V3 Racing Machine as they dive down now into turn 1. Doesn't look like he was forcing him off the line at all, and so that V3 Racing Machine should be able to carry on. Adam Flynn doing a very, very good job to be able to withstand that pressure, and that's part of the battle that you really have to fight when you're going around here as they continue to work and continue to go. Marin keeping nice behind, closer than we've seen him on previous laps. A little bit of a better turn in there, it looked like, into the Western Horseshoe. Not as better of an exit, but certainly a better turn in there as they were able to keep their way going around.
Oh!
Oh, it's contact between the two!
Oh, dear me. And there's more contact with cars trying to come through as well. Oh, and an LMP2 off on the outside, a Ferrari coming to a dead stop. It is complete chaos down at turn 6. And, well, that is a very weird one. Flynn, I think, spun around on his own, actually. And in rolling backwards, as he got into the Porsche that spun around as well, and then almost the entire track was blocked. One of the LMP2s tried to go around, but got into the wall. It was a complete mess.
You would have thought that was Bathurst, not Daytona, by the look of it. Going back to check out the replay here, I think this is an incident with Daniel Taylor. Oh, just losing it going down into that first corner. We've seen a couple of drivers do that. Not a surprise there. All right, so the re-rack, now that everything has happened, Flynn has been able to continue on in that second place. Jeremy Marin in the La Porcheria. Porsche is now back in third, about 2 seconds back, or about, 2 seconds back. So still a little bit to go on there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering what happened to Furtwanger as well, because pitted at the end of this lap unscheduled. So this is what happened to Flynn. Just got on the grass on the right hand side a little bit, backs up slightly here into Moran, who couldn't quite get around him. There's one hit there, 2 hits to the Lamborghini. The 85 LMP2 goes into the wall of the outside line. Ferrari's come to a dead stop. Unbelievable. Not really seen anything like it at this circuit, to be quite honest, but there you are. That's very, very chaotic indeed through turn 6 as we see Colin Spork finally get out of that car. Rebound now is going to take the lead.
Yeah, Riefeld will come back in and take that over. By the way, Sabo and Pride were starting to get a little bit closer as they went along, but this is the battle right now between Metzger and Rest as they go through here. Rest leading away in that 11th place machine. This is the battle for 11. Casey Metzger with a good aggressive line there in the 957, trying to take that Twisted Racing Team LMP2 to the outside, trying to carry as much momentum as possible. That's his sister car directly ahead of him, who unfortunately is going to hold him up just a little bit coming out of the bus stop. But there he's going to go. That gap holding at just under 0.6 of a second, but Metzger getting a great draft from some of those slower GT3s.
Yes, it's not much, but there's a little bit of a help there, and a bit of traffic there. Kind of halted him a little bit from getting through, it has to be said. So we go through the bus stop here once more. I believe, by the way, Anto Rafael Sabo has been in again here, and he's been in for over a minute and a half now. Unscheduled pit stop for the number 1 car. Calvin Dent, of course, raced out to a great lead earlier, but it's all become undone on lap 119, because this is a long pit stop for them.
Yeah, it's a very long pit stop, almost to the point where I wonder if there was a penalty that was assessed or something to that nature. Looking through here to see if there's anything that I can tell, but not a good pit stop. They continue to be down pit lane right now.
Not sure why though. Is the real question. Dropped down to 12. Might well be 13th soon. Yeah, this is not great news for those guys. Unfortunate, really, because we were having a great top 4 battle kind of developing between all of those guys, but kind of been undone a little bit. The Netrex car, having changed tyres, their lead has come right down, but they've still been able to hold on to that lead despite the tyre change. So they're looking in a great place right now.
Yes, they are, and I don't see any penalties assessed, so I'm not sure what the reason is for Sabo being down pit lane, but we do have a big update in the GT3s, as it looks like the La Porcheria car has been given a meatball flag. The black and orange flag, they must come down to serve repairs within the next 3 laps or face disqualification. So that is a big change in the pecking order of GT3.
Certainly is the car that was racing out to a good lead in the first couple of hours, of course. Very slight contact as well with the Lamborghini, so they didn't quite go wide enough to get around that car. And yeah, in the end, it was into the side of it. So real shame, but it does happen. Flynn looks like he might well have got one as well, because he's come in. So it's all changed at the front of GT3 Pro. 3 of the top 4 have been in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, a little bit ridiculous. You better hope that they both have that free repair still available. But we continue to watch Metzger here working on rest, as this is now the battle for P10 as that pit stop up ahead. The still confusing one for Antel Rafael Sabo. Not sure why he has been in the pit lane for as long as he has, but he's going to go a lap down here if he's not careful. Another little good battle in the back here. This is the Twisted Racing Machine trying to close down on Starco right up ahead.
He's doing a decent job of that right now to apply the pressure here. We'll see if they can maybe get through. All of a sudden, this is a battle for the top 5, which is somewhat remarkable. And looking at the pit stops being made by those meatball runners, if we can call them that. Adam Flynn looks like he's not had a very long stop at all, but Benjamin Blanche's got into the Porsche there, so they've decided to take the initiative and kind of go for a driver change as well. Now the question remains, can they make this on 5 more stints in this race, or will they have to have a splash and dash towards the end of this one? They know they've been struggling to, we know rather, they've been struggling to make the hour by about 5 minutes, to be quite honest. So are they going to have enough fuel in the tank to be able to do that, or are they going to be left struggling a little bit later?
That's one of the questions yet to be decided. We'll have to see if they are able to do that, or if it's going to come back to bite them. Still a lot to play for here as it goes around. We continue to watch Trump here in the Twisted Racing Team Ferrari, facing down Christian Starco in the Pandawan Lamborghini. Looks like a pretty good run for the Ferrari here. Going to poke his nose to the outside, see what he can do. That BMW up ahead of them is lap traffic. That is not a battle, but they will still have to worry about it out on track. The Ferrari sweeping to the outside and gets the move done and dusted.
Yeah, very nice move. Don't see moves around the outside through turn 1 too often because it's so tricky. and people decide not to go for it. But turns out that when you do, it's not a bad decision at all. First Ferrari in the top 5 that I can remember this race. So it's somewhat surprising, given that there are 11 Ferraris in the GT3 field, spread across the Pro and the AM categories. But the car is not doing that well in either of them at the moment. This is the best placed car out there in either class, which is a little bit surprising, I suppose, but maybe its forte will be coming in a little bit later on as we see this battle for the lead that is just beginning to bubble up.
Yeah, just beginning. This is going to be the battle for that overall lead between Netrex Grand Prix and RSR by butt kicker, Redveld and EJ O'Donnell lines. Both of them having pitted around the same time. There's a 4-lap difference in between the two's pit cycles, but this is on, I think.
You've got to remember that Cas Redveld has recently put new tyres on, recently got into that car as well. So, you know, one thing in his favour, of course, those new tyres compared to O'Donnell Lines with the old tyres. However, O'Donnell Lines knows exactly the lines to take, if you don't mind the pun. He knows what the track is doing, he knows how the track's evolved, and he knows exactly what he's doing because he's been out there for the last hour and a bit. So there's pros and cons to both, but for the moment, Redveld a little bit of a better run through traffic there and has been able to put a few tenths into the 56 car.
Yeah, starting to really close it in. EJ has just had a mega stint, obviously falling back here a little bit, but I think that was partially because of traffic as it came through. But Redveld definitely needs to be watching in his rearview mirrors because EJ O'Donnell Lines has been running very good laps, very fast laps around here and doing a great job able to navigate his way past that Lamborghini, getting that gap down. He's now got a BMW in between, but oh my goodness gracious, this is starting to fire off.
It certainly is. Oh, dearie me, that wasn't nice. The BMW's there. I don't think it did anything wrong particularly, but didn't quite do what O'Donnell Lines was expecting there. And so he's lost a little bit more time. Now 2 seconds is the margin. But if you just look at this at the moment, 3 hours 20 gone. We're nearly halfway through this race now, and look at the gap margins in the top 5 especially. 5 cars very close together indeed, and a lot of them on very different strategies, especially thinking about Marius Valiokas here, who's beginning to play himself into this one. I know he's 4th at the moment and continues to drop back throughout this race. However, he's making one less stop than everybody else. Not from this situation. If you look at it right now, everybody's making the same amount of stops to the end, if that makes sense. But Valiokas is really playing himself into this one. And yeah, if they just stick with this strategy and continue on sticking with it, who knows where that 55 car could end up.
It could end up pretty farther up the field. We're going to have to keep an eye. That strategy just continues to amaze me, and it has consistently done 25 laps. We have not seen another car be able to eke that out. The most any other car has done has been 24 up to this point. As they continue to go around. By the way, this is that other battle we were keeping our eye on. Casey Metzger trying to get by Rest here. Ooh, he's got a pretty good run coming around NASCAR 3 and 4 here. Is he going to be able to have a run down on the main straightaway? He's going to have to go the long way around. But that overspeed, that was at a NASCAR 1 and 2. Metzger not going to be able to do it there. Is he able to square up the bus stop? Oh, scruffy run there for Metzger.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a scruffy run, you'd have to say. It wasn't the best run. It's probably more sensible to stay behind through the bus stop, really, rather than pulling alongside. Just stay very close. You can almost lull your opponent into a false sense of security as well, really, in this one. And yeah, it's very nice to see. As we see, the slipstream so powerful, he's able to come back at him anyway here with Metzger. Round the outside through turn 1, though, we've seen in the past. Very tricky indeed.
Very tricky indeed, but still able to fight it out there a little bit and keep that battle going. I'm loving what I am seeing here out of the Silaritas sim racing machine. Both of these cars, by the way, having a good day. Silaritas up 7, Twisted Racing Team LMP2 up 2. Oh, that's going to get a little bit of hairiness there. That is a very damaged LMP, an Audi that they are working their way on by right now. I believe that is Rasmussen that they were just able to clear.
There's quite a lot of damaged Audis out there, I have to say, unfortunately. Obviously, 2 of them were running inside the top 5 of GT3 Pro not 10 minutes ago. but they're now, neither of them are in that position. So yeah, it's a real shame. Thankfully, there is still 1 second in GT3 AM, of course, but nobody can catch that Porsche out front just for the moment. They're actually Brie Winder, who's currently who's currently leading for Prismatic Motorsports, second in the GT3 overall race for an AM car is almost astonishing, really.
Yeah, it is an absolutely stonking drive there for him. Very, very impressive run of form. As Casey Metzger continues to try to work his way. Lost a little bit of time there on that last few runs there. Ruest up ahead of him, but he is going to keep on plugging away. Still under a second, which is that crucial draft range that he wants to try to keep in. So Casey doing a very, very good job here, and especially late in the race like this, it's so easy to lose focus. The tires start to go away a little bit. You've been driving for so long, so massive kudos for him to be able to keep up this consistent of an attack.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, really. If you're not able to get through initially with that initial kind of shock of the first attack down the inside or wherever it is, then your best bet is to just keep consistently applying the pressure, which is of course very difficult. Easier said than done, there's no question about that, but it's the best way to do it, and they might just have paid off there. Oh, rest into the wall, and that is going to cost him at least the place. At the very worst, it's going to cost him a bit of straight line speed out on the oval as well.
I hope he hasn't taken his fast repair yet, because I think he may need it. This is Szymon Rakowski that we are looking at right now, currently running 4th in the GT3 AM class right now, doing a great job for this car, up multiple positions on the day, just doing a very consistent run around here.
Yeah, consistency, the key really throughout the day. We see, I think this is another battle, one of those battles that matters in the overall positions, but these guys are kind of fighting over places that are in different classes, if you like. The Liepert Esports car just up in front, of course, with Marcel Liepert currently driving. Not long since this car came in, of course, about 7 laps ago or so, because there was a bit of damage that had to be done, or damage repair that had to be done to the yellow and black Audi. But fortunately, it didn't take too long in the end. Only 47 seconds of a pit stop there, which is not too bad, all things considered.
No, it's certainly not. To be able to hold on like that is quite an accomplishment. Trying to work his way on by right now, seeing if there's a little bit to be had. Nothing to be done there into turn 1, and yeah, as we said, this is not necessarily, even though these are 2 separate classes, the AMs and the pros, they are allowed to battle each other for position, so it's always good to see a fun little battle like this start to go, and we were talking before the race that some of these GT AMs really looking like they could be up in the GT Pro category with the speed that they have.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, really. This is why I'm never... Obviously, this is the way that IMS has gone in real life. The WC is going in real life as well. It's the way real life is going these days. But I'm never. There's always going to be people who say, "Oh, we shouldn't be in pro. We should be in AM, and then we might be doing a bit better." And oh, they shouldn't be in AM. They should be in pro because they're winning. You know, it's someone is never happy, which is what I don't quite like about the pro and AM structure in real life. So it just caused a few arguments, but no, you're right. The AM, some of these AM teams are very good indeed, and of course it is sorted on iRacing at the end of the day. The teams that have an average iRacing above 3,000 will be in the pro, and below 3,000 will be in the AM category. Obviously, even though there's kind of a set black and white rule, which is probably one of the best ways I've seen this done, people are still going to be unhappy about it, and you know. It's a shame to see, and it does take away sometimes from the AM winners, because there's people always saying that they shouldn't be there. So it's a bit of a shame in that respect, but no, a great job from those guys currently leading for Prismatic Motorsports in the AM team, and yeah, they're putting on a great show, not only in the AM standings but of course overall as well.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly the kind of thing you want to see. As here is David Gilmore, that SPR Esports Omega machine, doing a great job out here. Really been plugging away, up 6 positions since the start. Excuse me, up 9 positions since the start of the race. They're about a minute off of the leader right now, but only about 9.5 seconds off of T1 Design Esports in the 111, putting in some very, very solid lap times. We got a chance to talk to a couple of their drivers earlier on. They like their position out here, and they really feel like they've got a good car, as you can see just how well it's handling, making that move down to the inside there of that Lamborghini down through turn 1. That is a gutsy little bit of a move, but this is a nice battle that we have shaping up. This is Team Cloud Racing 2 and Riddle Rocket Racing in that Ukrainian colored livery, coming around the outside in the 61, trying to make it happen. Almost contact!
Yeah, very close between the two of them there, and there's a GT3 as well that doesn't want to be a part of this, quite probably. And yet, there we go. It's going to block one of them, but 3 wide, quite possibly into turn 1. Don't see that very often. Right round the outside of the GT3 AM leader, I think that is. And yeah, straight through. But very, very scary moment for everybody involved there.
Even in these technically closed-wheeled machines, you do not want to be banging doors at all. But a good move there by the Riddle Rocket Racing team. Remember, we talked to them as well earlier on, the drivers of the 54. They were a little bit disappointed to see where they were. They felt they had some more pace to be able to get out of the car. They've almost got a whopping minute to try to catch up the road to the 499 Racing machine. But they're just going to keep plugging away here at this point, and that is the first kind of thing. And while it may be a little bit scary to see there, Ewan, it is always very good to be able to continue to see that aggression, that tenacity to try to push yourself forward, even if you are running a couple of laps down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's all these guys who are laps down at the moment have got every right to push on and try and get the best position that you've always got to be careful, though, when you're a lap down, of course, that you don't get involved in those who are laps in front of you. You can't go firing down the inside of them and so on and making a nuisance of yourself. But, you know, every right to try and get up the order the best you can in terms of being a few laps down. But yeah, that's certainly going to be the case for a few of these guys by the end of this race. Still trying to work out who's left at the moment in this race. I believe 49, possibly, still out there on the circuit. So plenty of people who will be laps down, trying to get back going again, including Harry Wills here. You remember his issue at the West Horseshoe. Doesn't look like that car was repaired that well, because it's off the road again, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think that was a combination of two things. You can still see some pretty heavy damage to the rear wing of that machine, and also he caught the grass. Ooh, nice little battle. This is that same one we were following earlier with Rahowski, as he works his way around, trying to see if there's anything to be had to be able to gain back up on Leipert directly ahead of him. Seeing what he can do on that Audi. That Lamborghini, known for being a little bit faster in a straight line. I get the sense he may be backing off here just a little bit, maybe conserving some fuel, trying to make that stint last a little bit longer.
It wouldn't be a bad idea as a GT3 AM car in this battle, because you've got a pro in front of you helping you quite possibly, as Dave Guild goes for a bit of a spin through the or on the exit of the International Horseshoe there. But yeah, Rahowski's got a very good ally here in the Leipert Esports car, the Audi, likely going a little bit quicker than him, and so we'll be able to use that to his advantage and save a bit of fuel while going that little bit quicker.
Indeed, he will. Focusing back here on P2 in the GT3 Pro class. This is Adam Flynn, and Flynn holding on to a truly massive disadvantage right now. He is way, way behind your leader, Harry Pipes, as he continues to run around. There is Harry on your screen. You can see just how far of a distance that actually is between the two. Pipes just absolutely running away with this thing. And remember, those two were battling, and it's just some unfortunate happenings there between those two Lamborghinis, really forcing them back in the order.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, although Lamborghini are still dominating at the front of the field, I think it's fair to say. 1, 2 and 3 in GT3 Pro, and in 6th as well. They've got 2 cars in the top 5 in the AM, so yeah, doing very well indeed. There's 11 of them out here at the moment, and 5 of them are in top 5 positions as things stand, so very strong at the moment. But it's all about the kind of season overall, isn't it really, because Daytona is going to be very unlike some of the other circuits we've got going on, even the other American circuits, Sebring. is very, very different to this one here, despite the relative geographical closeness, if that's a word, of the two tracks. They're just very, very different. So maybe we'll see Lamborghinis having a complete nightmare at one of the other circuits, whereas the Ferraris, for example, will come to the fore because they're not having a particularly great time of things at the moment.
No, and that is one of the great things about multi-class GT racing like this, is you see those different cars really come alive on different circuits. But right now, we're going to ride on board with Andrew Dawson back in P7 as he has a little bit of a move on Gilmore, or a little bit of a bump on Gilmore, giving a little bit of a bump draft going down to the Le Mans bus stop. A little bit of a wiggle up ahead there for Gilmore. That's David Gilmore as they work their way around, trying to get past that number 11 Ferrari. That's the GSI SCCR Sim Sports machine. Looks like that bump for the Vector by RSR car not exactly helping as much as he would like. He's closing in again. Here he goes. Now comes to the look to the outside. He's looking very strong as he comes in later on the binders, and Vector by RSR is by.
Yeah, very nice move, really. Gilmore didn't fight him too hard in the end, really, on the inside line there. Kind of realised the fate of where that was going and just decided to let Dawson through. And might even be another pass coming up for the Vector by RSR car very soon, because the number 111 car of Busby is just a couple of cars. You can just see it go through the bottom of your camera shot, just there. So there may well be another battle brewing here in a few moments' time, all over 5th position in LMP2.
Indeed, that Vector by RSR car looking very, very good behind the wheel is Andrew Dawson right now, and he is already caught up to the back of Busby, and he's already pretty much by him at this point. I think Busby just recognizing that there was nothing to really be gained there and letting him on by.
Yeah, just keeping him behind, pretty pointless at this stage apparently for this car. A little bit puzzling really, because Dawson and Busby have, neither of them have changed tyres recently, but obviously they'll know more in depth what these guys around them are doing in terms of the strategy. So yeah, it's difficult at the moment, but for now they're kind of letting these battles slide, and Busby almost coming under pressure once more in a few moments' time. But yeah, this is a bit of a squeeze coming through, but Busby was just allowing that room really by staying so high up and really letting Dawson know that he could come through. Maybe this is why, because he's just into the pit lane now.
Yeah, I think that could have been part of it as they come around, working their way through here. The Ferrari coming by. This is another little battle we've got in the back. This is Van Dijk and Morton as they fight their way around.
Yeah, a lot of traffic. Van Dijk trying to get through at the moment, but he's got a bit of pressure from one of the Netrex cars, wherever that has found itself these days. I think it's in 8th place actually, in the 28. Bielak back into that car once more, and trying to get through here, but it's easier said than done, especially when there's a couple of lap cars in a fight. You don't really want to come across them, because neither of them will really want to give up any time.
No, you don't want to give up any time whatsoever to any of those lap cars that are coming around, and so you want to just try to get going as hard as they can to be able to come around here and work it. There you see just trying to find that line off of the International Horseshoe as they work their way now through the kink.
And of course, narrow part of the circuit going down here, Lamborghini in the way as well, but should be all okay for these guys to get on through before they get out onto the oval, if indeed Van Dijk wants to, deciding that patience is probably the better choice at this stage. We're still seeing these patient moments for these guys, despite there being over four hours in this race, or nearly 4 hours done.
Yeah, nearly 4 hours done, and I'm very upset that my time is coming to an end here relatively soon, in about 20 minutes or so, that I'll have to jump out of this incredibly exciting race as we continue to watch Van Dijk trying to hold on to the best of his abilities. Oh, almost a little contact there with the GT3.
Yeah, the BMW just going a little bit wide into the bus stop. It's absolutely not what you want as an LMP2 there. GT3 making a mistake right in front of you, because it can do things like this. Van Dijk has lost a couple of seconds just in one lap here to Morton just up in front, and now he's trying to get back through on the Bielak, who's just got through on him there in the Netrex car. So would be smarter of him to stay behind. I think he's going to do that now. But yeah, never like what you want to see, those GT3s getting off the road just in front of you.
No, you really don't want to, because even if you don't make contact with them, what it can do is, we talked about this a little bit earlier, that incident fixation, where you see the car coming off and it just draws your focus away from running your optimal racing line, and that's the last thing you really want to do. It's Andrew Rasmussen. Oh, that poor 958 Audi still having a whole bunch of troubles.
Yep, the damage to that rear wing can't be helping, although I feel like at this stage it will still be just be visual, really, that kind of damage, because we've got so, or the damage can be fully repaired now. The cars can be fully repaired. So I feel like that's not really an issue anymore, but it certainly seems like Rasmussen still struggling out there, and you do have to feel for them.
You do indeed, but as we continue to watch all of this playing out on track, we are now joined by Alex Bomberg with us in the booth. Alex, about halfway through the race, how's everything going for you? How's everything going for the team?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been going alright, actually. I think we started fourth in the GT3 AM class, and I did the first triple stint, so just sort of cutting away from the field, and I believe right now we're on third overall, so just sort of doing our job, and it's not going too badly.
How has the transition been here going from day to night? We've been talking a little bit about it up in the booth. Obviously the track a little bit greasy from what we heard. Is there more grip coming in a little bit as the nighttime has fallen, or how's it going?
Yeah, the lap times are certainly improving. When it was sort of fading into the nighttime phase when I was at the end of my stint, so the tyres were a little bit shot. So I didn't really get the full advantage of the cool conditions, but now we've got Lewis in the car, and he's starting to wind back the lap time, and he's speeding up, so I think we're well into the 44s generally now, without any traffic, so it's certainly getting quicker, and a lot more grip down on the surface.
Well, that's always good to hear it, as that always makes for some better racing. Wanted to ask you, it seems like a lot of teams are going for a little bit shorter of pit stints than what we've seen. We expected these GT3s to really be able to last to a full hour, but drivers coming in a little bit beforehand. I don't know if you guys have been doing that. Is that calculated, or are we just burning a little bit more fuel than we thought we would?
I think it's sort of in line with the 20 years of Daytona, just over a month ago. But it's we're almost sort of doing it on the fly. It's not calculated to go shorter, but if we can make an extra lap fuel saving throughout whilst we're on track, then we'll make it. But it's all about what the numbers and the relative says whilst we're on track.
Well, all right, and I also wanted to ask you, it seems like the Lamborghini is the car to be driving around here. The top three in GT3 Pro, all Lambos. You are obviously in the Lambo, along with the two Lamborghinis behind you. Are there any particular reason that you think that this car is just absolutely dominating on this track today?
We're in the Audi, not in the Lambo. So I don't own the Lambo. No, I haven't.
Well, I'm insane then. Well, how's the Audi treating you then? Obviously a little bit, not exactly a car that I thought would be suited for this track, but you guys are obviously making it work.
Yeah, we're all very comfortable in the Audi. It's a car that myself and Lewis have all done a lot of work running in, so it doesn't really take much adjustment. It's as I said earlier, similar conditions to the 24-hour we ran at Daytona just a few weeks ago, so we're all very comfortable. I don't think the car's necessarily not suited to the track. I think it's just there's other cars which are more suited, like the Lamborghinis you mentioned, but no, we all enjoy running in it, and it's been going well.
Well, I guess that level of comfortability is really all you can ask for, and that's what makes you feel good, so you might as well run with it. Ewan, do you have anything for Alex?
I was just going to mention one thing, because you referenced the Daytona 24 that was about a month and a half ago now. How many of your guys did that race, and what, if you did, what were you able to take from it, at least? If not, what from the spectator side, what have you taken from that race earlier on this year?
So, as I mentioned, we did it in the Audi. It was me and Connor from our team. There were two others, but they're not racing with us in this series. And Lewis is also a driver who's done endurance races with in the past. We ended up leading actually from about hour 2 to I think about hour 13. At which point, in the middle of the night, we got hit by an LMP2 and ended up getting about 20 minutes of repairs. So we dropped down to I think 12th or 13th, and we finished I think 6th at the end of it. So it was just a lot of track experience we took from it, which we're bringing forward into this event. And so far, it's not been a bad debut into the series when it comes to podium positions in GT3.
Well, I'd
Yeah,
say it's.
absolutely.
Oh, sorry.
Go
Go ahead, Ewan.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, being up in those podium positions has got to feel good. Do you think you can continue that pace for the rest of the race?
Definitely. We're all very evenly matched on pace, which I think helps us out. It's just going to be a case of staying consistent, staying out of trouble, because we're not even halfway through yet. And as I mentioned in the 24, we came a cropper to an LMP. We don't want that happening again, so we're just going to sort of take it lap by lap, stint by stint, and see what we come out with at the end of it.
Well, Alex, we wish you all the best in the world. Good luck out on track, and we'll be keeping an eye out for you.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Cheers. That was Alex Bomberg, one of our drivers out there today. And Ewan, kind of like we had been hearing, that greasiness starting to go away. We're really seeing these lap times start to fall down, and the racing is certainly getting a little bit more exciting as time goes along.
It certainly is. It's starting to develop into a very good race. Of course, we've had a very manic first hour or so. We did earlier on, but it's settling into a good race now. It's brewing up nicely, especially at the front of LMP2, which I'm just finding fascinating at the moment, to be honest, with all the things going on. Sean Campbell for RSR by Bookkick, excuse me, is into the pit lane already. There's pit stops going on there already, so it's pretty much constant now with the pit stops, and there's lots going on. So yeah, we've been entertained so far. It's been a good race,
to say the least, and some pit stops starting to fire off here. It looks like in the LMP2s, I see the RSR by Butt Kicker Machine down pit lane, Netrex Grand Prix Blue, as well as Celerita Sim Racing, all coming down. This that we are watching right now, Daniel Taylor and the TechSense Fitstye Athena machine, one of the closest battles out on track. That is Simon Van Dyke behind Team Cloud Racing LMP2, trying to close in. Van Dyke's been running some very, very fast laps recently, and that TechSense car definitely going to start feeling a little bit of pressure, I have to think.
Yeah, if you remember, Van Dyke was trying to get through on Morton not so long ago, but got a real bad run through traffic, and dropped back quite a lot into the clutches of Daniel Taylor, who's now got through on him. It looks like Taylor now might even be able to catch Morton himself and try and make a move of his own. But yeah, Van Dyke just struggling ever so slightly over the last couple of moments after that little bit of traffic. Once you do lose that draft, you do tend to lose a little bit of pace, and it looks like that might have been what has happened, although Taylor might be able to drag him back up to Morton once more here in a few moments' time.
Well, that's certainly going to be his hope. It also looks like West is coming into pit lane, as is Benke. So more and more of these drivers coming down. Fulson Racing 85 also in pit lane as of now. So some of your top runners are coming down pit lane as we continue to watch this battle, with Taylor holding off the attack to the best of his ability. But that's going to get a little bit hairy there. LMP2s and slower GT3s getting all up in each other's business.
Yeah, absolutely. It can happen, and Taylor's going to take full advantage by the looks of things, getting through on Morton here quite easily down the straight. But there it is, pulling to the left-hand side and into the bus stop chicane, through quite nicely. So yeah, nice move into the bus stop chicane, but not a lot that Morton could have done, really. Traffic comes where it does, where it comes, and sometimes you're disadvantaged in a way that you can't exactly do a lot about.
Yeah, exactly. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, but it looks like right now that Philip Morton wants to try to get that position back. Are they going to split the GT3s? Whoa! Big checkup in contact!
Huge crash. 3 cars at least involved, and so much damage as well. Such a shame for everybody involved there. Front wing lost front clip lost completely for Taylor, who's got no downforce at all. He'll have to come back to the pit lane.
Yes, he will. Oh my goodness, a maneuver at the last minute, going to take a tow there, sending these drivers back down into pit lane. That was just an absolute worst case scenario for all involved. Here we check out the replay of it. You can see the carnage left behind. Just moved at the last minute, did that car, and that just caught everybody up. Hard impacts
dear me.
into the wall.
Fully into the air there for Taylor, who went around. Taylor, so there was side by side between those two Ferraris just up in front. Taylor chose the left-hand side while he was side by side with Morton, I think it was. And unfortunately, the right-hand side was the one he needed, so he needed to cross lanes there. He did have, when he started to move over to the right-hand side, there was space. But Van Dijk was coming up with a real head of steam, didn't lift out, or thought Taylor was going to. And yeah, that's what is created. Really feel sorry for the Ferrari, of course, that was caught up innocently with that one. But yeah, I think a little bit of, especially from Van Dijk there, who could see it all evolving just up in front of him. He really could have, just lifted off and decided, I don't need this pass right now with over 4 hours to go. I can let this one go and come back in a little bit later on with this amount of time to go. There really wasn't too much of a need to force the issue like that one, I'm afraid. So. Yeah, a real shame for all involved, especially the Ferrari, who was entirely innocent in that one.
Yeah, very much so. Just over-aggressive here, almost at the halfway point. I've got to agree with you there. I'm not loving that move. The one driver who hasn't had to worry about any of those kerfluffles is this man, Rietveld, up in the front. Continues to lead by about 20 seconds over V3 Racing and RSR by Butt Kicker. Absolutely incredible stuff here. Just blistering pace out of the 27.
Yeah, once again, just completely pulling away here at the moment. So it's a nice lead, Netrex at the moment. But can they hold on to it? For the moment, they're looking pretty strong, although you would have thought that about Calvin Dent in the first couple of hours of this race. He was racing away with the lead, and then all of a sudden it started to unravel and has started to unravel for that car. Where's Sabo got to now? I can't even see him up and down the order at the moment. So yeah, he's still in the pit lane, I think, down in 46th overall now, and I believe they're a retirement from this race. So just shows anything can happen, and that they can't be counting their chickens just yet.
Exactly. Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to stop counting those chickens as I have to step away here from the microphone. But you are going to stay on, and I am going to turn over broadcasting duties to the wonderfully talented David Christie, who joins us here in the booth. David, it's been a crazy race thus far, and there's still 4 hours to go.
DJ, thanks for bringing me in, buddy. How polite of them to wreck just as I'm away to start my stint here. It's almost as if they wanted to save all that action up. It's been a blinding race so far, guys, though, hasn't it?
It certainly has. Yeah, and yeah, it's almost like they knew David Christie was coming in. So if I'm not having any of this, and I'll crash. But no, yeah, it's good to have you here, and hopefully the action continues on in the same way to what it has done over the first 3 hours and 3 hours 52 we're nearly at now.
Yeah, certainly is. So a huge thank you as always to DJ Clark, and I'll be honest there, Ewan, that silence was because we threw it over to DJ, but DJ obviously has to go get some supper or something like that. It's yeah, gutted to see DJ go, but a huge thank you for taking him for him taking us through the first 4 hours of this race. So, Ewan, obviously, I've been a busy boy today. I've not been I've been dipping in and out. But what have the main stories been so far?
Well, early on, especially LMP2, it was Calvin Dent, of course, in the number one car for SIM3D Sport, who was racing away with it in the opening couple of hours. Then we had Sabo in the car, and it started to fall apart for them a little bit. And since then, it's been Cass Rietveld and Colin Spork who have been sharing the Netrex GP car so far, who've been kind of racing away with it. They're still in the lead right now. They might be about to give it up because they've just come into the pit lane as we speak. But yes, they've been driving very well indeed. Rietveld just recently in the car, about 40 minutes ago, and out to a comfortable one at the moment in LMP2. You see him just leaving the pit lane right now with Sean Campbell, one of his nearest rivals, only at the bus stop right now. So looking very good for them. In terms of GT3 Pro, we've seen Harry Pipes and a number of others in the 44 SIM3D Sport Car really racing away with it in the Lamborghinis that have been very, very strong all day. Adam Flynn second at the moment. A bit of a spin not so long ago, as it didn't cost him 47 seconds, you'll be glad to know, but it did cost them a fair amount of time. It got them involved in battles that have cost them more time, and it's begun to accumulate over the last hour, really. And so they've dropped down quite a lot. The 911 Porsche, by the way, was leading very early on, but now has dropped down to fourth just for the moment. Third for the moment. And in GT3 AM, it has been completely all the number 99 Prismatic Motorsports car. They've been absolutely dominating. 9 seconds is actually quite close compared to what we've seen so far.
A huge thank you for that roundup there, Ewan. I feel like I'm fully briefed, fully caught up to speed here. So our race leaders at the moment then, as we come into the halfway point of the race then, it's Rickfield in that number 27 Netrex Grand Prix machine, sharing that car with Victor Ivanov and Colin Spark. The other thing with that as well is that I'm watching Sean Campbell in the 56 RSR by Butt Kicker machine. Now they are slightly off strategy, and I do mean very, very slightly. They pitted on lap 139. Everyone else is coming in about lap 140 to 144. So they've got maybe 5 laps that they've got to pit earlier than everyone else. But what that's done is that means that they then get to jump ahead of that number 8 V3 racing machine that's being piloted by Mike Sheppers at the moment. I'm going to apologise about the timing tower on the left hand side, because it does look like we've been invaded by Paul's and Patrick's. But what it is actually the names when they're put in, they've been shown as LMP2 or Pro, and that confuses the timing tower. So we will do our best to keep you right. And I've got to say a huge thank you to Steve Proudley, who is pulling about 15,000 levers, Ewan, behind the scenes right now, doing an absolutely incredible one-man army job. But I mean, let's talk a little bit about the track here as well. This is one of my favourite tracks, the Daytona road course, especially for this type of race. This is the quintessential, IMSA race. Or we see it in iRacing. Just a couple of months ago, we had the Daytona 24, where it's one of the coveted races that we have here on the iRacing platform. And for many of these drivers, they'll be doing it all over again. But on the road course here, Ewan, I mean, is it a course that you particularly like? Have you had a chance to take any cars around it?
Well, I have done my fair share of time. I actually won a Daytona 12 hour. It wasn't on iRacing, but it was elsewhere, and I was terrible. To be honest, I don't know how we won.
Well, you can't have been that bad if you still won it.
I know, but I lost us about 2 laps, I seem to remember. So I was meant to do 4 hours, but after 2 hours, we decided that I probably shouldn't do any more, which was probably a good idea. But no, in terms of, I feel like this circuit a little bit it might be a bit of a controversial opinion with those who really like driving here, but I feel like it's helped by the fact that the new season excitement helps this circuit kind of raise in the estimations of people around the world, to be honest, because it is a roval at the end of the day. There's not a lot you can do with it, to be fair. It's not like you can add in elevation change very easily and things like that, because we're not racing a rallycross course. So the fact that it is the opener of this season and the IMSA season and basically the endurance racing season nearly as a whole, means that people look forward to it a little bit more than they might otherwise if it was appearing in October. I think people might be a bit tired of it if it was appearing at that particular end of the season. But just kick us off, it's a very, well, there's almost no place that better to go, especially for a sports car series like this.
Do you think possibly, though, that part of it is the fact that, that the simplicity, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. The simplicity of the track. As you said, it's a roval, so it's very basic. I mean, you've got the oval comprises of turns 7, 8, and 11 and 10, as well as the front stretch. So you've only got really the bus stop and then the infield section that changes it as well. But do you think that maybe adds to the challenge of it, the fact that it is, on paper, so simple?
Does lure you into a false sense of security a little bit, because as I was discussing with DJ just as we had the track map up and everything before this race, it looks very simple on paper, but especially when you start throwing 52 cars on there, it's not that simple anymore, because it's quite narrow, there's a lot of traffic, and all of that. The oval obviously transitioning onto the oval out on the back straight and getting on, well, as we're about to see on board here with Mike Shepherd's, this isn't that easy, getting off of the oval and down onto the brakes here. So it is trickier than it looks on paper, but either way, it's very simple. And also when you're driving, especially in a GT3 car, I found, you find yourself getting almost a little bit bored out on the oval because there's not a lot to do out there, to be quite honest. When you're out there, you're just waiting for the bus stop and then you're waiting for turn one. So there are more exciting circuits to drive on your own, certainly in the world, but as I mentioned earlier, there's almost no better place to kick off a season.
I don't think you are bored though, Ewan, in the GT3s. Not if you're me behind the wheel of a GT3 car, because in my case at Daytona, I'm always looking for turn 6 and exactly which millimetre of the tyre ball I'm going to throw the car into. That is no word of a lie. That is what happens to me every single year that we've tried it. We've then since moved on to the LMP2 and have been doing slightly better in that, but no word of a lie. Turn 6 is my arch nemesis at this circuit. So it's great to see some proper people, some proper drivers that can actually navigate this circuit quite easily. But just coming through the bus stop here is Mike Shepherd's from the V3 Racing Machine, and a very good evening to everyone that is in YouTube chat as well, watching along. I know a lot of the teams and the drivers are keeping an eye on this, but we hit the halfway mark here on Absolute Sim Racing. What a race we have had so far. At the top of LMP2 Pro, then let's bring you a reminder then, it's Renfeld in the Netrex Grand Prix in the number 27 machine out in front. Sean Campbell in second place for RSR by Buck Kicker in the 56. Then it's V3 Racing's number 8, currently being piloted by Mike Shepherd, and V3 Racing in the YouTube chat providing a little bit of moral support, trying to egg Mike on, basically. Then we move to the GT3 Pros, and it is Adam Flynn in that 888 V3 Racing Carbon machine out in front by 6.3 seconds over Benjamin Blanche in the 911 La Porcherie. And then it's the number 44 SIM3D Sport Robo 44. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to ID that one because you know how you get part of it on the timing screen that comes up Robocop, and I'm like, that's not Robocop, and I check the entry list and it is Sim3D Robocop in the Audi. They are about 4.1 seconds behind one of the LMP2 cars, about 10 seconds off of second place just now, and I tell you what, they're going to need to drop it tonight in that Audi, because they are really pushing it somewhat. So, with the 44, now again, it's saying here that they're in the Audi, but I'm looking at the icon on the screen here, and it's showing them in the Lamborghini. So, yeah, I think some questions need to be asked here, Ian.
Yeah, I don't think it helps the fact that we've got, I believe anyway, a bit of a pit stop cycle happening at the moment, because obviously the 44 has recently come in. It's down to what I think is third, as things stand, or maybe fourth. We'll find out. But yeah, it's a little bit difficult. It also gets more difficult at this end of the race, or as we go on. The timing screen obviously there's so many numbers and so much data at this stage. At this state, as so many numbers have been, and so much data has been kind of made. If that makes any sense, then it kind of gets a bit tricky for everything. As we see a Ferrari there that looks a bit poorly actually on the left-hand side. Looks like he's been in the wall or been in some kind of incident. I wouldn't be surprised if it was at the West Horseshoe, because that is where we've seen most of the contact made with barriers today. And speaking of, well, maybe not contact, but certainly a spin for the Texanese Fit Sky Athena car.
Yeah, just looking further down the list, here's a replay then of Amit Berkakoze in the 217 Texans Fitzy style Athena car. what has happened here? Oh, and that's such an easy mistake to make. That is turn 6, isn't it? There we go. That I feel not so bad now, Ewan. I feel absolutely fine seeing somebody else bid it into turn 6, although that was a very, very minor lock-up of the brakes in the car. Spins right. Anyway, back to recapping then. We move on to the GT3 AM classifications just now. Great to see Brie Vidner in the 99 machine up in the lead of that one. Now that is for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Fantastic to see a really strong showing from Prismatic Motorsports. They are of course a transgender sim racing team, so you can check them out over on Twitter at Prism Motorsports. But obviously did a fairly decent job up in front there. And that is a big gap they've got just now, 7.5 seconds over the second place of Louis Boubier in the 65 Condog Prime Motorsports Audi, and then in third place is Nick Steen in the number 19 of that's SIM3D Sport Terminator. So obviously what I'm getting here from the SIM3D Sport outfits today, are we going for favourite 80s action movies? Is that the theme we're going for this season?
It certainly looks like it for some of these. We do have some strange team names going around. I'll just say strange, but it makes a nice change, I suppose, from the normal red and blue and yellow that people normally put at the end of their team names. Going for something a little bit different. But I don't think our graphics like it all the time, because they get quite long sometimes. But yeah, there we are. The LMP, just as we're talking about GT3, I might as well mention, I said it a little bit earlier, but the gap is actually coming down between the two leaders. I know 8 seconds is a healthy margin, it's a nice margin for Vidner at the moment, but Louis Boubier's making some inroads there, and yeah, this gap is comfortably smaller than it has been pretty much throughout any other point throughout this race.
It certainly is. So we've hit the halfway point. We've got 3 hours 56 left to go here as we cut to your GT3 AM leaders right now. This is Brie Vidner for Prismatic Motorsports Athena, and again coming over one of the other GT3 cars here. And this is the other point that makes Daytona for me so interesting, is the fact that as a driver, you never get a lap in peace and quiet, or you very rarely get a lap in peace and quiet. You're constantly having to adjust your racing line to make your way past cars. Now actually I've just seen Louis Boubier, is he in the pit lane? Because he's shown us out, but I didn't see him coming into the pit lane here.
Disconnection.
Oh, so we saw the car disappear on the camera, didn't we, Ewan? So it does that from time to time, unstable net connections and things like that, and we kind of glance over it because 9 times out of 10 they just appear. But that is monumental to disconnect from second place on the race. That is absolutely gutting.
Yeah, very, very disappointing for Boubier there, and of course the entire team as well, who will be gutted about that one, dropping outside of the top 3 now in GT3 AM. So yeah, very, very very disappointing indeed, and yeah, they're going to have a long way back from here. Restores a nice lead though for those guys out in front in that Porsche, of course.
Yeah, it certainly does. So what has happened then is Lewis has obviously crashed out, and Connor Botting has basically fired up into the sim, taking control of the car, and it'll be towed back to pit lane. Thankfully, out of everything that could have happened, you've got to say that's the least of all evils, given the fact that you could crash the car, you could wreck it, and it still has to get towed back to pit lane. But essentially all it's going to cost them is about maybe 2 laps for the car to be towed back to pit lane, depending on where that car disappeared.
It was quite near the end of the lap, and they were out on the banking, or at least the Prismatic car that we were following was, and we know that Boubier was very close behind, so not too far to get towed there, but either way, getting a new driver in and then having to go out again. Connor Botting is there now, he's now 35th overall, which is about 17th or so in the order of GT3s. Stopped in the box now for over a minute, so it's just going to continue to get worse and worse and worse, of course. But it's a long season, you've got to pick up as many points as possible if you want to be a title contender. And given how they were going in the first 4 hours, you'd say they might be able to challenge. So they've got to get to the end and they've got to finish inside the top 20 as well, I suppose. Just to do as well as they can, pick up as many points as possible.
Yeah, so just to remind you then, Cass Reitland's in the lead of this race, but this is a driver we are keeping a little eye on right now. The RSR by Buck Kicker, number 55 machine of Alex Yaringa, now setting some blisteringly fast lap times, we're being told, from our producers here, and I'm just having a little look here. That last lap round was it wasn't particularly amazing, but 1:33.4. That is good enough to be on pace with the top 5 right now. So Alex Yaringa trying to make moves right now in that 55 machine, and that again it brings up another very important point here, Ewan. In an 8-hour race, and for these drivers, you know, if some of the drivers or some of the teams have got maybe 4 drivers, some of the teams have maybe got 2 drivers, getting into flow, getting into that rhythm and that ability to just churn out lap after lap after lap, that's where the real time comes from, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. The consistency, we've said that word probably a lot already in this race, but it is true. In this form of racing, you've got to be consistent, and you've got to keep running at a pace that is, of course, quick, but also manageable throughout a long period of time. This is the car, by the way. We were speaking about this one and following this one all day, the 55 RSR car, because they've gone for something a little bit different in terms of the strategy. Nobody is nobody else is trying to make this race work on 12 stints. This is such a fuel-thirsty circuit that it's actually quite difficult, and so most people have decided not to bother at all. Whereas that team, with Alex Yaringa now driving, has decided to go for it. So last in lap 150, they have done a full service last time around, got a new driver in, and for the second half of the race, are looking to make this on just 6 more stints, whereas everybody else will have to make 6 more stops and 7 stints. So that is going to benefit them, although it's looking increasingly difficult for them to actually finish in the top 5, judging by where they're coming out each time after the pit stop cycles. So we'll see how it goes for them, but it's nice to see someone trying something different.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've actually got the second place team, or at least a driver from second place team, that SIM3D Sport Terminator, waiting to have a chat with us. So let's bring in Lewis Collon. We'll get our production team to drag him up into the commentary booth so we can. There we go. Lewis, welcome along, buddy. Second place so far, next in the car at the moment. You guys must be fairly happy with today.
Yeah, we started the race and we were kind of unsure on how it was going to go, but now that Lewis has disconnected, it's kind of given us more motivation to push harder. We're just hoping that this strategy works out for us.
Obviously, you never want to take a position like that, but either way, you're still going to be happy with second place. Given that the gap to our leaders, to Brie Vidner and the Prismatic Motorsports, is what's that about? Maybe sort of 12 to 14 seconds. Is that a target for you guys, or are you just kind of doing your own race right now?
So right now, we are targeting the Prismatic car. We're trying to get as close as possible before the next driver change. I'm not sure how it's going to go yet. I don't know what their strategy is. I don't know if they're going to change drivers again. I know that we are, but that's all I can say for right now. So just trying to get as close as possible.
And with them having 3 drivers, and it's just you and Nick, do you think that having 2 drivers or having 3 drivers has any particular benefits, or are you perfectly happy?
To be honest, I really don't know, because at the end of the day, they have to do their fair share. I don't know what the pace of the 3rd driver is like, so I can't really say.
Good stuff. That's a nice straight down the middle political answer, Lewis. I like it. Finally, I mean, obviously 4 hours left to go. You've just said you're targeting the win. How balanced is the car, and how balanced are you in terms of pushing for that win? Is it a case of you not want to take too many risks, or are you just absolutely going for it right now?
I think right now we are a little bit more chilled. We're not really pushing too hard. We're just trying to keep it clean, trying to stay out of trouble, not trying to get any major damage or anything like that. I think we have one more stint after this, and then I will drive the car again. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Well, fingers crossed, Lou. Thank you very much for coming in and joining us this afternoon. There we go then. You and Lou call on from the GT3 AM outfit, the number 19. They've been doing fantastically well in that SIM3D Sport Terminator machine. Obviously looking to charge down and chase down Prismatic Motorsports, and you wouldn't bet against them right now. They're not making huge inroads, but they're still staying on pace with that lead car.
No, I wouldn't like to say who's going to win out of those guys at the moment. 10 seconds between the two. It just looks like Breven is just struggling ever so slightly, you'd have to say, in these last couple of moments. We saw that team getting caught earlier on. Of course, the disconnection for Bouvier has not helped those guys. Connor Botting is now out there, by the way, once more, in 33rd overall, and what's that, about 17th, 18th position out of the GT3s. But yeah, I wouldn't like to say who's going to win out of those two. As Louis mentioned there, it's all about who's left in this race, who's going to be driving the final 3 hours or so in this race, and what is the pace difference between them, really, because obviously it's going to be very crucial if the Prismatic guys have got their best driver coming up, and the Lamborghini guys at SIM3D Sport have got their weakest driver coming up, then obviously there's only going to be one winner. But if they're very evenly matched, then it's going to be a nail-biter to the end for them.
Certainly is. So Adam Flint in the 888 V3 Racing Carbon machine heads into pit lane just now. I don't know if he'll be handing over the car to his teammate or if he's going to be staying in. We'll see if Owen Blythe appears on the timing tower shortly. But down into turn one then, this is Marcel Lieper for the 1-2-3 outfit, and did a fairly decent job here in that 1-2-3 machine is Marcel. Also trying to get an idea on exactly what car he is in, because he's not showing up on the timing screens. He's showing as in LMP2 Pro, but I'm pretty sure, I'll be honest with you, Ewan, that Audi is not going to be in LMP2. If so, I think there might be a couple of issues with balance of performance.
I think he is. Well, I thought he was battling with Paul Walton there, but he's not really. He's not, because Walton's not driving an Audi. So
he's in the number 5 unit. It's the Leiper Esports Red machine that he shares with Max Furtwängler, Yannick Berkov, and Rennie Maurer. So that's who that was. That was the number 5 that we saw there. Unfortunately, what happens is that iRacing just likes to throw a little spanner in the works now and again. And of course, all of the overlay data comes from iRacing, and then that means that both myself and you, Ewan, are having to try and console our race producer, who is having an absolute mare trying to firefight and get it all sorted. So we have to say we absolutely adore Steve Proudly for getting all of this sorted on the fly. A lot of work being done in real time. What an absolute hero he is for that. But Jaap Mulder in the number 85 full send racing machine down in 4th position, just 4.2 seconds behind the 3rd place of Sheppers. Again, doing such a decent job there, and this is all you can do now, because that V3 racing machine just 7 seconds ahead. But Mulder just has to do his own race, as we see. Cas Rietveld coming across some GT3 back markers and about to put another lap, what looks like one of the LMP2 cars in front, Ewan.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's always quite. It always boosts your morale a little bit when you're the leader and putting laps on some of those LMP2s a little bit further down. It doesn't really matter too much, because we're not having the odd IMSA safety cars that stack everything up again. In which case, this will be a lot more of an important move, really, with regards to this race. But it's more symbolic than anything. Although that, as I said, it can give you that little bit of morale as well. But Rietveld driving pretty well at the moment, controlling the race. 17 seconds back to Campbell, who's matching him really at this stage, rather than making any inroads. So this is comfortable for Rietveld. But we said that after a couple of hours about Calvin Dent, who raced out to it was 20-second lead, 15-second lead at the best that he had it. So can all change. There's still a long way to go, as we've been saying throughout the day so far.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating little battle for all of the teams and the drivers involved there. Great to see the car that's just been overtaken there by Castor Rietveld in that glorious yellow and blue livery. Unsurprisingly, been seeing quite a lot of teams opting to take a yellow and blue livery, of course, showing support for the ongoing affairs worldwide, and just wonderful to see that ongoing in the start of this brand new SIM3D championship. So, I mean, let's take stock of where we are then. It's, you know, the World Series Endurance Championship, round 1, powered by SIM3D and Kaden computers. I mean, has this lived up to your expectations, Ewan? Have you been, satisfied with what we've seen so far?
Yes, it's certainly been good racing so far. There's no doubt about that. The first hour, especially, was really chaotic racing, but not in a bad way, but in a very entertaining way, in fact. But yeah, it's been good racing so far. It's been enjoyable. And it remains to be seen how the rest of the race is going to go. Really, it's a long season though, isn't it? Really, it's a long way to go around here. 8 hours of Daytona. We've got a couple of shorter 4-hour races. Hockenheim for the second round of the penultimate round for Monza. A couple of 6 hours in the middle, and the final finale at Le Mans, which is also 8 hours long. So yeah, we've got some good races coming, good tracks coming up as well. But none of them are quite the same as Daytona, especially Hockenheim. It's very contrasting to this circuit we've got here.
See, Hockenheim, and again, I'm going to shoot myself in the foot here. Hockenheim is not one of my favourite tracks at all. I'm not particularly enamoured by it. It is a great track to race on, but it's not one of my favourites. You know, when I think of endurance racing, I think of the likes of Sebring. Sebring is an absolute monster, because Sebring on an endurance race is like going to a sauna for 2.5 hours. You leave absolutely drenched in sweat and so exhausted. As we see Nico Darvell going into turn 1, getting very, very hot there. You just saw a little bit of a slide there as the car's struggling to get stopped. As we see Castor Rietveld then for your leading LMP2 machine, clocking off another lap there, going on to lap number 161 here in the race, and caught in front of a lapped car that is desperately trying to head past here, and it's just not happening whatsoever. And to be fair, they don't actually have to do anything to allow that car. Also just thinking, with 3 hours 40 minutes left to go, we've cracked the difficult bit, I would say, of the race for a lot of the drivers. This is the real intense part, where all of the work that they've done so far, I would argue, Ewan, has been leading up to this point, because now it gets more important to be consistent. Now it gets more important to hit your marks every single lap. The ability for you to recover from any sort of disaster gets lower and lower as we go in the race. You have an accident or an incident on lap 1, yeah, that's not the best, but you can still come back. As hold the phones, Mike Sheppers in that number 8 LMP2 Pro machine. That is a blistering lap from the V3 Racing, 132.85. We've got a new fastest lap of the race there, and they mean business right now. Now, they pitted about 16 laps ago, so I would imagine they're going to be possibly another 10 laps still to go. That is a fast time for Mike Sheppers there.
Yeah, very quick time indeed. You might think at this stage in the race it might be quite difficult to find a bit of free track space, and that probably is true, but Sheppers looks like he's had a very clean run that time around, and he is very quick indeed. His fastest lap last time around. Sean Campbell's also been catching rebound as well, but he's come into the pit lane now after 162 laps, and will still be relatively short stints, in all honesty. Unsure as to where he's going to end up by the end of this race, really, in terms of fuel. Is he going to have to make a real short splash and dash, or is he going to make this 13 stints? I think it should be absolutely fine at this stage. As we look at Koze as well, who's having his second issue in the last half an hour or so. This is the prismatic car that doesn't want to be involved here at all. Let's have a look at this.
Exactly what happened there with Amit Better. He came too hot into that corner there, locked up on the brakes. Does he get hit by the car inside? Oh my goodness me, that's a big hit there. So Amit Berkut-Koze takes a huge hit to the side there in that 217 for Texen's Fitzy Athena. And yeah, into the pits right now, and to be honest, that is going to be a lot of damage for that 217. He's just left the pits right. In fact, no, he's still in the pit lane just now from what I'm seeing on timing screens. Also into pit lane is the number 25 LMP2 machine. That is Marcellus Bruinen that is behind the wheel of that one just now. So we'll get an ID of that. That's Tulip Racing. Now I've got them down as the 43, but they are just leaving pit lane just now. So yeah, this is starting to get a little bit spicy now as we see Nick Steen just ahead of a car that he's just put another lap down. And again, all these battles going on. This is for position. This is Tom Bingham for GSI SCCR Motorsports in the Ferrari, and that was the Audi just flying past him of Connor Bottingham. So again, lots of moves being made at this halfway point in the race here, Ewan.
Yeah, let's not forget Bottingham is recovering from the disconnection that car had not so long ago. Now up into 8th place, and expect to see a lot more of that car over the next 4 hours, because they are going to want to make amends for the issue that they had earlier on, only a few seconds behind the next car after the next car up the road. So there may well be another battle with them involving them very soon. But yeah, Gullivan and Martinez look very closely matched here at the moment in this battle for 10th or in GT3 AM as well. So yeah, as you say, plenty of stuff going on, especially in the GT3s. I've noticed the LMP2 is quite spread out for the moment. There's a couple of battles, of course. Ian Peterson and Casey Metzger at the moment, for example. Here they are. But yeah, the GT3s especially are remaining very close.
Jopp Mulder is leaving pit lane in that number 85 Full Send Racing machine, sharing the car with Cody Pride, Tally Houghton and Fraser Smith. So now we're starting to see the LMP2 starting to recycle through their next stage of pit stops. Next it's going to be, I would imagine, Andrew Dawson in the number 4 machine, that Victor by RSR machine. I think he'll be in the pits first, and then about 3 laps later it's going to be Cass Rietveld and Mike Sheppers from P1 and P2. This is Ian Peterson though for SPR Esports Omega in 7th place just now. And again, what I find absolutely fascinating here is the fact that no matter where you are on the track, you just have to knuckle down, don't you? You just have to focus on your deltas, you have to keep hitting your marks, you have to think about fuel saving, the strategy that you're on. You know, we do a lot of commentary on a lot of different sim racing, and endurance racing is so different in the terms of you're not always racing directly on track the person that is in front of you.
Yeah, that's especially been true in LMP2 in this race. There's been a lot of different ways to go about the tyre strategy. I mean, I'll take the current stint as an example. Cash Rieveld's recently, or last pit stop 20 laps ago, didn't take any tyres at all, but Mike Sheppers took 2. Sean Campbell in his pit stop he made a couple of moments ago didn't take any tyres at all. Andrew Dawson's last pit stop wasn't any tyres either. Mulder didn't take any tyres, but Alex Uringer took all 4. So you know, it's a complete mess in terms of working out who is where and whatever. It's because in LMP2 these front tyres can just last so long. If you get your setup right, they can last, you know, very long time. And that's why we've seen such long stints for all of these guys, and quite a lot of 2 tyre changes as well, where the rear tyres are getting changed maybe after a couple of stints or 3 stints, and the front tyres have been able to be stretched out that little bit longer because it's just, for whatever reason, not really wearing. And I suppose maybe down to the relative lack of high-speed corners. I suppose bus stop chicane is really the only one that would apply a lot of pressure to those front tyres.
Yeah, that's very true. Now, what has happened to Cass Rietveld, our LMP2 leader? He is showing as off track just now. He's got back going again very slowly, but that is a very curious moment for Cass Rietveld, our race leader. I'd be very interested to see what has happened there. As predicted, Andrew Dawson in the LMP2s, he's into pit lane. Oh my goodness me, that's a huge accident there for Cass Rietveld. We caught the tail end of it, and that is a Ferrari going, I think that's a Ferrari that went spinning off into the grass there. Oh my goodness me, Casey Metzger into pit lane for the 957. I wonder if there's any damage on that machine of Cash Ratefield. We'll find out in about 20 seconds time because Cash Ratefield coming through the bus stop here. And that is not what you want to have as the race leader.
Absolutely not. I think there was a little bit of contact between this car and possibly a Lamborghini that it was. I don't really know. It's quite dark, but yeah, that was definitely contact. I don't think too much damage has been done, but either way, he's not that far from a pit stop here. Lap 166. This is 22 laps on this stint. It'll be either at the end of this next lap or the one after that. As these team Prem Motorsports spinning around, thankfully not getting collected by anybody, but yeah, Rietveld did a very, very good job to completely lock up all of the brakes and make sure that he didn't get hit by anybody. Oh dear, that's not a nice place to spin at turn 1 here, the 48 car. But yes, Rietveld did a very good job to keep it out of the barriers a little bit earlier on. We'll see what damage has been done to that car when he pits in a couple of moments.
Wow, that is huge moment there. I wonder if it was actually Stephen Martinez in the number 53 Ferrari down in the GT3 AM class for Vulture Racing Red, because he is shown in pit lane for at least a minute and 20 seconds worth of repairs there, and given that was a hard hit into the tyre wall on that corner there, we saw that as the car went down into turn 5. It just hit the grass, and of course you're a passenger at that point. Now I'm looking at the lap times there, and that looks to have cost our race leader about 10 seconds. So Cash Ratefield, I mean, that is a big boost for, you've got to say, the number 8 outfit of V3 Racing in second place, because suddenly they're going to see that gap come down and go, oh well, I quite fancy this, our chances are on here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we said about Kaden earlier. We mentioned Rietveld big lead or whatever, but it's not over until it's over, and it's not been a good couple of laps here for Netrex, because their other car, with Marcin Bielak driving, has also gone around for a spin in the last couple of moments, so not a good couple of laps for these guys. But at the end of this lap, Rietveld will be in, and we'll be able to see a little bit clearer what kind of damage has been done to this car. But Sheppers over the last few moments has been able to catch just ever so slightly, and let's not forget Sean Campbell was in front of Sheppers before his pit stop. He might well be able to take the lead here in a few moments' time, depending on how long this pit stop is.
That's a very, very good point. Shepherd's last pit stop was a 46-second a pit stop time. Now, I'll have to work out whether that is total pit stop time, as in coming in and going out again, or if that is just staying in pit lane. Or in your pit box. I would think that it's just in your pit box, because 33 seconds seems to be what the cars are doing. That would suggest to me, Ewan, like you were saying, that's just fuel in front tyres that is going on that car. We'll find out in just a second, but again, you're absolutely spot on when you saw that time come down, because it's now under 6 seconds as Rietveld losing a lot of time here. This is potentially massive for the race, and we're only 4.5 hours into an 8-hour race here. This is thrilling stuff. We'll keep our eyes on that LMP2 Pro battle, but with the GT3 Pros as well. Harry Pipes in the lead of that one just now in that 44 machine, but Cash Ratefield into pit lane then, and this is huge. Mike Sheppers into pit lane as well. Sean Campbell in a great position right now.
Certainly is. We'll see what kind of great position he's in a few moments, because it could be P1, but we'll have to find out, of course, as he makes his way out onto the oval. How long is this pit stop going to be for Rietveld? The timing, if you have got the timing up at home, by the way, which you can have access to, that you don't have to scroll up that far for the link. It's box time, the time that they spend actually stationary in the box. Roughly 34 seconds would do you for fuel, roughly about 45 for 2 tyres, likely the rears, and then 55-ish, 56 for full service, likely a driver change if you're doing 4 tyres as well. Viktor Ivanov has got into the previously Cash Rietveld driven Dallara, so it looks like it's going to be a very long stop for those guys, possibly 4 tyres because it's a new driver, and so Sheppers is going to get out in front of him, as is Sean Campbell. But where's Campbell going to be in relation to Sheppers? Looks like it's going to be very close between the two.
We'll find out just now, just through turn 1. There is Mike Shepherd's. So we've got a huge battle already away to explode on our screens. 4.5 hours gone, and there we go. Reader 1 and 2, just 0.6 of a second. Ewan, I'm going to have to go and put on some more popcorn, because this is going to get very, very spicy in a matter of seconds.
This is going to get very good soon, because Campbell, of course, has been out there. He's really adjusted to the fuel load at the moment. His tyres will be nice and warm, although Shepherd's hasn't changed any tyres, so they won't have lost too much of the heat, but even still, he might just have a couple of moments to adjust himself here. All of a sudden, even off is 20 seconds behind these guys, somewhat surprisingly, and he's got a lot of work to do on those new tyres, and a 58-second pit stop does indicate there may have been a few seconds of optionals in there as well.
Now this is a fascinating little move here, because if Sean Campbell can get behind Mike Shepherd's here, we'll come back to that thought in just a second here, as we got Damien Lobbett side by side. Oh, and Lobbett just too much speed into turn 1 there, and that is down from 12th place, and yeah, that's not what you want to see, but that gap starting to go up slightly to over a second to Mike Shepherd's in front. But here's my thoughts here, Ewan. If Campbell can get onto the wing of Shepherd's, he can then dial down that fuel map. He can then start to lift and coast a little bit and save a little bit of fuel, because he's 6 laps off of the strategy of everyone else. Every little bit of fuel that he saves will bring them back into the fight and potentially allow to do some leapfrogs during the pit stops.
This is very true, but it just depends what he's going to do when he gets to the back of Shepherd's, if indeed he gets back to the V3 racing car here, because there is a second or so between them. This bit of traffic might help, although it's not particularly been too great for Sean Campbell either here in that RSR car. It's giving and taking as traffic normally does. But yeah, in terms of pit stops actually being made here, Sean Campbell is fine. He will make the same amount of pit stops to the end as Mike Shepherd's, despite the difference and the disparity between them in the laps they're pitting on right now. It's just the fact that Campbell's final pit stop is going to be longer. Shepherd's will be taking not even a full tank in that final stop. Sean Campbell will need basically a full tank to make it to the end. He's pretty much going to have that kind of calculated perfectly, so he's going to run out of fuel on the line, having taken that full tank. So yes, I think fuel saving might be a good idea, but given what we've seen so far, especially in the LMP2s, there's not been much fuel saving on sticking behind. It's been more of a GT3 thing to kind of run in line and work with each other, as we saw with the 2 leading Lamborghinis earlier on in GT3 Pro. It's not really been a factor in LMP2 at all. There's not been much lifting off at all. So it really is a question of what Sean Campbell decides to do when he gets to when and if he gets to the back of Mike Shepherd's.
Well, we'll certainly find out as Philip Morton goes off track in P14 for the LMP2s. He's back on just now. I want to draw your attention though to the GT3 AM battle right now, because Brie Vidner for Prismatic Motorsports Athena out in front ahead of Nick Steen. That gap was 4.8 seconds when I last looked at it about 3 laps ago. That gap coming down now drastically. It's started to go up a little bit again here, but it's up to 2.8 to 3 seconds. So that is going to be one to keep an eye on, as Marcel Leipert, just watching a car almost get sent into space by an LMP2 machine just in front. So this is the battle for P3 and P4. So Marcel Leipert for Leipert Esports Red trying to chase down Paul Walton, and Paul Walton doing a fantastic job in that number 24 RG Simsport WSL machine just in front as they come onto the back stretch here. I mean, honestly, everywhere you look there is just awesome action. Now, hang on. I was panicking there because I was seeing at the top left of your screen there, the interval has now got up to 6.4 seconds. That is not correct. That is a slight glitch with the timing tower. And what you see is, as soon as we cut back up to the lead lap and to the leaders, that gap then reflects properly. So it is just 2.4 seconds just now. So we'll see that there as we jump back up. But Marcel Leipert here behind Paul Walton looks to have the tow here, Ewan, and again this could be a run into the bus stop or into to turn 1 if they're it's going to be turn 1. So here we go. Leipert decides to try and take the inside line, and Paul Walton doesn't even fight that.
Yeah, no competition at all, and I feel like even at this stage, even still, there's no point putting up any resistance if you're not really that bothered about the car overtaking you here, because you can use their slipstream, and that might help you further along in this race. So we're really not quite at that stage yet in the GT3s where real battles are going to happen into turn one. We see a lot of lifting off into that corner there, and not many battles. I think in the final 2 hours maybe, so 90 minutes time or so. People will start to drive it and dive it into those corners, and especially the final hour, of course. We're going to see a lot more battling in that category. But for now, it's still... people are reluctant to battle too hard, really. And yeah, it's probably the sensible choice, really. Since a lot of people are out on their own and running their own pace, going side by side is only going to slow you down, so there's really not much point at this stage in the race still.
Well, wow. Right, let's take a breath and catch our thoughts here on this one and regroup on what exactly is happening, because so much is happening. Sean Campbell again catching right back up. 1.8 seconds now is the gap between first and second place. So LMP2 looks like this. Front of the field is the V3 Racing number 8, followed by the RSR by butt kicker number 56. Then it's the Full Send Racing number 85 in third position. On to the GT3 Pros. SIM3D Sport Robocop out in front with the number 44 of Harry Pipes. It is then Benjamin Blanche in the 911 La Porcherie. Paul Walton in third place with the RD Sim Sport WSR number 24. And then in GT3 it is now I'm showing as next. That's because Brie Vidner is in the pit. So into the lead of the race then goes the number 19 of Nick Steen then for SIM3D Sport Terminator. Brie Vidner is in pit lane, and then that will mean that the MSC Puma machine, the Kuppenheim Yellow of Dennis Veeman, is going to take into to second place, depending on how long Brie Vidner is into pit lane. A little bit of bump drafting there from I'm just trying to see there. So, that's Andrew Dawson there trying to throw Alex Uringa to the moon. What surprises me is seeing how often that is a thing. Now, obviously, given that those two in 5th and 6th position, you know, they're doing a fantastic job there, but they're not actually teammates. That's the butt kicker RSR team and the Vector by RSR. So, well, yeah, that's a bit of an interesting moment there. Let's have a chat though with our P4 team just now, the number 27 outfit of Netrix Grand Prix. They were in the lead, but we've got Colin Spork who we can have a chat with. Colin, a very good afternoon, my man. Halfway through the race, you did have a decent little spot in the lead there, down to P4 just now. How do you think the race is going?
Yeah, I think it's going pretty well. Fortunately, like qualifying with the teams working together, we didn't work in our favor. Then at the beginning, having a bit of troubles back to P11, and then working our way up, staying out of trouble, just making the right decisions as quick as possible. And then just always placing the car right, doing good strategy, very good like talks with the team, like what are we going to do at this moment, etc, etc. And I think it's going pretty well for the guys. Victor now in the car is doing very well. Gus did a very good stint. Fortunately, just a small incident, but that of course lost us a bit of time and damage, but it should be alright until the end of the race, and we'll see where we end up.
Now, obviously, after those early incidents and that recovery drive, I mean, you must be absolutely delighted to still be in the top 5, let alone, as you said, that great strategy that you're on. You're 5 laps ahead in terms of pit stops over the number 56 and the 85. Do you think that's going to come into your favour towards the end of the race?
Yeah, for sure. It was a plan to save a lot of fuel every stint, to just go a bit longer and longer and longer. And then at the end we can go for less fuel stop, and we can try to undercut or overcut them with that. But I think at this moment in time, the V3 car together with the RSR is our main focus. I think the Full Send will be having a bit more troubles to like get close to us, since we are like tire swap ahead right now.
I was just about to say as well, Colin, with the fact that this race comes a couple of months after the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, do you think that means that everyone kind of knows what they're doing in terms of traffic, in terms of overtaking, in terms of, you know, just general racing etiquette?
Yeah, for sure. I think you can see like the driving is quite clean. Like the GTEs know like where we overtake, etc. The NMPs know when to drive it, etc. and when not. Of course, not everyone drove the 24-hour, I think, but at least we did. So we know like what happens in certain situations, which help us a lot, of course, like traffic management, etc. We wouldn't have need to do like as much as preparation as not like as if you would like to, maybe, because we know what to expect, and we have of course had a setup, and I think it's going pretty well to now, and now it's just gonna stretch it till the end and see where we end up now with a different strategy.
A bit of a curveball question for you here, Colin. Obviously, with the downtime, what do you do to relax when you're not in the car? Do you stay watching the stream? Do you stay watching the car, or do you end up going watching some Netflix or something?
No, it depends sometimes. Like sometimes you just want to have a bit of time off, like just a YouTube video or something, but nothing major. Normally, let's say now, for example, like for the past, basically till I got out of the car, I just have been watching the car and been with the boys all the time to help them with issues and maybe give them some tips here and there if I see something happen that could be prevented, for example. And of course, the broadcast is very enjoyable to watch, so also just keeping an eye on that. But especially for like 24-hour races, etc., it's sometimes nice to just get out of the rig and just watch on YouTube, Netflix, etc.
Well, for sure. Thank you so much for coming in and having a chat with us, Colin, and best of luck to you and the rest of the team at Netrex Grand Prix.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
So, Ewan, there we go. Colin giving us a great bit of insight about the team there. And again, the reason I was asking him about the downtime is because it's always something I find fascinating. Now, I'm not very good when it comes to sim racing in terms of raw pace, but I love competing. I love the fact that it feels like, you know, for 6 to 8 hours you're kind of all hanging out together in voice chat, and you're all having a laugh and a giggle. And if it goes your way or it doesn't go your way, 9 times out of 10 you're still fairly happy that you kind of spent the day together.
Yeah, it is a nice experience if you're doing it with a group of mates and so on. Then you can you really enjoy yourself, and it's a good experience. But I think a lot of people find it sometimes quite long and not enjoyable, and also a bit stressful, to be honest as well, because it is a big undertaking, especially a 24-hour race. And that's not what we've got ahead of us today. But yeah, it's not to everyone's taste. But no, I certainly agree. It's a nice experience with everybody around, of course. And yeah, I would recommend it to anybody, certainly, an endurance race with a group of friends. So yeah, it's interesting to hear about what people do in the off time. Personally, I as well couldn't, especially at a race that wasn't a 24-hour race. You can't really take your eyes off it at any point, I feel, because you know there's stuff's happening all the time, and or something can happen to your car at any time, and you don't want to be there to miss it, or so on. And you can't really take your mind off it either, to be honest. So yeah, it's very natural, I think, in a race like this to be pretty much religiously watching your car.
And absolutely, so we're watching Sean Campbell here in the V3 racing machine again, dispatching his way through traffic in second place there, just 1.2 seconds behind Mike Sheppers there in that lead LMP2 car for the number 8. Fantastic effort has the V3 racing as Sean Campbell actually. Excuse me, I was getting all mixed up there because of course Sean Campbell races for RSR by Butt Kicker, so I've got no idea why his team name was getting mixed up there. But Sean Campbell in second place, chasing down Mike Sheppers for V3 Racing. And I'm going to doubt that that's going to be the last time that I make that mistake, so I'm going to apologise in advance for that one. But again, with Sean Campbell just a second and a bit behind Mike Sheppers, again, it just feels like he's settling down and he's just tucking in behind to go on the long haul here.
I think even if he wanted to go through at this point, I don't really think he's close enough. But there is another leading battle going on in another class that has recently developed after the pit stop cycle, GT3 AM. All of a sudden, we've seen the Prismatic Motorsports team very recently lose the lead by just about a second. Nick Stone is now in the lead in that Lamborghini. You can just see him up in front there. And we really have a race on here in GT3 AM. This Porsche has led all day, for nearly 5 hours now, but they've had it snatched away from them now, as Mike Sheppers also makes a mistake, and Sean Campbell briefly gets in front. It's all going on up and down the field right now.
Awesome stuff, and I'm loving watching what is going on here. So Brie Vidner now just a second off of Nick Stein, so that is a huge moment for the GT3 AM. Remember that Nick Stein is just out of pit lane. So was Brie Vidner about 2 or 3 laps ago there. So again, this is just fascinating to watch how this is all unfolding. And that I was waiting to say that Porsche looks very slow, but that's of course LMP2 cars, Ewan, that's flying past that Porsche. So that would be why the car's looking quite slow. But if anything, Nick Stein has got a huge target on his back right now in the number 19. Now that is a big upset for SIM3D Sport Terminator, because they actually came in the pit stops behind Brie Vidner. Brie Vidner came in from the lead of that group, and is now fallen just slightly back behind. So I wonder if traffic has been an issue there.
Yeah, quite possible, but it certainly looks like the Porsche are not really phased by that one at the moment, and it's getting very close. Also getting very close for the overall lead as well. This slipstream on the front straight is absolutely huge, and Sean Campbell is going to have no opposition to getting this lead, you would imagine, but Sheppers with the inside line into turn 1. They're both going to race into it for this lead, and they're still side by side coming out of the corner. Looks like Sheppers is just about going to hold on with the tighter line there, but he's coming under increasing pressure now.
Awesome stuff. So here we go then. 0.3 of a second, and the fuel map has been turned up to 11. Although I am obviously joking on that, because if you turn the fuel map on iRacing up to 11, then you're going to be in for a bad time. You're going to be very, very slow, because that is the most fuel saving, the most economical version of the engine map that you can possibly get. But Sean Campbell nonetheless is absolutely on it right now. This is where he needs to be. He just has to sit behind Mike Sheppers. He doesn't need to go and take the lead right now. He can just sit back, turn the engine map down a bit, or lift off and coast. And what I realised as well, and again this shows how I don't professionally race iRacing. I go on and do some of the weekly races and things like that. I didn't realise the way iRacing calculates your fuel usage is based on how much time you actually press the accelerator pedal. So if you lift off and have your foot slightly on the accelerator, that still counts as fuel usage. So if you lift off completely, that is what counts as lift and coast, if that makes sense.
It certainly doesn't look like there's much of that, any of that going on in this battle.
There's not. There's not.
No, it's all going on here into turn 1. Campbell looks like he's a little bit too far back this time, and it might not stop him from having a go. That Lamborghini might, though, on the inside line there. They're going to have to sweep their way around that and try again later. But yeah, not much lifting off going on in either of these battles right now. It's one of those where they kind of both cars want to be in the lead, and obviously they both can't be, but they're going to be fighting it out very, very hard to make sure that they are.
Yeah, certainly is. Brie Vidner then for Prismatic Motorsports Athena, chasing down Nick Stein. 0.5 of a second is the gap here. This is the battle for GT3 AM as we head to round off another hour, just 10 minutes away from 3 hours left to go in this race. And I tell you what, most of the endurance races we see are at risk of getting quite quiet towards the latter stages of the race. You definitely cannot accuse this race as Brie Vidner right in the back of Nick Stein. And I've just noticed the the Go for the Gap logo on the rear spoiler of that car. That's of course Cami Sturch, who is a big passionate follower of sim racing. So great to see some big love out there for Cami. But down into turn 1 then, as we head into what's that for the GT3 AMS. That's lap 163 for these guys and girls, and coming down into the international hairpin. The international horseshoe, excuse me. I always love this part of the track because it feels like, you know, it's a symbol of like you're down into the infield, and then it's at this point, right, now we can charge, now we can push, because you've then got turn 4, 5, 6, and then you're back onto the to the oval as well. So for me, I enjoy that part of the track because that's where I know that I can make up a lot of time, Ewan.
Yeah, well, you kind of have to at that section because there's not a lot you can do around the oval. Obviously, you've got the bus stop, of course, but there's not much in the way of corners out there, as you might be able to imagine. So yeah, it certainly is the trickiest part, and it's where we've seen the most incidents today. Really, there's been a few spinners coming out of the bus stop, of course, but most of the incidents have been indeed at the West Horseshoe, I would say, with a few at the International Horseshoe as well. But yeah, out into the oval again for both sets of leaders now. The LMP2 and GT3 AM leaders both out there on the high banks at the moment, but both don't look like they're going to change coming down in towards the bus stop or turn 1 right now. There's still a few car lengths between both.
There certainly is. They're actually going to be coming up on your GT3 AM leaders to put them another lap down very shortly. But Mike Shepherd's in the lead of this race then for V3 Racing, sharing that car, of course, today with Dan Alpin, and doing a brilliant effort out there. 0.6 of a second to the good of Sean Campbell in that second place machine, that RSR by butt kicker number 56 machine. We wait to see EJ O'Donnell lines behind the wheel and Radu Zenovu behind the wheel of that one a win, and that is a little bit wide, and I did panic there and then realised that was a lapped car that was actually making a mistake in front of them. That is not what you want to see as a car trying to make your way through, because you just get a little bit more nervy, don't you, when you see a car like that in front doing that sort of a mistake, thinking, yeah, I kind of want to get past them as soon as possible now.
Yeah, it's not really it didn't really help Shepherds, to be honest, because Sean Campbell was able to really close due to that little bit of a mistake from a lap car. It wasn't Shepherds' fault, but he did lose time because of it. As we switch to the battle in GT3, now this is a lot closer. The slipstream is going to be taking a lot more of an effect for Vidner now, and there's a real opportunity, maybe, for a move into turn 1. Nick Stone is going to have his work cut out coming down the straight, and here it is on board. If there's a good enough run through the bus stop here for the Porsche, then the move will definitely be on, and that is a very nice run indeed. This move is definitely on. Oh dear me, that Lamborghini stopped in the middle of the road. Thankfully everybody saw it and got out of the way quickly enough, but that was very close to disaster.
Wow, that was frightening. I've got a feeling that might have been Brent Gunning in the number 36 GT3 AM machine that was just stopped. Oh my goodness me, That was what happened, didn't he, Ash? Good lord, that was a huge hit. I mean, if that was a real life driver, their back has been turned into a pulp at this point, as Shepherd's having a fight off Sean Campbell. Here we go then. There goes any thought I had of them fight fuel saving you out of the window completely. Shepherd's holding on to Sean Campbell there, and have a look at this. We've got both GT3 AM leaders and the LMP2 Pro leaders in the same picture here, and this is going to get a little bit awkward here as he tries to fire it up the inside. Sean Campbell doesn't have to do anything. The two GT3 AM drivers very well versed in staying out of the way. They know this isn't their fight there, but next time trying to hold on as long as he can here. Ewan, I'm just thinking back to that accident there for Ash Dainty in SPR Esports Tango machine. Tango machine. The 34. I mean, that is going to be some scrap value on that car.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a long repair if they have used the fast repair, which I believe they have done in that team. So yeah, that is a real shame for them to be spending so long in the pit lane here once again. But yeah, these mistakes can happen, as I mentioned earlier on. We've seen a few coming out of the bus stop chicane, and that was another one of them, I'm afraid to say. But this battle for the lead, not over. Sean Campbell hasn't got that long until his pit stop, but he's not waiting around here for anyone.
He absolutely isn't. So there we go, side by side then, and that is a change for the lead potentially as Mike Shepherd stays to the outside. Sean Campbell has the inside line into turn 1. They're going to come across lap traffic, and there we go on the inside, holds onto that position. Mike Shepherd's. Oh my goodness me, this is just absolute craziness going on right now. We've got 2 cars, we get put another lap down here, and oh, this is a bit awkward, isn't it? And there we go, as you predict, it's an absolute traffic jam right now.
There's 2, still side by side between the 2 GT, and it's so narrow in the infield, there's no way through. Campbell and Shepherd's just hoping that their Cup Ferrari wins. Unfortunately for Campbell, his has got through there on the inside line. That was a very bizarre moment, and it's really served up a horrible set of circumstances for Shepherd's here. Fortunately, he's able to finally get through now, but Campbell has taken the lead on what is his 23rd lap of this stint. Might well be in at the end of this lap, unless he's going for a rare, has to be said, 24th lap.
I'm not going to be funny, but how many swear words do you think is coming out the cockpit of Mike Shepherd's right now after encountering that lap traffic? And I mean, I need to check. If that was for position, then absolutely those cars are just as entitled to fight for it. The cars behind have to make their way through. But if that wasn't, then yeah, it's a bit awkward to try and explain that one. But it certainly makes the race spicy. And there you go, as predicted. Like clockwork, Sean Campbell into pit lane. Ewan O'Leary, do you have a crystal ball or some tea leaves or something there? Because that was just absolutely spot on there. As you can see, Brie Vidner. Now, Brie Vidner, actually, I'm just going to, before I flow over to you there, Ewan, Brie Vidner had the run. Brie Vidner had the chance to get past and is deliberately staying behind next in here. And this goes back into saying that the GT3s are more likely to fuel safe than the LMP2s.
Yeah, this is not a bad idea, especially in Vidner's situation here, because the 99 car came in 3 laps earlier than the 19 last time around. Now, this isn't going to be a problem in terms of making an extra stop. Everybody's going to be making the same amount of, or these 2 cars, let's say, will be making the same amount of stops until the end of this race, probably 3 more. But that means, in the current situation, the Lamborghini will have less fuel to take at that final stop by 3 laps. Now, it might not sound like that much, but it is going to be, these fine margins are going to matter later on in this race when we get down to it in about 2 hours and a bit time, when we get down to our final pit stops. Those kind of margins are going to matter. And so Vidner's trying to kind of alleviate that as much as possible by saving just a little bit of fuel. So I don't think it's the worst idea whatsoever. It's actually a very good idea, really, to just save that fuel.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're seeing here as we see another LMP2 car just heading through. Vidner will get a nice little bit of slipstream from that LMP car and a little bit of boost back onto the tail end of Nick Stain. So it is in the lead of the race right now as we go through another bout of pit stops for the LMP2s. It's currently the V3 Racing number 8 of Mike Shepherd's that is in the lead. Now they are the latest of the pit stops here. They pitted on lap 168, so expect them to lap in about 4 laps time. They'll be heading in. Jacques Mulder into the car for the number 85 is in pit lane. That means that Viktor Ivanov for the number 27 in the LMP2, that's of course the Netrex Grand Prix, sharing the car with Cash Rietveld and Colin Spork, who we just heard from there, into that second place. So Ewan, they'll be happy after that early issues that saw them drop out the top 10 to get all the way back up into P2, and realistically they could be fighting for this.
Yes, certainly. It's not out of the question whatsoever at this stage. I feel like we're getting down towards the stage where you can start to count some people out, like those a long way back, but really there's still plenty of contenders in all 3 classes at the moment, especially LMP2 and GT3 AM, although it might be becoming a little bit of a 2-horse race in GT3 AM. GT3 Pro, it's looking like a fairly nice lead for Blanche at the moment in the 911, but who knows what's going to happen with the 44 and etc. Who knows what's going to happen with any of the cars, to be honest, in there. And in LMP2, there's at least four involved for this at the moment, with Shepherd's, Ivanov, Campbell and Mulder at the moment. I would say they've all got a very good chance of giving the eventual winner a run for their money at the very least. So yeah, it's all set up very nicely indeed for the final 3 hours of this one. We haven't been struggling for entertainment so far in the first 5 hours, and especially in this last hour or so, these battles have started to hold up. It's about, the strategies are starting to converge, so it's all getting closer again. After stretching out towards the middle, it all starts to slowly get closer in these final 3 hours, and yeah, we're looking forward to finding out who's going to come out on top in all three classes, of course.
Yeah, you're spot on with that one. It does tend to expand and compress over the course of those 8 hours. If you have just joined us, a very good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Of a warm welcome to round 1 of the World Series Endurance Championship, powered by SIM3D and Kaden Computers. It's David Christie and Ewan O'Leary here. We're absolutely spellbound. I'm here taking you through the final 4 hours with Ewan, who is, let's face it, a bit of a Terminator, a bit of a Robocop himself, doing all of the 8 hours. And, it's difficult enough for the teams who at least get to, they get to swap out the drivers and they get to take a bit of a rest, Ewan. But with you doing the 8 hours of commentary, it does give you a very, very good understanding of the adrenaline needed to keep you focused through this sort of time.
I personally don't think it's anything close. To be quite honest, I get to enjoy myself talking about these guys battling away and whatever. These guys have got a race to win or whatever they're battling for. So yeah, it's also how I'm able to slightly predict when people are coming in at this stage, because it gets these pit stop strategies become very clear at this stage in the race. It makes you look a bit cleverer than you are really when you start figuring it out by this stage. So there we are. But yeah, it's much more enjoyable for me, I'd imagine, than it is for these guys. Well, I know already, I haven't done my own endurance races. It's a lot more enjoyable from this end, as James Holman maybe not enjoying himself through there, getting tapped by one of the LMP2s.
Yeah, James Holman in the RD SimSport WSL car. You've got to say that was a little bit unceremonious, was it, getting dumped into turn number 5 there. Thankfully didn't hit the barrier from the looks of it, but again, brave in there. Back into on boards, and she's really doing a brilliant job. Trying to catch on to the back of Nick Stein here, letting that LMP2 car go through. And again, this Prismatic Motorsports Athena squad, they've done a lot of work to prepare for these races here, and you've got to say that is paying off handsomely. Yeah,
it certainly is at the moment. It's a very interesting stage. Oh dear, as that was a half-hearted lunge from one of the LMP2s. They're not going to be pleased about that, damn it, down at Prismatic Motorsports, I can tell you that right now. Losing them a little bit of time there to Stein, which I guess is normal, but you don't really want to be getting lunged half-heartedly like we just saw there. But yeah, it's that stage of the race where we're not quite close enough to the end for battles at the lead of the race. And as I've already explained, Brevinder hasn't really got any reason to try and get through on Nick Stein at the moment, so we're kind of in a bit of a holding pattern there. But a little bit further back, the likes of these guys will be fighting a little bit harder. I believe this is certainly the only McLaren in GT3 AM. It's not the only McLaren entered on the entry list, but I haven't spotted the other one, so it might well be the only one in the entire field.
Certainly is, and just watching how this all unfolds here is a fascinating effort here. You've got two GT3 cars fight out as you've got LMPs going left, right and centre. This is Tom Bingham on the 6th place machine there in GT3, and that is of course Jacob Pegg for Satellite Racing. And again, it just shows a point I was making about 20 minutes to half an hour ago here, Ewan, is the fact that you do not get any peace, you don't get any time to think, right, let's just crack in some laps here. You're always having to fight some car, you're having to just defend, and you come out of these races absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, you definitely do. Especially a distance like this one. It doesn't matter how much driving you've done, it is an exhausting experience for everybody, I feel. So we see a bit of a possible problem here for somebody at the bus stop, Kane. At the very least, a running wide. Oh, that's more of a running wide, I'm afraid. Or more than a running wide, I should say. 303 Racing going out for a quick spin there, but looked like they were able to keep things going once again, or at least get going again.
We're watching this as we see in front of us. Again, a big shout out to everyone that is still locked in on YouTube. You're keeping us company and hope you're very much enjoying the race, because we are certainly enjoying all of this action right now. Tom Bingham trying to hold on to that position that he's just taken from the 7th place machine of Jacob Pegg in that 29 behind him. And that's very, very hot into turn number 6. That's going to allow one of the LMP2 cars into there just now. But looking back at the pit lane, Marcel Liepert has pitted from 2nd place in the GT3 Pros just now. He's just out of the pits. Thomas Mourinho is into the pits as well. He's just done his pit stop and has left pit lane as well. And Brie Vidner's done it. Brie Vidner now ahead of Nick Steen, as we saw there earlier on. And well, there we go then. So 0.3 of a second, and I'm not sure what to think of that, because we saw so many laps there, Ewan, where Brie just looked like was waiting, and then obviously manages to make it happen here. So now there we go. Yeah, so it's been a slowdown for the car in front for Nick Steen, and now I wonder, because obviously Brie's been quite happy to just relax, and look at that, Nick already back up to the tail end of that Porsche. This is, for me, I love this type of driving, because Brie is driving at their own pace. You know, that prismatic motorsports car just doing their own thing. If Nick wants to try and get past, they'll probably let them go past, but jump into the slipstream and do a little bit of fuel saving there. That is a very, very clever strategic play, I think, there, Ewan.
That is exactly the point. I feel like all the prismatic guys are kind of hoping that the Lamborghini will go through here. We don't often say this, but hoping to lose the lead. But you mentioned there, Nick Steiner's caught up very quickly, alarmingly quickly, but I actually think the Prismatic Motorsports car would rather that they were following the Lamborghini here and saving that fuel that we saw earlier on. I did wonder when they got through, it must have been a situation where they couldn't not go through because they were lifting off so much and so on and so forth. It just remains to be seen, is Stein going to do the same thing here? Are we going to see a bit of cat and mouse maybe over the line? The Lamborghini's going to, well, no, not quite. Porsche looking maybe to hold on to the lead maybe a little bit longer here, so maybe done with the fuel saving for now and deciding that they do want to take a few laps of the lead once again.
Yep, so here we go then, leader into the pits. Mike Shepard's in from the lead of this race. 22 seconds of a gap they have over number 27 of Viktor Ivanov. And again, you should likely see Viktor Ivanov into the pits this lap as well. And I would imagine that is going to hand the lead over to Sean Campbell in that number 56. And we go into the next phase of pit stops. It feels like, honestly, it is, to be fair, it's like every half an hour we're getting pit stops for the LMP2s, but the GT3 is able to stay out a little bit longer. And I'm just also looking there as Brie Vidner gets a little bit of fortuitous luck there as a lapped car is holding up Nick Stein in that second place GT3. So I'm not going to throw you under the bus here, Ewan, because obviously that would just be rather rude at this point in the race. But from what you've seen over the past 5 hours, is there any drivers or teams that are making you think that they've got what it takes to win this 8 hours in their respective classes?
Well, as I said earlier on, I would outline 4 in LMP2, the top 4, of course, in LMP2, who I do think will be able to win this race. In terms of RSR by Bookkicker currently leading, Netrex Grand Prix have just jumped V3 Racing to get into second there, and Full Send Racing, who have actually got in front of Dan Apel there in the V3 Racing car. So it's all very close for second, actually. With Mulder getting up into second place there. Jock Mulder into second, even off an Apel. Very, very close behind indeed. A freeway battle for second place. That is, who knows in what order those 4 are going to finish. In GT3 Pro, I actually think that Harry Pipes in the SIM3D Sport Car is looking very good at the moment for a race win. Marcel Lippert, is he going to be able to close that margin? It's quite a big gap, really, to be closing. And of course, it's looking like a bit of a 2-horse race right now in GT3 AM. So yeah, it's very, very possible over the next. We've got 3 hours. Even off.
Oh my goodness me, that's from P2. They've clattered with one of the GT3 cars there, and I say they have. To be honest, it looked like that GT3 car didn't pay attention to the spotter and just drove right into the side of that LMP2 car. That has cost that car massively, and they have ended up about 20 seconds behind where they were. So that is a huge accident for Viktor Ivanov, and I can pretty much tell you that the 27 and NetRex Grand Prix team, after their earlier incident, they are going to be absolutely raging with that one.
Yeah, they certainly are. This is the moment in the race where they're supposed to be rising back towards the front again, because obviously no tyres taken last time around. They're supposed to be, well, in their eyes, they were supposed to be in second place. It's got a BMW off on the right-hand side there as well. But yeah, Ivanov going to be very, very disappointed with that, and obviously they'll feel that they've done nothing wrong there, and they may have a case as well. Not entirely sure. It's a difficult one to call, really.
Watching Jacques Mulder then up into to P3 after that earlier incident. Just 1.2 seconds off of the back of Dan Alpel, who has taken over the control of that V3 racing machine. And yeah, fantastic stuff that we've got going on here. It's still in the lead of the GT3 Pro machine. It's the 44 of Harry Pipes now, about 40 seconds, or just under 40 seconds ahead in that number 44 SIM3D Robocop machine, sharing that car with Yannis Albert and James T. Armstrong. Let's have a look at here what happens to Cy Anthony. Again, not watching the mirrors here. Takes a little bit of the grass on the right hand side, takes a little bit of grass, and oh no. Symphony Esports are going to be shaking their head in dismay, and being the collected and calm and professional sim racer that I am, Leary, I would like to laugh and say I've never done exactly that same carbon copy incident ever in my Daytona history, and then I'd be lying to you through my teeth.
You could have got away with that because I wouldn't have known, but there we are. Yeah, I mean, it's always tricky when the LMP2 is trying to come through at that little. It's not really a chicane, is it? It's just a kind of a little quick right and left there. But you've got to remember, as we said earlier on, the GTs are very or less able to change direction once you're committed into a section like that, and so getting pushed offline in that kind of manner is not. It's not particularly helpful for them, and it can lead to problems like that one. So unfortunate for that team to have so much damage repair to have to be doing there, but it does tend to happen throughout these long races. It just doesn't look like it's been their day. The BMWs have really been absolutely nowhere today, and yeah, it's a real shame to see for those guys.
It certainly is, and one of the great things, Ewan, that I've mentioned on other streams is that in sim racing, we are privy to all of the chat rooms and the driver communications during these races. They're always a source of entertainment and of enjoyment. I've got to say, as somebody that loves watching drama unfold, and as you can predict, with an 8-hour race and many incidents, there's a lot of differing opinions and some strong opinions, I've got to be saying, that are getting expressed, shall we say, in a rather forceful manner. But again, another reason why I definitely don't envy the race stewards on days like this, where there's so much going on, and yeah, everybody wants to have their say.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see 303 racing at the bus stop. Well, not a carbon copy, because this time they're going to find the wall. Oof. Oh dear. It's maybe either the fast repair or indeed a real repair going to have to be done to that Porsche, I'm afraid, because they've come unstuck for the second time in the last half an hour at that bus stop chicane. Unfortunate for them as we go back on board with another battle involving this McLaren fire coming out
Is
of
that
that.
car actually on fire? That was. I was panicking because it had just gone there. That was an extended throw of flames from the downshift there, and I was wondering if it was maybe going to have to get the old rescue crew out to that one.
It's a very spectacular looking sight, it's fair to say, as we see. Oh goodness, what's happened here? This was the GT3 AM lead in battle. I hope nothing's gone wrong here, and I hope this is just a replay of a positional change. I think it is.
Ewan,
getting through.
What did I say? I thought that's what was going to happen. I thought the Prismatic Motorsport car was going to just let that car go by and duck in and get the tow. That's exactly what's happened. In fact, is that Brevid? No, that I was panicking there because Brevidder's still a second and a bit off there. But that car is definitely fuel saving. This is strategy right now from Brie Vidner for Prismatic Motorsports Athena, and of course Prismatic sharing the car today with Emily Howe and Cass Silliman, so they'll be jumping into the car no doubt in the next hour or so, and again a little bit of support there on YouTube for them. But yeah, that's a bit of a strange one, and I wonder if this is purely fuel saving, if this is purely just holding things back. And again, you've got to say that all they're doing is they're keeping their cards close to their chest with 2 hours and 40 minutes left to go.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, it's. I honestly thought I agree with you first of all, but I thought that was going to happen earlier. I thought Vidner was going to let that Lamborghini through a lot earlier, actually. But it has happened eventually. The only problem is with what's happened now, the gap's extended out to 1.2 seconds. It likely wasn't their fault that they've dropped back that much. It was likely a bit of traffic. That's the only danger really when you're running behind another car like that. It's all well and good saving the fuel and the slipstream or whatever, but what if you lose the slipstream through no fault of your own? That is very possible, and it has allowed Nick Stein to just get out to a nice little lead at the moment. But you can be sure with the ebb and flow of traffic, it's going to come back again as the McLaren once again of Peg staying in front in the battle for 6th place in the same category.
So just to bring it up to speed then, as we are in the middle of a stint just now, Sean Campbell in the lead of the race in the LMP2s for RSR by butt kicker over the number 8 machine of Dan Alpoel, who is in second place. Jacques Mulder in the number 85 full send racing machine is in third. Viktor Ivanov has just jumped into the pits. Now that did look very, very early for me. I think he was only in the pits about 12 laps ago, so we'll keep an eye on that. We've got that was a replay there. Unfortunately, I didn't catch that there. Andrew Dawson up into 4th position in the LMP2s. It's Harry Pipes in the lead of the GT3 Pro from Marcel Liepert. Of course, Harry Pipes in the 44 SIM3D Sport Robocop machine, and Marcel Liepert in the Liepert Esports Red. Then it is Thomas. It's the 911 La Porcherie of Thomas Marino that is in second place for there, and then third place is let's see, it was third place, sorry. Of course, Liepert still accidentally showing on the time screens as in the LMP2s, at least on my time screens it shows properly for you guys at home on the left hand side there. On the GT3 AM though, and next seen ahead of Brie Vidner, the 19 SIM3D Sport Terminator machine, ahead of the Prismatic Motorsports Athena 99 machine, and then Dennis Veeman in the 70 MSC Puma Kuppenheim in third place for the GT3 AMs. But 2 hours and 39 minutes left to go there. We've got it's safe to say it's been a chaotic race. There's been plenty to watch, and I'm also watching that Netrex Grand Prix machine of the 27 of Viktor Ivanov still in the pit lane. That's been a minute and 40 seconds here, and that is, it's looking like that car is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a real shame for Netrex because they were having such a fantastic race. You saw the lead they had at one stage, absolutely huge, and unfortunately, it's really come unravelled for them. The second car that's had a relatively big lead in this race, that has really come unstuck in this race, as now we finally see even off rolling again after nearly 2 minutes in the lane, or stopped in the box, excuse me. Going to be 9th after this. Not a disaster in terms of the championship, but they're going to be gutted in terms of their quest to win this race effectively over from this point.
Yeah, it's a shame for sure. In all honesty, though, that car that was in front of, I'll get an idea on that car in just a second, in front of Taylor Lane, it was a car that was a lap behind, but that Vector car, looking absolutely beautiful. Love the livery on that one, the black and the green. Looks like something out of the old 80s movie Tron, and I can imagine that it's already lost half of the audience here. They're probably going to be too young to have even seen that film when it originally came out. I know you were, you weren't even around for that.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've lost half the commentary box as well, because ask my parents, I don't know.
Wow, there we go. Wait, Ewan, how old are you, my friends?
I am 19 now.
Yeah, ask your grandpa. That'll be more right. Jeez,
Okay,
so
I'll
hang on. I've just realised, right? Our commentary box is made up of one person that is half of the age of the other one. That is some effort right there. That's pretty depressing. And on that bombshell, let's get back to the race then. Joshua Wilson coming under some real pressure in 6th position. Alex Jaringa in the number 55 RSR by Butt Kicker machine, not doing as well as the sister car up in that in the lead of the race, but nonetheless, Jaringa sharing that car with Marius Valiakis and Stefan Hjelvik just now. They are making their way through, and to be honest, you wouldn't fancy them not to get this position from Joshua G. Wilson in the T1 Design Esports machine very late into the corner into turn 6, and that is going to allow Jaringa to have the toe coming out of the corner here, and this is surely going to be very, very easy work. Isaac Snyder is backing me up here in the YouTube chat, saying that he's seen the original Tron movie and he's 21, so I don't feel so bad. However, Isaac, unfortunately, that's going to have been on a DVD. To be fair, I didn't see the original Tron until it was on TV. I was too young to have seen it in the cinemas back in the day. I'm going to try and say that to make myself feel a little bit better about being so old, but nonetheless, it is a fantastic movie. And the point I was making is that Vector car you can see behind, who's making an absolute charge right now on these cars that are a lap up. My God, where's that speed come from? What was that, Ewan?
Oh yeah, that was very bizarre, really. I didn't think these guys in this battle for 6th were really fuel saving at all, but it certainly looked like they were there. Although maybe not. It's just what happens, I suppose, when you get a big double slipstream like that for such an extended period of time. You just keep gaining speed, Dawson able to use that to full advantage. He's putting a lap on 6th, 7th, and 8th there, which just shows some of the gaps when you get to the mid part of these and the back part of these fields. Gaps do start to get quite large. Only 2 positions separating those 2 RSR cars, but still 1 lap separating them now. Which is quite a big margin. So might be able to help Jaringa just a little bit in terms of getting away from these guys. But yeah, Vector Barrows are absolutely flying, especially on the straight there.
I've just realised Jaringa isn't. Oh, sorry, that's Lane that I'm talking about now, because Jaringa's already got past. But Taylor Lane, I was thinking if that was Jaringa, then it wasn't trying to get past. But of course, Lane, I think, tucking in behind the slipstream, just wait until this second oval section here, because this is where you want to make the move, really. You don't want to do it on the first one, then have them beat you on the punch out of the exit, out of the bus stop here. You want to try and make the move going into turn 1. And are they close enough? That's what I don't know. But certainly looking at it as Taylor Lane side by side as they come across the start-finish line then. And this is going to be a move around the outside. If he pulls this off, it's surely not going to be into traffic. Oh my goodness me. Late on the brakes is Taylor Lane. He's done it. That is unbelievable. That is one of the ballsiest moves I've seen so far in this race. And that was amazing stuff there from Taylor Lane there, Ewan. Really, really took that car by the scruff of the neck. And I'll be honest with you, that's the way you've got to drive these LMP2 cars.
Yeah, you've got to really go for it, especially when you're coming through traffic. Really into turn number one, you've got to be very what's the word? You've got to have conviction and be very decisive with your moves in these. And that's exactly what he did there, Lane. And you can see, by the way, that Wilson tentative through the traffic here, not able to get through nearly as quickly. Already lost 2.5, nearly 3 seconds. Excuse me, just through those couple of corners. And yeah, that can make or break a race, really, and make or break a battle. And that's exactly what we saw there. Speaking of turn one, Simon Dodd looks like he's had a bit of a not nice time for it coming through here. Just a classic too much speed, really. It's a bit awkward to end up there as well. Oh, gets hit, unfortunately. There's almost nothing that anybody can do about that.
And to be fair, Simon Dodd, all you can do is just, you just have to keep that car still, and even then, yeah, it wasn't to happen. Good to see Taylor Lane doing a decent job in that Twisted Racing Team LMP2, of course. Weird story, actually. I've met Taylor Lane in person. He's friends with a mutual friend of mine, Craig. And we ended up going to a music gig together in Edinburgh. It was a fantastic night, fantastically accomplished sim racer, and really enjoys his music as well. So it's great to see him having a decent outing as well. But back to Brie Vidner then, 2 seconds behind Nick Steen for the GT3 AM battle. And meanwhile, we have got a driver to have a chat with, and I'm just going to have a look. Who have we got in to have a blether with us today? We have got Jeremy Roost. So, Ewan, I had the pleasure of having a chat to the last driver, so I think we should let you loose on Jeremy.
Yeah, I certainly will do, Jeremy. Welcome to the booth again. I know we spoke to you a little bit earlier on. How has your race been developing since we last spoke to you a couple of hours ago, or a few hours ago now?
We're holding good. We're still P11. We're looking right now. We're fighting for P9 realistically, in that P9 P11 area. So we're doing better than we thought we were going to do coming into this. So we're happy.
You said, yeah. What were the aims coming into this? Was it maybe to get a top 10, or what? Or maybe a little bit higher up than that? What was the aim?
So our original aim was definitely probably top 10 until we started seeing the lap times coming in. Once the lap times started coming in, we kind of shifted them more to, let's just finish really as high as we could. And I think we both, on some level, still looked at possibly hoping for at least a P10, and it seems to be coming to fruition so far.
Certainly will out there at the moment. Out there, of course, darkness has fallen. It wasn't very dark at all when we last spoke to you. How has that changed the car in any way you weren't expecting, or has everything been running quite as you predicted in terms of that?
I mean, everything's kind of fallen in the way we expected it to. The track is still a little greasier than we thought. The one thing we didn't really expect was the tire drop off going into the second stint. You're great in the first, you're really fast in the beginning of the second, and then roughly a little after half the stint, half that second stint, the rear tires just fall completely on their face. So it then becomes really about nursing them home, especially if you were hard on them in that first stint. And
one final thing before we let you go back to more important duties with regards to the team, are we going to be seeing you in the car again this race, and when are you going to be stepping back in?
Yeah, we'll be in. I'll be back in. We're looking at going just double and then rotating that way for the rest of the race.
Nice one. Well, we hope to see you out there soon. We look forward to it very much. But for now, good luck for the rest of the race. Of course, 2.5 hours still to go, and we'll see you out there on the circuit. Thanks very much for coming to join us.
Thanks for letting me stop by.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much there to Jeremy Roos there, having a bit of a blether there with Ewan from the number 233 Solaritus, the sim racing machine, sharing that car obviously with Will Lindley and Glenn Olsen at the moment, and they are currently down in P11 in that LMP2. So 2.5 hours left to go in the race here, Ewan, and I mean, it's been a really, really good effort for a lot of these teams and drivers just now. Yes, we've had the usual complaints about GT3s and LMP2s together. Weirdly though, from what I've seen over the past hour and a half, normally at Daytona, the complaint is that the LMP2s are really, really aggressive. And to be fair, from what I've seen just now, it seems to be the GT3s that are getting their elbows out a little bit more than usual.
I think we start to reach this point in the race now, and we reach this in every endurance race really. The track, it has a number of cars depending on the combination of classes and indeed drivers and so on and so forth. The track has a number of cars that it is comfortable with having on at the same time, and unfortunately you often have to lose cars to reach that moment, especially in a series as popular as this. We've now got 45 cars still out there on the circuit. Unfortunately, the likes of Owen Blythe, who we saw in the Triple Eight car, having a fantastic run in GT3 Pro, recently out of the race. Also, Ahmed Burka Kose is also out of the race in that LP2 car, the 217. Those are the last couple of retirements over the last few moments, and that leaves us with 45 still remaining in the race, which is, I think, or I feel, looking at the way this race is going now, that seems to be a comfortable kind of number of cars to have out there on the circuit, hence why we're seeing less incidents out there on the circuit as this race has gone on. And we have seen a much calmer last couple of hours.
Yeah, certainly is. So we've got another couple of drivers waiting to have a chat with us. We'll bring them in just a couple of minutes' time here, and I'm fascinated to see how this unfolds, especially with the likes of Brie Vidner for Prismatic Motorsports Athena here, chasing down Nick Stain, but that gap again, 2 seconds. It really has been fuel saving all the way for this Porsche. And again, I'm just wondering, Ewan, what will be the marker that do you think that they're aiming for, given that they're not directly behind Nick Stain, so they're not wanting to save fuel by being in the toe of that car in front, so surely they're just going to have a set lap time that they want to aim for.
Yeah, they will have a lap time. I think they will have a fuel number as well, of course, but they really can't be that far away from a pit stop at all. This is lap 32 of the stint now. I reckon there can't be much more than 2 laps remaining in this stop. As goodness me, full send racing. Well, sending it around the outside a little bit too much, quite possibly, around the outside there and off the road slightly. But yeah, Primatic can't be too far away from a pit stop here. Just trying to hitch fuel number, really. I think they'd rather be in the slipstream if possible, but these guys are almost on the limit right now, as you'd expect at this stage in the race.
Yeah, for sure. So we've got James Armstrong waiting to have a chat with us, teammates, of course, of our GT3 Pro leader for SIM3D Robocop, Harry Pipes, and sharing the car with Yanis Albert. Good afternoon / good evening, James. You must be fairly happy with that, because things right now looking very, very comfortable for the team. Harry's doing a great job.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, I mean, the race so far has been almost perfect. Just a few little contacts here and there, but so far we're going good. Got a 40-second lead. We're just kind of chilling, making sure we make the hour on the fuel, because we have to save quite a lot to make sure we don't have to splash and dash, to just preserve the gap that we've got.
And I mean, obviously 40 seconds ahead, that gap has stayed quite consistent, but do you feel comfortable in the lead, or do you feel that it's just something that constantly has to be managed?
I think that as long as we hit our fuel deltas, we should be fine, because the cars behind, they're pushing quite hard, not fuel saving, so they're going to have to pit again at the end, so 3 more pit stops instead of 2. And if we can make the hour on our next 2 stints, we'll have to box again, so we'll have another 40 seconds added on to our lead.
And just on that note, with as we see Brie Vidner in the GT3 ARMS into pit lane there, on that note, I mean, how important is it that the strategy gets followed to, and how easy is it to maintain that focus, especially when you're out in front?
I think, we got to stick to the strategy, and when we're out in front, we're just chilling, so we're not too concerned about the gap, just making sure we hit like the fuel delta. So yeah, just chill.
Awesome stuff. Well, James, thanks for popping in and having a quick chat with us. We'll hopefully catch up with you, and best luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. So there we go then. That is James Armstrong there having a chat for that there. Let's have a look here of the replay here. This is the RSR by Butt Kicker machine, and that is going to go straight into an Audi into the International Horseshoe there, and causing all sorts of chaos there. So that is Alex Jaringa who had that moment there, and that brings them down from that 5th position that they were in. They're now chasing down at Taylor Lane, 5 seconds behind them. Well, it seems to be all kicking off right now, Ewan, as I've got absolutely no idea what is going on. We see Prismatic Motorsport have done a pit stop there and have also handed over the car to Cass Silliman. So talking of Prismatic Motorsport, now would be a brilliant time to bring in their team principal, Jamie Jessica Martin. A fantastic effort from the team at Prismatic. And what's your thoughts on what's happened so far?
In fairness, I'm more than over the moon. I feel like we put ourselves in the best position to take the AM win, and I just think we just need to see this out. It's also a continuation of the good rivalry we have with SIM3D. Couldn't be anyone else but them we're in a battle with. So it's definitely got me on my toes. It's got me smiling quite a bit.
It's got us smiling in the commentary box as well, because we're watching it and we're like, there's no way that. So we were obviously watching the previous driver in the car before, Aubrey Vidner, and we're thinking to ourselves, there's no way that is in virtual motorsports. Can you explain a little bit about your job role and what that involves as a team principal, what that does day to day?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So for me as a team principal, I essentially just sit there as the head of the team, kind of picking out and just making sure that everyone has everything they need to succeed. For me, that includes obviously helping manage the different components of our management team, of our drivers, and also our event, entering for stuff like events, managing funds, and then obviously providing, helping work with everyone else to make sure the community aspect is thriving and is a safe place. So my job is a mixture of pretty much everything. I do a little bit of everything, but I feel like it's a job that's, especially for this team, is definitely worth it.
And obviously, being a transgender sim racing team, doing an incredible job of raising awareness and flying the flag for equality in the likes of sim racing. Do you think that's been as much of a challenge over the past couple of years?
Yes, absolutely. The reality of the scenario is that while there have been attempts in the past for trans sim racing teams, there never has been the attempt with the success that we've had, like Prismatic. Prismatic ultimately was entering into a space which, it does have a very male-dominated, cis male-dominated environment, and in fairness, that's not necessarily a indicatively bad thing. It's more the fact that at the end of the day, as mainstream motorsports has gone that route, then sim racing has followed that, and over the last number of years in modern motorsport, we've of course had a lot of female women drivers, and of course trans drivers, like people like Charlie Martin, come into the scene, and with that we felt that there was something positive to come out of having a team like this. So in the end we formed up, and it's ended up being a massive success in the grand scheme of things.
Well, certainly proving that you definitely deserve the place that you've got on credit right now. I mean, an amazing drive right now. What is the plan for the rest of the race then? I mean, obviously, second place, moving down to third place just now as the pit stops roll in. At what point are you going to be pulling the trigger and unleashing the wolves?
Well, right now, I feel like we're going to just make sure that we keep hitting our fuel numbers. When we feel like we're comfortable with the fuel calc at the very end of the race and we've hit our targets, then I think we can definitely make that push. But my aim is that we can get ahead of the SIM3D guys and then just start making up that gap again. Because I know that Cass is an incredibly fast driver, so I feel like we've got the positioning to really hit this one home.
Well, let's see, and hopefully we'll get a chat to you towards the end of the race. Jamie Jessica Martin from Prismatic Motorsports, thanks very much for joining us this evening, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
So, Ewan, obviously hearing about the logistics involved behind the scenes at Sim Racing, and it's crazy, isn't it? Because obviously, you know, what you'll have experienced in terms of sim racing might be a little bit different from what I've experienced in sim racing, but either way, the past 5 years have been an incredible transformation, and we're now seeing these fully fledged organisations coming up and developing themselves.
Yeah, it's quite unbelievable, really. I mean, from a personal perspective, when did I get? Maybe 6 years ago now I got involved. I was quite young. So I have seen that little bit of change, although not as much experience as you have, of course. But I'm not calling you old.
That tone in that voice, young man.
I'm not calling you old.
You just implied it.
I've dug myself a hole here and I can't get out. Anyway, I have seen a little bit of change, and especially the last 2 years have been particularly crazy. It is almost 2 years to the day since things started to get a bit mad back in March 2020. So yeah, it's quite remarkable to see the way things are going. Just listening to the kind of things that goes behind a sim racing team, all the staff behind the scenes and all the stuff that they're doing. It's the list of things to do is almost exponentially bigger than it would have been a few years ago. So yeah, it's great to see it goes from strength to strength, of course, and yeah, hopefully it will continue on in that way in the next few years.
Yeah, I think it certainly will. It'll certainly share in the incredible rise that esports has had professionally over the past couple of years. From my point of view, I think back to the rise of games like Counter-Strike, where they were about 10 years ago, and you had professional organisations that were developing into full-time teams. You have them all based in one location, training together, and it's a constant effort. And the great thing is, for me at this level of sim racing, of course, Ewan, is that you get these professional full-time teams mixing it up with guys and girls that just want to go out there and have a bit of a laugh on a Saturday afternoon. So a real mixture of skill and ability out there. But we've got another driver to have a chat with. This time it's the number 61 team of Riddle Rocket Racing's Wilson Brewer. It's currently Ryan Kaprowski in the car just now, but we'll bring Wilson in and have a chat with him. Wilson, good evening. Currently down in P12 just now in the LMPs. It's been a long afternoon.
Yeah, it's been quite a long race for us. The start didn't go so well, but we're settling now, and so our pace has definitely gotten better over the race and definitely more competitive. So we're just gonna hold it and see where it goes. Gets us at the end.
And on that note, with the difficult start, it's always a question that I find fascinating is what keeps you guys motivated? What gets you focused on the race ahead? Because given the level of quality and the level of performance, it leaves you with your hands tied behind your back. So what gets you to knuckle down and to not disconnect?
Well, the biggest thing is it was a difficult start, but the car was still undamaged. That's the biggest factor for us. The car was undamaged. The car still has some pace in it. So, we don't want to sit out there and be the first to retire. We don't want to retire in the race because people always end up, crashing out, and there's free spots to get back. And at the end of the day, those count as championship points. So as long as we can keep going, we'll get more championship points and everything. But at the same time, a race that we are kind of in the back and kind of started off on a difficult foot ends up being a race that I almost not quite as much enjoy as leading, but almost enjoy as much as being near the front because there's not as much pressure. I don't feel like I have someone breathing on my neck. I don't feel like I can really let anyone else down. Let my teammate down. We're really just giving it all we can, and having a good time, getting in our rhythm, and trying to get back up as far as we can go.
So what has the last stint looked like with Ryan behind the car? Does he enjoy you spotting for him, or do you two tend to do your own thing when you are in the car?
We typically, we use crew chief to spot, so we're not really spotting for each other as much, but we're just chatting and giving each other updates on pace ahead, because the cars are like almost half track length away from each other at the stage that we're at, down where we are. So just giving them updates on what the car in front is doing for position and things like that. Just giving each other updates, making sure our pit stops are set correctly. Making sure we're not going to waste our fast repair on something that we accidentally. We don't want to accidentally use our fast repair on something small. We might save it for something bigger. And just making sure we don't have tires accidentally checked in front of our pit stops and just things like that.
Awesome stuff. Well, listen, thank you so much, Wilson, for coming and having a chat to us this afternoon. Best of luck to Riddle Rocket Racing, and we hope to speak to you in the top 10.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
So, Ewan, chatting to Wilson there, and obviously giving us an insight as to what things are like at the outside top 10.
Yeah, it's been a difficult race for some of these guys. It's fair to say it was very early on in this race, actually, when Ryan Kroprowski got into the wall at the West Horseshoe. Really, first hour of the race, first run through traffic, I think it was, and it's really set them back for the day. But they're having a fairly good time of things as of right now. Just those earlier things kind of setting them back, really. But yeah, well, we've been interviewed a few people over the last 20 minutes or so. We've had a number of pit stops, of course. Now we've got, would we call it still 3 contenders for the lead or more? It's unsure at this stage, really, with the pace of Andrew Dawson, who's really quite quick at the moment. But Dan Opel certainly is going to be leading here on the exit of the pit lane right now, trying to get things going once more and continue on in the lead ahead of the 56 RSR by Bookkicker LMP2. Then Harley Horton not too far behind him. So yeah, it's a nice close battle we have up at the front of the field with these 3 cars. There is the leader, V3 Racing, retaking this lead as things stand, and we'll see how long they can hold on to it for. Let's not forget, this car, by the way, had what we believe to be a penalty at very early on in this race. It lost about 40 seconds in one of the pit stop cycles, and has dropped all the way back. They have climbed back up again, right the way to the lead, and they're holding on to it right now. 8 laps or 7 laps more better off in terms of a fuel situation. That's fuel that they won't have to take on at the end of the race, where everybody else will be taking on a little bit more. And so they're in a fantastic place, really. The only problem they've got is that this margin that they have at the front of the field right now is going to come down, because second and third have both taken tyres at the last pit stops there, which means they're going to be caught throughout this stint, I think it's fair to say, and that won't be the nicest thing for them, but they've got the lead for now, and for that they can be thankful.
Just saying, with 10 minutes left to go in this hour, I can't believe we've only got 2 hours and a bit left to go in this 8-hour race. I was waiting to say 8-minute race. That would be something completely different here. But it's the opening round of the World Series Endurance Championship, powered by SIM3D and Kaden computers. Here on Absolute Sim Racing, bringing you all of the action here for the World Series leagues. An amazing race that we've had so far, as we've got action going on. This is Morton Meisner for Sticky Brown Bananas. That has to be the best team name. I think that is a team name and a half right there. Getting the move done over turn 5 and 6, and a little bit of flashing lights to signal some disapproval. But I get the feeling that car that was in front of you wasn't on the same lap. So again, 2 hours left to go. Realistically, we've probably got about another 4 pit stops for the LMP2s and another 3 pit stops for the GT3s. At what point do you think these drivers are going to be feeling, right, okay, we can just go for it now?
Well, that really is the $1 million question at this stage. I feel like towards And the penultimate pit stop has been made, you start to heat things up, and then the final pit stop, definitely it's all out. But especially for GT3s, I'm not sure how close to the end of the race these final pit stops are going to be. There really might only be 10-15 minutes remaining for some of these teams when they make their final stop. So you really can't wait around to the very, very end, because then you have no time left. So it really does start to heat up at this stage. I feel like for LMP2, there might well be only 3 stops remaining, and for GT3 maybe only 2. It really depends really on where you are on the stint right now. We'll have to keep an eye on it really. But yeah, for the moment it is heating up now, getting down towards the end of the race. But we're still none the wiser in terms of LMP2, especially in terms of knowing who is going to win here. In GT3 AM, the other really close fight. Looks like Lewis Colon and Cas Silliman are a little bit apart in terms of pace here. It's still the same amount of distance between them in terms of strategy, but it looks like Prismatic have lost a fair amount of time in this first stint for Silliman in this race here. 20 seconds is the margin. It was nearly nose to tail not so long ago.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, actually. Let's have a look at what has happened there. As Connor Botting has had a huge moment bringing that car into the pit lane there. But Cas Silliman, the pit stop times with Louis Rivera Colon, they were about the same. They were about a second difference in the benefit. Oh, that's an Audi off on the exit of pit lane. I get the feeling that might be Nick Abbey. No, it's not actually. That might be Connor Botting again in the 65. He's taken it back to a pit lane. This is what happened to Nick Abbey. Just goes wide into 6, and that is, yeah, that's not the best, is it? But let's have a look then. This is Connor Botting. Oh man, this is, oh, my heart goes out. I'm not sure why he's decided to take it back into pit lane though, because he's just done a tow, unless there's maybe damage on that car. That could be what it is. He's maybe damaged it on the way into pit lane, and then realised that there's steering damage as soon as he takes the car out.
Yeah, it's quite possible. It's a real shame though, because remember that car was running second in the AM class, and unfortunately they're now well down. Disappointing day, unfortunately, in the end for those guys. So yeah, it's a real shame to see, as we've got Ebby. Not too long for him to really try and recover from this mistake or get himself back into a rhythm here, because he's already under pressure from Kraprowski down into turn 1, and there's not going to be much competition there. 12th place is going to go to the 61 car fairly easily, and they'll be very pleased with that as they search for maybe a top 10, although Ebby not giving up easily and maybe a bit too late on the brakes there. You can't fault his commitment, but unfortunately a little bit too late on the brakes.
Fair play, that was an effort and a half. He absolutely sent that round the outside of turn 1 there. It wasn't going to work, but again he's put the pressure onto Ryan Kaprowski. Now that is Ryan Kaprowski that we actually had a chat to his teammate just a couple of seconds ago. So that's the 61 machine for Riddle Rocket Racing, who just keeps it cool, calm and collected, and it just keeps himself out of trouble there. But in the middle of some cars here. Let's have a look here. This is on the entry to turn number 4, and again just watching it there. Oh, this is on the bus stop there. So what has happened with these two here? Let's have a look. So that is how Ryan got past for that position there, and ended up still just fighting with them.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, this is how it ended up going for a long time. This battle was going on for a lot longer than we realised. So it started all the way back coming onto the oval a lap ago, side by side briefly. Kaprowski wasn't able to get through that time, but then as we came through here out of the bus stop, this time last lap, Ebby finally had to let him through in the end. This is the GT. Oh no, the GT3 AM leader's been off here, tipped off by one of the LMP2s.
I'm sorry, the silence was just because of how is that? Oh man, right, so Louis Rivera Colon gets unceremoniously booted out the way, and was that was the Ryan Kaprowski car, wasn't it, that came into that car in front? So oh my goodness me, that is not what you want to see, and that brings the gap now to just what's that, about 12 seconds. Now, wait, what's happened to Cass Silliman, actually? That gap's actually only 8 seconds. Well, this is that's a bit of drama. I don't think that number 19 team are going to want it to have at this stage of the race. I mean, given that we've got just 2 hours left to go, SIM3D Sport Terminator, that is a terrible run of luck for them.
It was very silly as well, really, especially from the LMP2. Didn't catch which one it was, but I think Cullen was trying to let them go on the outside line, as what normally happens there, and the LMP2 was expecting him to pull back to the right on the racing line there, and just got into the back of the Lamborghini. It was really, I know that the GT3s are supposed to stay on the racing line, and you could argue Cullen maybe didn't, but either way, you can't just run into the back of cars like that. You've got to be a bit more aware than that, surely. And yeah, it's unfortunately affected the GT3 leading battle in this one. You know, we've noted that Silliman's losing a lot of time in this stint so far, almost hand over fist in this one as of right now. However, they've got to be thinking in the Sim3D Sport Car that this Porsche behind is going to come back at them later, and while they are in the ascendancy, they have to make use of it, and that spin there is not making use of it at all.
It really isn't. Remember, there's fuel saving going on for that Prismatic Motorsports Athena Porsche just now, so they really need to get a move on. James Armstrong has taken to the wheel of the number 44 Sim3D Robocop machine, so comes out in 3rd position there. You can see that beautiful liveried car on the back stretch just now, just making its way around for the what is that, the 200th time of asking lap number 200, just to wait to come and finish lap 200 and start lap number 201. Meanwhile, your leader is on to lap 222. That gap is 12.8 seconds between the number 8 and the number 56, as Alex Jaringa now down into 9th place in that number 55 RSR by Butt Kicker Machine. They were doing so well, and unfortunately down to 9th position just now.
Yeah, absolutely. This race, by the way, it predicted just under 300 laps. Looks like we might be able to get to maybe 297, maybe something like that in this race. So yes, plenty of laps to be getting on with today. By the way, we've had some word through in the YouTube chat. You might be able to help me with this, David, because I've got no idea. Rob Sutherland says, has anyone made a colonoscopy joke yet? I'm not clever enough to know what that is.
Right, Ian, just please don't Google it. Just trust me on this. Please don't Google it.
I will be Googling it.
You will, right, okay. Just remember to do it in incognito mode, yeah. Just you know, it's... Rob, just... No, okay?
There's a joke in there somewhere.
It's a joke to do with an exam of looking up someone's back end, and I think that is a reference to the LMP2 car getting very close to the rear end of that GT3 car.
Yeah, very clever. Yeah, I don't have that brain really. I'm not. But yeah, well done.
So now the question is Ewan, how do we segue off of that comment back to the race itself? That is right. I think I'm very tempted to put Rob Sutherland on timeout for that little comment there, but I won't. I won't abuse my admin powers here. What we can do is a rather awesome segue, is we can go and have a chat with our man in the GT3 AM battle, teammate to your current race leader just now, who is out there, as is Luis Riviera Cola, is of course in the number 19 Sim3D Sport Terminator. Next day, Nick, a very good evening. I mean, you must be happy, but you must be also a little bit furious after what just happened.
Absolutely. I am very... Well, we already protested that incident, so hoping something gets done about that, because that was just stupid. It's clear as day we were giving him the outside for the corner, and he just decides to take the inside. So, yeah, we've already protested that, and hopefully something gets done about him. So.
How many swear words came across the Discord when that happened?
Accurate description, probably about 800.
In about 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, for both of us.
I mean, obviously we're joking about it because the car is still going strong. It looks like obviously you've lost about 10 seconds out of that, but it could have been very, very different. Is there any damage to the car?
Not that I've seen. And Luis is reporting that he doesn't feel anything either. So hopefully that's a big time tactical nuke dodged there. So.
Just on that note then, because obviously fighting it out with Prismatic Motorsport, you must be delighted obviously that Cass is just dropping away very slightly from the tail end of Lewis, but a little bit of fuel saving going on. We're down to under 2 hours left to go. What's the strategy now?
Pretty much the same thing I was doing, just fuel saving, trying to get that extra 2 laps every stint, and then hopefully by the end of it, we'll only have to do a small splash dash compared to having what we think Prismatic may have to hit with about 30-ish minutes to go, whereas we've done enough saving to where we think we'll only have to pit with about 15 minutes to go.
No, actually, that's a brilliant point, Nick. Obviously, it's one thing getting the old Excel spreadsheet out and or Google Sheets or whatever and trying to work out strategy and things like that. How much effort and how much notice do you pay to other drivers and other teams' strategies as well? How much do you try and factor in for that?
It all depends on who we're fighting. So right now, we're mainly fighting Prismatic Athena. So we've been watching them, seeing where they're fuel saving, what they're doing with their strategy. And that's kind of how we're working out what we want to do. As of now, Prismatic is pretty much the only team we're fighting right now. Unless MSC Puma can catch up.
But with an hour and 50 minutes left to go as well, is there a little bit of you and Lewis that is maybe a little bit more aware of accidents like what happened with the LMP2 happening? And does that make you a little bit less cautious?
Absolutely. We've been cautious this entire race with traffic. We've had a few scary moments too. I don't know if y'all seen them on the broadcast, but we've definitely had a couple scary moments. And I've told him that if he sees something he does not like, get out of it. So.
That's fair enough then. Listen, Nick, thank you so much for coming and having a chat with us this afternoon. Hopefully we get a chat to you later on and potentially taking the top step of the podium with a brilliant race so far, 6 hours in.
Oh yeah, I'm hoping that same thing too. Thanks, guys.
Excellent, there you go. That's the SIM3D Sport Terminator of Nick Steen sharing the car with Luis Riviera Collin. You can see in the picture just now, but yeah, I mean, obviously saying just how upset he was as we go to a replay here of Kevin Stringer for SCCR Motorsports. Again, too hot into turn 1, loops the car around and politely for everyone takes it off the racing line.
Yeah, he did indeed. Yeah, fair play to Nick Stein there for keeping things PG, I suppose, while on the broadcast, because it's very, you could hear the frustration actually that he was feeling, and you can only imagine what Louis Collin is feeling in the car right now as well, in terms of frustration, because it was none of his own doing, you'd have to say, not his fault at all. But in the end, he was the one who suffered the consequences of that one, and they may well feel the consequences in 2 hours' time when they miss out on the race win by 5 seconds or 3 seconds, or if that indeed becomes the situation, because that cost them a good 12, 13 seconds, maybe even more than that. So you know, it's a real shame. You've got to remember though, I remember the Prismatic car getting spun around by an LMP2 at least once while it was in the lead. So that position in the road seems to be a little bit cursed in this race.
Yeah, nobody wants to take the GT3 AM lead with such a short amount of time left to go, just under 2 hours here. I'm also looking at Cass Silliman, currently behind James Holman on track by about 0.5 of a second. Now, interestingly, that I would think is going to be a big thing, Ewan, because James Holman in that GT3 Pro car is on pace with the GT3 Pro car, so doing 144.5s. And 144.3 that last time round, but that ultimately is going to allow Cass to jump in behind the toe there and again maybe get a little bit extra fuel saving done.
Yeah, possibly. Although it's that Lamborghini's so quick at the moment, it's actually just left the Porsche behind entirely already. So that has been what we've been seeing so far in this race. Some AM cars, especially early on, were able to get in the slipstream of Pro cars and really start to motor on. And indeed, this Prismatic car was able to hang on to the back of some of the GT Pro leaders in the first stint for a little while. So that was Emily Howe at the time. You know, it's very helpful for these guys in the AM car, but the pace difference between these two cars seems to be slightly too big for that to be a factor on this occasion. The guys up front though in SIM3D Sport will be breathing a sigh of relief though, because it really would have brought that gap down, possibly brought that gap down, at least kept it very, very close anyway.
Certainly is, as we head into 6 hours 10 minutes of this race. It's still, let's bring you a race update then. At the lead of the field then, the number 8 V3 racing machine, currently being piloted by Dan Alpuel. In second place is the number 56 RSR by Butt Kicker machine, and that is Radu Zanovu who is piloting that one. Third place for Harley Houghton, who did a fastest lap just 2 laps ago there, did a 1:32.78, and that was the fastest lap of the race for the number 85 in that Full Send racing machine. Sharing the car with Jacques Mulder, Cody Pride and Fraser Smith. Keep an eye on that car actually. Cody Pride, insanely fast driver, and obviously still in with a good shout. They are just 20 seconds off of the race lead just now, and your race leader is losing about 1.5 seconds to the 2 cars behind. Actually, let's pick up on that, Ewan, because Dan Alpuel, what you would imagine, is doing some fuel saving, but ultimately an amazing job on the fuel saving, because that gap 10 seconds to Radu Zanovu in second place, but pitted 8 laps after everyone else.
Yeah, this car, V3 Racing, in a very, very strong position at this stage in the race. The 2 cars behind for RSR by Butt Kicker and also Full Send Racing took tyres, all 4 tyres, at the last pit stop. So they should be really motoring on and getting very close to this V3 Racing car, but they're really not able to do that at all. They're in a better fuel situation here up front with Dan Alpuel because, as you said, 8 laps, pitted 8 laps before the RSR car and 7 laps before the Full Send Racing car, so they'll have to take less fuel at their final stop coming up in about an hour and a half. They've come all the way back from a big setback earlier on. It was either the first round of pit stops or the second, where they lost 40 seconds in this race. They were well down outside the top 10, but they fought their way all the way through the field, and they're back to the front. And maybe now this is the point where they begin to pull away and become unstoppable, because if they hadn't had that problem, who knows where they'd be at this stage? Maybe with a minute's lead, quite possibly.
Yeah, that certainly could be what is exactly going on, but just noticing now what has happened to that gap for GT3 AM. Lewis Cola was 8 seconds. That gap now looks to be 5.4 seconds to Cass Silliman. So that is 3 seconds that has come off in the space of a couple of laps here. So there's certainly fuel saving going on from the Sim3D Sport Terminator machine, but that's about 0.8 of a second being caught up by Cass Silliman right now. So you've got an LMP2 car trying to make its way around the outside of the bus stop here. Oh, well, this is starting to get a little bit spicy here, because we knew that there was fuel saving going on, but maybe not to this extent. And I'm trying to figure out what to make of this, because, of course, Louis Collot pitted on lap 191 and Cass pitted on 188. So, yes, there's a difference in strategy, but not that much.
Yeah, I don't think it is down to strategy, really. 1.7 lost on that lap. Only 7 tenths lost on that lap. It's generally coming down. I feel like this is the after effects of the incident, because not only after the incident do you have to think about have we got any damage here, which we believe, after our conversation with Nick Stein a few moments ago, we believe that there is no damage, or at least unnoticeable damage. You've got to also, let's get back into the rhythm now. Is Colon struggling with that? Quite possibly, judging by the amounts of time he's losing in each lap, or on particular laps. It seems a little bit here and there. I'm starting to think, is he struggling to get back into that rhythm after the incident? It's very possible and very easy to do, really. after such a thing happening, especially if you're frustrated with the way it's gone. If you believe anyway that it wasn't your fault.
Absolutely. So we're watching Castleman now for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. And we were speaking about 20 minutes ago to Jamie Jessica Martin, team principal of Prismatic Motorsports, again about the work involved for that team into getting them into these championships and the amount of practice that gets put in here. And I think that work is starting to pay off, really, because, you know, we're an hour and 45 minutes left to go in this race. This is now...
Is it? Sorry,
that could be a point, actually. Look, that's a really good observation here, because, look, they've lost another second on that lap there. So I know that it looks like they could be just fuel saving, but to this extent, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure if it was a slowdown anymore, because maybe it's just an LMP2 being quick, which is possible, I suppose. But yeah, another second lost on that lap, and yeah, it's oh dear, it's really starting to cost this team at this stage for SIM3D Sport, as we see a bit of an issue for the number 7. Just a quick spin through turn 6. Oh, and nearly got hit. But yeah, I mean, it's a very precarious situation for Louis Collin at this stage to be in. Yeah, he's losing time, and there's no two ways about it. From nearly a 20-second lead, we're down to now 5 seconds, and it's got to be playing on his mind, maybe allowing other mistakes to creep in here.
Second place from LMP2 into the pits then, as Radu Zanovu comes in that number 56 RSR by butt kicker machine. But there's another point to bring into this as well, is the fact that while Louis Rivera Collin is in the lead of the race, and that gap is coming down, it does two things to the two different drivers. For Luis, he starts seeing that relative and starts thinking, oh wait, hang on a minute, this is starting to come down. I need to you know, get my things together here. And for Cass sees time going on, thinking, all right, okay, yeah, I fancy a bit of this. Let's get going. And it has an amplifying effect on both the drivers. Cass will feel emboldened that the gap is coming down and think, right, okay, I can push a little bit harder here. I'm going to put the pressure on. And Lewis is like, all right, okay, I need to calm down here. I need to get my motivation back and keep going on.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've just had it confirmed to us as well that Collin definitely not fuel saving. I didn't suspect he was, but you never know. I suppose you got to keep your mind open to everything. He's just losing a bit of pace. I think he might have just picked it up ever so slightly this time around. 44.8 for him this time, as opposed to a 45.0 for Silliman. So there was a little bit of time lost there. A couple of attempts lost for Prismatic this time, and looks like Collin might be just starting to pick up the pace once more. But as you say there, yeah, you start to realise the gap's coming down and mistakes are being made, and then you drive even harder, which is sometimes exactly the opposite of what you actually need to do.
Wow, what a lap from Harley Houghton. 132.3 on the in lap, or the lap before the in lap there. So Harley Houghton in that 85 full send, a proper appropriate name, you've got to say, Full Send Racing, because that is exactly what has happened there. Comes into the pits from P2 just now, but it is still Dan Alpuel who is in the lead of this race. And interestingly, that was lap 216 that Dan came in. So again, about 6 laps to go before we'll likely see that car coming into the pit lane. We're riding on board though with the SIM3D Sport Terminator machine, the number 19 of Louis Rivera Collin in the lead of the GT3 AM battle from Cass Sullivan for Prismatic Motorsport. It's then in 3rd position, all the way down in 3rd position, it is Simon Ruchowski for the number 70 machine. That is of course the MSC Puma Kuppenheim Yellow. Now that was, they were worried a little bit about that car, but that gap is still about, about 16 seconds between Louis Rivera Collin and that's the car of Simon Ruchowski. So I can't see that being an issue for them.
Yeah, it's a lot closer than I would like at this stage, I've got to say. But so I wouldn't count them out entirely. But it certainly is a significant gap, to be fair. That has to be crossed, of course, and it remains to be seen with this amount of time remaining whether that can actually be done. But yeah, penultimate pit stops have got to be round the corner for these guys here relatively soon. I say that as they're only 20 laps into this stint at the moment, so they've got a little bit of a way to go yet before their penultimate stops, as the LMP2s are making their third last stops in this race, quite possibly. Yeah, they're still got 2 remaining after this one, at least, in this race. So we look at Colin Spork. Now, when we were having a quick few interviews earlier on, a quick succession of interviews early on, I got the chance to at least message Colin Spork and see what was going on after they lost 2 laps with the incident with the GT a little bit earlier on. I asked him what he thought was still possible, and he said, while he doesn't know, of course, that a top 5 is the aim at this stage, and judging by they're only, less than 25 seconds off the top 5 right now, it's looking like that is very, very possible. Yeah, they'll mark it down as a job well done if they can indeed manage that.
I think you're absolutely spot on with that, given how much time they're able to chip away at this lead. They did a 146 that last time round though, and Luis Rivera-Colon and James Holman are fighting it out just now. The two of these, this is not for position. Well, it is for position, but they're in 2 separate classes. So realistically, I would expect to see that kind of firing up the inside, but Louis Rivera-Colon did a brilliant job here, but that is allowing Cass Silliman to close that gap very slightly. 5.1 it was to 4.6. You can see that Porsche in the background right now, and yeah, this is just, I really enjoy watching this, because it's almost like a 5D chess match here that we're watching unfold right now, given that it is just, and I use this in air quotes, just cars going round the track. You know, what could be more difficult than that? And the simple fact is, it is incredibly difficult. This Daytona track is not an easy track to be competent and to be fast at, but let alone to be consistent at, is such a difficult thing here. And James Holman, I think, is getting a little bit frustrated, getting held up behind Louis Colon here. And the thing is that Louis isn't under any obligation, I don't believe, to let them go, because they are on the same lap and they are on the same part of the track.
Yeah, this is one of those awkward battles where it is actually for position, and they're in the same class of car. They're in the same car in this instance, but they're not quite going to be gaining or losing anything from this fight, and especially taking it free wide is especially awkward. But Holman deciding that he wants to go for it anyway. He had to get through on the prismatic car earlier on, and absolutely ran away from that. I feel like he is faster than both of those cars right now, and so it's probably sensible for everybody to just let this RD Sim Sport car get through, and so that's exactly what's happened now. But yeah, to your point about the consistency and the difficulty of one of these races, I mean, you only have to think, not only in endurance racing, but widen it out to motorsport in general. How many times does the fastest car not win a race in motorsport? It happens quite regularly, I would say. You know, and sometimes even championships are won by not the fastest car, because it's not always about that. And sometimes it's not even always about being consistent as well. It's all the other things to add into that, the pit stops and the strategy and all that, especially in endurance racing. So yeah, there's a lot of factors to throw into this one, more than just how quick you are at Daytona, which is obviously part of it, but not the whole story by any stretch.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces. Talking of moving pieces, I think there's quite a few pieces come off the back of the car of Alex Bomberg in the number 65, the Condog Prime Motorsport. We'll need to get a replay of that one. In fact, as if I say that, you know, are amazing. That is the most bizarre accident I think I've ever seen here at Daytona. 2 wheels onto the grass on the right hand side for Alex Bomberg. Thankfully hasn't hit anything, so the only thing that is damaged on that car is the pride and the ego of Alex Bomberg. And taking a 40-second detour halfway across the infield there, that is most likely going to get a big penalty from the in-game system.
Yeah, he's missed out an entire corner there by a long way. I hope that I would actually be slightly scared of getting always disqualified for that kind of thing. But I don't think that's quite possible. But either way, yeah, not great. And we spoke to Alex actually a little bit earlier on. He was saying about how they did the Daytona 24 in this car, and that obviously makes them all a little bit more comfortable. But you can only be so comfortable at a circuit, and mistakes are still possible. And yeah, you're right. I feel like it's one of those complete lack of concentration things when you're looking at something else, like whether that's on the other screen or so, something as stupid as an animal stepping on your keyboard or something like that. It can happen. We don't know because we don't know. We've not spoken to him. But yeah, it's these things do happen. The joys of sim racing.
And they are joys indeed. And of course, if you are enjoying what you see here, ladies and gentlemen, remember to always like and subscribe to the channel. But more importantly, head over to World Series Leagues, get involved in the Discord, get yourself signed up for the amazing championships that they do here at WSL. They've got tons and tons on offer. They've got the NASCAR series, which I am so beyond excited to get involved in that one. I'll be helping out with the production on that one. They've got the GT3 EU season that is underway as well. They had the ridiculously awesome Porsche Cup series, which was one of my favourite series I think I've done so far this year. It was just, I mean, the entertainment was intense. The battles were so close. And yeah, an amazing storyline that unfolded through that in the EU Championship as well. So head over there, get yourself on the Discord, get yourself involved. But we look to this race here as we see Ryan Kaprowski for Riddle Rocket Racing in the 61 onto the brakes into pit lane from P12, and will be trying to fight again. Celeritas Sim Racing's Jeremy Russo is in 11th place right now, and an hour and a half left to go, Ewan. If this was you behind the wheel, what are you thinking in terms of keeping yourself composed?
Oh yeah, just hit your marks at this stage and just continue on in the way that you have been doing. It's something that obviously we talk about often about different phases of the race and whatever. But when you're in the driver's seat, you just kind of get on with it and run your own race. Really, you don't think about these phases of the race. You don't think, oh, we've only got 90 minutes to go here. I'm going to start to push hard or anything like that. You just do the same what you have been the whole race really, and that's the best way to do it in a race that will stay green the entire way. Obviously, if there were safety cars and stuff like that, then things would change. But there's really no point in taking it very easy at the start of these races, because 8-hour races are almost becoming sprints these days. And yeah, you just got to be on it all the time. So just keeping doing what you're doing at this stage is really what you need to do. And of course, for Jeremy was trying to get this top 10 at the moment, 11th place, 45 seconds away from the top 10 now. Going to be difficult for them to get there, but they aren't going to stop trying. There's no question about that.
Yeah, for sure. And on that note, I mean, that's all you can do. We've seen how many times, Ewan, where incidents can happen, drivers can have accidents, and it's almost nothing to do with them whatsoever. We saw that with the leader of the GT3s. In fact, almost coming a cropper there again is Louis Collon. Getting hit from an LMP2 car, when they've done everything that they possibly can to try and keep themselves safe and sound.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the thing I keep mentioning about GT3 is that you can do everything that you can or everything in your power, and it still might not be your day. You've got to have the look through the traffic in terms of what everyone else is doing as well. But to be fair, these guys in GT3 AM have all had their fair share of bad luck now. In terms of Colin and Silliman, both of their cars for SIM3D Sport and Prismatic as well, of course. So it's but may the best team win at this stage. Really, it's really started to even itself out nicely for these final 90 minutes.
Certainly has. 90 minutes left to go in the race, and we're watching James Armstrong behind the wheel of the GT3 Pro leading SIM3D Sport RoboCop machine, doing a cracking job ahead of Leipert there in the Leipert Racing in second place there, 22.5 seconds. But Marcel Leipert is going to have to watch out, because 3 seconds behind him is Thomas Mourinho, and that gap is coming down very, very quickly indeed. So we could see a change for second place in just a couple of seconds' time.
Yeah, absolutely. The Start 11 car was leading in the opening part of this race, raced out to a fantastic lead actually early on, with Francois Aldrini driving that car, but when we saw Jeremy Moran and Benjamin Blanche in there, they were running a little bit further down. Looks like Mourinho very, very quick though. Thomas Mourinho in that car at the moment looks very, very quick. And indeed, if they can get old Durini back in towards the end of it, then yeah, they're going to be very, very strong. I may even try and get, may even finish in second place. Is that first position a step too far for them? Quite possibly, really, considering that I think both of these cars, for Liper and Le Porcherie, have got one tyre change remaining. I don't think James Armstrong will be taking another set of tyres before the end of this race. However, you can never say never, and these guys won't stop trying, as we've said before.
Yeah, they certainly won't stop trying. An hour and a half left to go though in the race. We're watching Thomas Mourinho for the 911 La Porcherie outfit, having some pressure applied from a LMP2 car trying to get their way through just now. And we see Mike Sheppers has got into the car just now, as that is into the pit comes the V3 Racing outfit again. A big gap in terms of the laps, in terms of the pit stops and things like that. There, I believe I said it was about 6 laps in front of everyone else. So we'll see how that compares with an hour and a half left to go. But in second place, Radu Zanovu ahead of Harley Houghton in this opening race of the brand new season here. It's definitely lived up to all the expectations. Looking at that battle again for GT3 AM, as Louis Colon now start to eke out that gap yet again, 6.9 seconds ahead of Cass Silliman in the second place Prismatic Motorsport Machine, and then in third place, as we were saying there before, brilliant effort at the moment going on for Simon Rohowski, who is just 10 seconds behind Cass Silliman and closing that gap in quite quickly as well. But going to the GT3 Pro Battle, James Armstrong for SIM3D Sport Robocop in front of that 911 La Porcherie of Thomas Mourinho, and then James Holman in third place as well. But he's about a minute behind that battle as well. So my eyes are on Thomas Mourinho. He is 2 seconds behind, but he's 2 seconds behind Marcel Leiper, and it's actually Marcel Leiper that is in second place there. Excuse me, because I'm of course looking at my timing screen and not on the actual timing tower that's on the live pictures here. That is the correct standings as it is just now. Right, hour and a half to go, Ewan. What do we think we've still left yet to see here?
Well, I think we've yet to resolve the winners of all 3 classes, really. There's still that tiny question mark over GT3 Pro. Obviously, we think that Armstrong's got that one in the bag, but you never know. GT3 AM really is a coin toss, and this coin is starting to morph into a 3-sided coin, if that's possible, because Rohowski's doing a very good job in third place. You never know what could happen there. And of course, LMP2, Sheppers has got into that car. 2 tyres changed last time around, might even be the last tyres that they take on this race. But are these guys out front in the RSR team going to risk it? Are they going to keep those on until the end of the race and try and hold out for the race win here? What can Harley Houghton offer for Full Send Racing in the final 90 minutes? It's a real question mark, and there's a lot still to play out here, a lot still to intrigue us throughout the next part of this race. And final hour and a half. Yeah, looking forward to it. There's still going to be plenty of battles going on, I'm sure.
Yeah, there certainly is. Watching Thomas Mourinho here dragging one of the cars round with him. I believe that is one of the lapped down cars that is just behind him just now as they go into turn number 1. And again, they are on, or Thomas is on lap 219, if you can believe it, as we see one of the LMP2 cars. Oh my goodness me, a heart attack there, as I thought there was going to be a little bit of contact there, and just watching Thomas Mourinho making his way around. I'm still trying to find out who that car is that is right beside him just now, and I'll get an idea on that in just a second. But again, just showing how busy this track is, and with that hour and a half left to go, it's all about the focus now. It's all about, as you said, hitting your marks, and all about just paying attention to how the car is feeling, what the traffic in front of you is doing, and about what you are able to bring to this mix.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about that. Just doing what you've been doing really for the last 6.5 hours. Really, it's a long race now. People are getting tired. It's getting towards 11 o'clock in Europe, and even later as well. If you're certainly Eastern Europe at the moment, or indeed further afield in Asia, then it's really getting quite late. Obviously, for the Americans, they're just starting coming into the middle of the day. To be honest, and really thriving at this stage. But wherever you are in the world, an 8-hour race, if you've been here for the entire time, it is draining for these drivers and staff behind the scenes as well. So that's where mistakes can creep in, and that's where you've got to concentrate. And that's where spotters behind the scenes can really come in handy to remind you to do those simple things, and remind you to or warn you of simple things that are coming up, like a precarious bit of traffic. That's when those kind of things become really very useful, and those teams that have those things, of course, will be very much thanking themselves that they've got that as they get more tired towards the end.
Just watching this battle here between Busby and Taylor Lane side by side. They're coming up to a GT3 car. This is almost certainly going to end in tears if they don't watch out. They managed to navigate the GT3 car though. Taylor Lane thinks about it, tries to keep the foot in here, gets it done. Paul Busby for for TI Design Motor Esports there, shown to the outside of turn 1 there, and is going to try and make a move into the international horseshoe, but can't quite make it happen. This is a fascinating little battle that we have got going on here, and I tell you what, Simon Rohowski is absolutely firing that car about the track right now as Cass Silliman into the pits ahead of Louis Rivera Colon. So Cass Silliman into the pits for Prismatic Motorsports. Meanwhile, we're keeping an eye on this battle here for the LMP2s. Hang on, that was Cass Silliman straight through and now gone into the pits. Excuse me, I thought it was saying that the car had exited pit lane, but it's not. It's just into the pits now. So Mike Shepherd's still in the lead of the race. Now have a look at this. What has happened here? Where does that gap come from? Because Radu Zernovu, this is for the race leads.
Oh goodness. Well, Shepherd must have lost, excuse me, the 56 car must have lost loads of time somewhere, because all of a sudden they're not leading any longer in this one. Slipstream is in full effect. Horton's only 2 seconds behind. So, yeah, goodness me, what has gone on here? Shepherd's with with 2 new tyres, presumably rear tyres, is flying at the moment, but he's going to come under pressure here.
Side by side across the line then, and that's around the outside for Zernovu. Wow, what an incredible race that we've had so far. Mike Shepherd keeps a hold of that position on the inside. Harley Houghton to the outside there. Now what we need to check is we saw Mike Shepherd jumping into the car and taking over control of that car after a pit stop. It was a longer pit stop by 13 seconds. So is it just a result of that? But I'm pretty sure that they were much further apart on that there. So Shepherd's under real pressure right now, and Harley Houghton already, that last lap there was about 7/10 faster than the pair of them in front. Harley Houghton flying right now, 133.39 right now, and as we come to 1 hour 25 minutes left to go in the race, we've got the top 3 in LMP2 separated, ladies and gentlemen, by just 3 seconds. I tell you what, that's spiced things up no end here.
Yeah, that's not bad going, really, and yeah, it's good to see. I feel like the timing screen was just playing tricks on us, though, to be honest. I feel like those gaps have been a lot closer for a little while since those pit stops has really shaken themselves out, and we just didn't know. So yeah, there we are. But the leading battle's certainly not over here. Shepherd's is going to be under pressure once again, although maybe the RSR car a little bit too far back. Saying that, there's still a possibility here. We're going to have to split the difference between these two Ferraris, and maybe then there's going to be a move.
Oh, he makes a move to the inside contact! Oh my goodness me, Radu Zernovu tries to make it work. How the hell did he hold on to that? That is a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the number 56. Oh my goodness me, the RSR by butt kicker. Wow, that was high drama. You saw that coming a mile off, and I'm going to have to go and take some heart medication after that one, Ewan, because that was wild moment. And somehow Radu Sanovu has only lost a second out of that.
Yeah, I have no idea how he managed to do a full 360 on the banking and then come back down and carry on once more. We're getting down towards the end of the race now. That kind of aggression is to be expected, and it happened. Fortunately, everybody able to hold on, but look at these guys at the moment. It's the gap between the front three even closer as we speak right now, and Shepherd is really going to have his hand full here.
Well, caught in between a rock and a hard place here. Mike Shepherd's possibly trying to ease off that fuel, and that gap come down massively. 0.4 of a second, 0.3 of a second. This could all be over by the time they hit into the bus stop here. 0.1 of a second. What is going on with Mike Shepherd right now? Because that gap is non-existent, and there is Harley Houghton onto the tail of this train. My goodness me, Ewan, this is just nuts. And there you go, Shepherd's just handed that position away to Zernovu. Meanwhile, Harley Houghton wants to take the position off of this as well. Makes that around the outside. Yes, something is definitely happening with Mike Shepherd's here.
Damage.
Yeah, that's a big hit on that car, and that is off into pit lane. Meanwhile, Harley Houghton, Ewan, is looking for taking this lead of the race.
Wow, straight down the inside and late on the brakes, straight through. So Horton is all of a sudden through from third position, but that little incident there, the car that was spinning around at nearly 200 miles an hour was not the car that came out worst, it was the one that was on the inside there. Oh dearie me, this is a wild ride on board with the RSR car. I've still no idea how he's held on to that, but somehow he has done, and now in second place still. But Mark Shepard is going to be absolutely furious. Only 10 seconds worth of damage there. I wonder if that was maybe a fast repair, but if not, then a very quick repair to get that suspension fixed. Obviously fueled up as well, but he's not going to be able to do this race on one more stop surely, unless he can manage to stretch out 25 laps for the first time in the final couple of stints in this race. It really has come down possibly to a two-horse race now between these two cars.
Yep, certainly has. Well, we've got another interviewee to have a chat with us. We've got the number 27 Netrex Grand Prix of Cas Rietveld, who is waiting to have a little blether with us. We'll bring Cas in just a minute's time, but catching our breath and trying to figure out what on earth happened with all of that one there, as we see Thomas Mourinho for La Porcherie just 0.6 of a second behind Liepert in that second place there for the GT3s, as Colin Spork out of pit lane, and Cas Rietveld joins us now from that number 27 team. Very good evening, Cas. It's been a bit of a wild race. P8 just now.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to say here, really. We've had such a great race at the beginning. We started, not in the best position, P7, dropped to P11, then got up to P1 again. Led the race for a while, then had the incident, which was a bit of a netcode incident, and after that it went quite downhill. Let's say that everything that could go wrong went wrong. So we're lucky to still be running. We do have a bit of damage on the car, but we're running good pace. We're going through the end. You saw the collision with the leaders a few laps ago, so anything can happen really. Who knows, we might still be on for the podium. I doubt it, but who knows.
Now, given that you're just off of the being 1 lap down, you're now 2 laps down. What is it that keeps the head held high for you? Obviously, Colin is in the car just now. We had a chat with Colin before he jumped in. But difficult races like this, where you have incidents that are absolutely nothing to do with you, what keeps you guys in the fight?
Well, it's the season opener really. So for us, it's nothing is lost yet. Of course, you'd rather have the season open with a win, which I think was the possibility here today. But we know we have the pace. It's actually our first race in iRacing as a team. Netrex, it's a totally different beast from where we come from. We come from RF2, but we worked really hard for this race. We did the Daytona 24, and this is really our first shot at the league. So I think we're not doing that bad, and I think that helps with keeping the head held high. It's the first time we do this, so we're bound to have some issues. We're bound to learn things. it's not a big deal for us that we make those mistakes and have those incidents happen to us, because first of all, this is our hobby, we do it for fun, and sometimes it doesn't go your way, and most of the time it often does, because you're having fun, and sometimes it just doesn't work. But then we know, we go again soon, and let's finish the race as best as we can with the team.
And these LMP2 cars are very susceptible to the damage, and obviously we're saying that Colin's reporting a little bit of a niggle with the car. How does that affect the handling of it?
It does affect the balance quite a bit. When I had the little netcode incident as well, I had just a tiny bit left center damage, but it totally throws off the balance of it. The rear steps out, especially in the bus stop. It's very difficult to control them, because the bus stop, it gains you so much time if you take it correctly. So it really can hurt your race quite a lot. So that's why we decided to pit, and this time we decided not to pit and repair the damage, because the damage was so minor and the balance was quite okay. But depending on the impact, a very, very small impact on the wrong place in the car can really ruin your race and actually cost you a lot of time in the pit lane. And you know what they say, the guys who spend the least amount of time in the pit lane in endurance often finish very high up.
Got some very sage and wise words there. Kaz, thanks for joining us so far, and we look forward to speaking to you much higher up on the grids towards the end of the race.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
So there we go then, Cas Rietveld then from Networks Grand Prix in the number 27 outfit there. Still very buoyant in terms of his energy, in terms of the optimism, and great to see that he's really, really still in high spirits, and the team, more importantly, still in high spirits, as we've got an hour and 15 minutes left to go in this Daytona opening round of the World Series Endurance Championship, powered by SIM3D and Kaden computers. It's David Christie and Ewan O'Leary here with you with all of the action, and here is the battle for second and third position. And this is where it's starting to get a little bit close now, because after the pit stops, we're now seeing this battle between Louis Coulon and Simon Rohowski. That is now 8 seconds that has gone up to them, but Cas Silliman, after those pit stops, now drops behind Simon Rohowski, and Rohowski now up into second place, and I believe that is legit. That is a place for position, given that Rohowski came out the pits on lap 224, so Rohowski out the pits about a lap ago. So Ewan, that is a huge jump for the number 70 team to get up to that second position.
Yeah, it has. We've been speaking all day really about Sim3D Sport versus Prismatic. Who's it going to be? We're looking at each other, and then, well, everybody's been looking at those two. We've seen the Puma car just come out of absolutely nowhere, and it looks like it might take it all here, quite possibly. Rohowski's doing such an amazing job right now, not only catching the Prismatic car, but also at Sim3D Sport by just hand over fist right now. 7 seconds to protect with an hour and 15 to go is a very tall order. I know there's one short pit stop remaining, but that's not really going to halt Rohowski too much at all, because he's got 1 lap less fuel to take on than Coulon has. So, yeah, this all of a sudden is falling out of favour of the two that we were looking at about, well, for the last 6 hours, basically. We've been looking at a 2-horse race, and all of a sudden, the Puma car has just been flying, and now they're looking on course to maybe snatch the race win.
Well, let's see how that one develops, but we're watching Thomas Mourinho here for La Porcherie, trying to stay ahead of Leipert there in that third position. Now, Leipert was in second and has been taken down, and oh man, this is fascinating to see how this is going to develop, because here comes Leipert right now, Marcel Leipert in the 1-2-3 just now. In fact, excuse me, of course it's not the 1-2-3. Again, I keep looking at that incorrect time screen. It's the number 5 it is that shares the car with Max Furtwängler, Yannick Burkhoff and René Maurer. 0.4 of a second. This is looking a bit scary right now, that Audi right behind, and Ewan, it's almost looking quite ominous for Thomas Mourinho right now.
certainly is. Although he was the one who got through on Lippert not so long ago, so who knows which way this is going to go. Side by side over the line once more in this battle for second. I'm not sure if they're really thinking about the lead at this stage. Let's not forget, because obviously new tyres for Armstrong at this stage. Although they probably won't take tyres again in this race, Mourinho and Lippert, depending on how long they've had these on for. Either way, 12 seconds up to the leaders, a little bit less than what we've seen throughout the entirety of the race so far. So I'm a little bit surprised by that, but pleasantly so. If we get a battle for the lead in this class as well, I won't be complaining.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be complaining, that's for sure. And I'm actually seeing the pace that our Rachowski has got right now, Simon Rachowski in that number 70. That gap to Lewis Collin is actually coming down quite well. That's now 6.2 seconds. That was about 7 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, about a lap ago. So still watching Thomas Mourinho. That gap to Marcel Lippert, though, 0.6 of a second. I think that is going to start stretching out, although it looks like possibly getting in the toe here, but it's way too far back to even think about doing anything with this. But again, an hour and 10 minutes left to go as Christian Starko into the pit lane. You can see that there, down in 6th position. Likely going to lose that position to Manuel Borzig in the number 7 machine. And again, just try to figure out what I think is going to happen as Neil Ferrier into the pits for SPR Esports Omega in that 32 from 5th position as well. But we're about a couple of laps. I think we're probably about 3 laps away from seeing our next batch of pit stops for our LMP2s.
Yeah, it's hard to tell at this stage. What lap are we on at this stage? Lap 253 right now. Last pit stop for the leader was 232. So yeah, we're getting towards that stage once more. It comes around very quickly though, doesn't it, these days? I remember when LMP2s used to go 45 or 50 minutes back in the day, but
back in my day,
when I was a lad.
Back when I was a lad, you get 50 minutes.
Yes.
The only reason I could say that, Ewan, is because of your observation earlier when you said that they were doing about 23 laps here. So that was the only reason I was able to sound like I knew what I was talking about there. So thank you.
If we're taking the Daytona 24 into account on ours in here, this is comfortably the 32nd hour of racing I've watched at Daytona this season in this format. So you know, you start to learn these things after a while. But yeah, it's if you're on full push mode, as you'd imagine these guys are, judging by the way we've seen them at the front of the field, 23 laps seems pretty normal. And 2 stops to get to the end of the race here within only an hour and 10. You know, that's very manageable indeed for these guys. It's going to be full gas mark 11, as you would say, out here right till the very end now, and using all the fuel that you can towards the end.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Isaac Snyder doing a personal best there, 132.76 that last lap round, and we get so much closer to the final hour of this race. Both second and third now split by 10 seconds. This is Cass Silliman now, who drops over a second behind Rachowski in that second place battle. Again, is what was looking so strong for Prismatic Motorsports now just maybe starting to kind of crawl away from them as we see Collin and Rachowski in first and second place. Louis and Simon, they're really pushing these cars as we've got some big traffic. This is back with GT3 Pro then, as we see Mourinho has been able to escape from Marcel Lippert in that Lippert Esports red machine. He is 2 seconds behind now, but he's got a whole host of traffic up in front of him as they come down into turn number 5. Gaps starting to come down very slightly with our LMP2s. Let's take you through the order just now. It's Harley Houghton in the lead of this race, which is, never saw that one coming at all. Ahead of Radu Zernovu in second place. Mike Shepherd's after earlier contact down to 3rd position, and then Isaac Snyder in 4th, and then in 5th position is Taylor Lane. Then in the GT3 Pros, James Armstrong doing a 1:45.5 on that one. Goodness me, that's a slow lap there, as Ewan pointing out that they're really struggling there. Thomas Mourinho in second place there in the GT3 Pros, ahead of Marcel Lippert. And then in the GT3 AMs, it is, of course, Louis Rivera Colon in the lead of Simon Rohowski by 4.5 seconds. Castleman on the tail there by 0.8 of a second. So that gap for Colon has come down as well, because that gap was, if I'm not mistaken, about 8 seconds, and it's now come down to about 4.4.
Yeah, absolutely. That gap in AM is definitely coming down, but something is happening here in GT3 Pro to Armstrong. 7 seconds is that margin. He's supposed to be the one on new tyres extending this margin, but at the moment he's in survival mode for whatever reason, and he's really struggling out here. It's very slow lap times, some really slow lap times, and I just wonder if it's a fuel thing here, because if you look at the last times these guys came in with regards to himself, Mourinho and Lippert, those two behind came in 4 laps after him, suggesting that they might even be able to make it to the hour mark and make it on one more stop from here. Has Armstrong realised that if he makes this only extra pit stop, he's not going to win this race, as we see second place in this race going off for RSR? Has he realised that he's not going to make it if he continues at the pace he was going, needs to slow down and save fuel? Or is there something else at play here? There's literally nobody else in the Discord with him at the moment, so I can't actually ask anyone. But we can just guess that what is going on there. It's troubling times for these guys in this car.
It's a good spot there though, Ewan. I mean, that pace is dropping off. That's another 1:45.5 that last time round there, as we'll see what Thomas Mourinho can do coming across there. As an LMP2 having to dive onto the inside there, they're off into the pits there, and Castleman now onto the back there of Rohowski. So the two of them trying to make their way through some traffic here, and this is starting to get a little bit spicy. So Radu Zanovi there lost about half a minute on that accident there, so that pops him down after the pit stops down into 4th position. Harley Houghton still out ahead of Isaac Snyder. I wonder about Mike Sheppers though, because if you remember, after that incident he came into the pit lane. So Mike Sheppers now into the lead of this race, but on the same sort of strategy that Colin Spork is. I actually wonder if Mike Sheppers has pulled a blinder here by accident, because he's almost a pit stop, it would seem, ahead of Harley Houghton.
Well, yeah, let's see if that comes to fruition, and indeed he can make this on one more stop here, because I'm not convinced as we go side by side for the GT3 and second place into turn 1. Although nothing doing for Silliman there. Probably a better idea for these two once again, as I've been saying all day, even with an hour to go. If these two want to win, then they kind of need to work together a little bit to get towards Colon. But yeah, all 3 classes really up for grabs right now, and that's exactly what you want to see. Sometimes after an 8-hour race, these things can be decided, signed and sealed and posted by this point, but absolutely not so far in this race. It's been very entertaining right till the end. It's going to continue to be.
Yeah, it really is. And Harry Pipes confirming that James Armstrong is fuel saving massively to try and make the hour just in case, but he's not been able to do that. He has been able to, oh my goodness me, that was contact from Cass Silliman on one of the LMP2 cars, who tried to muscle their way through, and that was a little bit I'm a little bit worried about that. But anyway, into the pits then comes James Armstrong, so that is going to be a long pit stop for Armstrong. I'd imagine that's your standard pit stop of about 35 seconds. Now, it's how long these GT3 AM cars, because they're much closer to able to take it to an hour. But again, I think they're maybe just too stinting this final stage here, and James Armstrong might be making his way back out very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. He's on the exit of the pit lane right now, as we see a bit of an incident here. Oh dear, Ferrari getting tapped around. Kevin Stringer through no fault of his own, really. There in that one. Awkward place to be, but it gets back going again. Yeah, you can see by Armstrong definitely worried about when he's pitting here. 1 hour 3.5 minutes to go here at this stage. You know, that's still a long stint towards the end. And can he keep enough pace up in the latter portion of this race to keep this lead as well. Marino and Lippert are going to be much more comfortable on the fuel in this final hour.
Yeah, for sure. So here we go then. James Armstrong is essentially going to have another pit stop to take in about half an hour, I would imagine, as we see Mike Shepherd's back into the lead of this race. Now, interestingly, that last pit stop that he did there was 10 seconds, which should suggest to me that Mike was just getting a fast repair done, in which case that's not going to affect his fuel. He's still going to have to come in at the same time in terms of fuel there. So yeah, that's going to be a difficult one to watch the pace of that car and to watch how that's going to affect the strategy of that one. But Mike Shepherd said a minute and 10 seconds in the leads of, in fact I'm talking rubbish there, because of course you can see there Harley Houghton just 9.7 seconds behind there, but Harley Houghton has already pitted much earlier there. So I mean, surely Mike Shepherd's, yes, back up to the lead, but not in a very strong position.
No, not really. Unless he can make it another 23 minutes, 22 minutes or so, then not really. He's not really in a very strong position here in this one. Now looking at the RSR by Bookkeeper car, why is it so far down? Over half a lap behind Harley Houghton at this stage. 49 seconds we're seeing there. I know they had a quick off track through turn 1. Their pit stop times are identical pretty much. So there must be a problem somewhere that we haven't spotted.
No, that was what happened, June. Is that Radu in the 56 that you're on about there?
Yes.
Yeah, so what happened, that lap that they had that off track in turn 1, there must have been another incident, because they lost about 40 seconds on that one lap alone. So that was a huge issue for them, and that pretty much nuked their own race already.
A nice pun to be using in the current climate, thanks.
Let's just skip over that one. Okay, so are you trying to imply, Ewan, that you've never heard the fact that I open my mouth without actually engaging my brain? That's par for the course for me, mate.
I have noticed people have been using that reference. Maybe I'm just picking up on it more in the last 2 weeks, but people have been using that reference quite a lot recently. I think it's on the brain a little bit. But anyway, we'll move away. Harley Houghton still at 9.5 seconds, but even if Shepherd is going to be making it to the end here, this in terms of making it on one more stop, I do still feel like he might still be in a little bit of trouble, because first of all, Houghton would be making a little bit of a shorter final pit stop, and some of those 10 seconds would be taken away from him anyway, but also Shepherd would be very tight on fuel, I would say. Even if he even is attempting this, I'm not sure he's attempting it, whether he's or not yet. But yeah, it's still a tall order for him, even with a 10-second lead. And at this stage, I would still say it's a tall order.
What's happened to James Armstrong now? He was about 48 seconds back, and now that gap is going down to about 52 seconds. So really, he's really struggling in that car.
It's still slow at this stage. 56.4 last time around. That's a good nearly 3 seconds slower than those around him. He really put himself in between a rock and a hard place here. He could either slow down, try and make this race on 7 stops like his rivals are, or he could try and speed up and speed away from them and make an extra stop. I don't think, in all honesty,
that car got a problem. Look at the pace that he's dropping. That's 56 seconds now.
I'm beginning to wonder if there is a scrape down the left-hand side there. Surely, well, maybe we would have missed it. I'm not sure. But with less than an hour to go, Marino and Lippert come in. I think they're going to come out 1 and 2 ahead of this car.
I think you're absolutely spot on. I mean, that lap time was, the pit stop was only 42 seconds. So, yeah, that is. I'm not really sure. Anyway, as pointed out by Cheers LR on YouTube, something else we've got to focus on. Simon Rahowski just 3.5 seconds off the lead of this race. Louis Colon is getting caught hand over fist here, and that's bringing Cass Silliman up to the front as well. So, do you remember that 10 minutes ago where we were going Prismatic Motorsports Athena might be dropping off the pace here? Well, I think I might be having to eat my words on that one, because it's certainly looking slightly different here.
Yeah, they're getting towed along for the ride, certainly at this stage. And yeah, it could well become a 3-car battle for the GT3 AM lead. Let's not forget there's some pit stops to come to the end of this one. where the Rahalski car is going to be making or have to stay stationary for the least amount of seconds of everybody. Meanwhile, in GT3 Pro, Marino has been able to get out in front due to a shorter pit stop. Furtwängler, though, in this 1-2-3 Leipert car, they've decided to make a driver change and a tyre change for the final hour of this race. A somewhat questionable decision, you could say there, but Armstrong, as we predicted, certainly losing this lead by a good, 12 seconds? More than this, 20 seconds nearly. 10.
Just looking actually, yeah. It's the timing tower was not updated itself properly there. 10 seconds still though, with the pace that James had on that last lap there, 1:44.06. If he can keep that pace up, maybe at a big push, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's a tall ask in this this final hour of the race. 58 minutes left to go in this race, but my attention right now is absolutely on the likes of the LMP2 battle is separated by about 10 seconds as well. Mike Shepherd's ahead of Harley Houghton. I think Mike Shepherd still has to do one more pit stop than the rest of them. We'll keep an eye on that one, but it's all about this GT3 AM battle. Louis Coulon being caught up by Simon Rohowski. That now is 2.5 seconds, and there is Cass Silliman as well. Brilliant. This is 100% fuel saving now. This is 100% just managing the gap, knowing that Simon has got the pace to drag them both rounds and challenge for the lead. And Ewan, you called this 20 minutes ago. You said if they want to catch up to the leader, they have to work together, and that's exactly what is happening here as Cass Silliman tries to have a look around the outside at turn 1, and again just tucked back in the outside there. Try not to lose the pace, try to keep the pace up, but trying to make Simon Rohowski do all that work. Is brilliant stuff there. And up the inside there goes Cass Silliman, and well, I wasn't expecting that, to be honest with you. This is kind of breaking away from what we've just said, given that the gap's now starting to open up again, and the two of them really need to keep pushing on to catch up to Louis Coulon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just as we were saying, that they've been falling into line and doing a good job at kind of helping each other in that way. They decide to not do that anymore, and Silliman goes through. Yeah, this is all getting interesting now. I think for the other two, they have to keep Rohowski at the back, especially for Prismatic, because they've got to take on the most fuel out of these three cars towards the end. We're only about 12 laps deep into the stint. This is the 13th lap for Rohowski out here at the moment, so we're really a long way from pit stops that are going to happen in the final 20 minutes, half an hour. Down the inside again. This is exactly what isn't helpful for these guys, although saying that, they are still catching Coulon despite this.
I think this is tactical. I think the two of them are drafting each other. I think that Silliman let Simon Rohowski through there so that Silliman could get back into the slipstream, eat away at a little bit, because it could be as well the two of them are trying to work together in fuel saving, so it could be that they're trying to take equal stints at leading their little pack. We see it quite a lot in NASCAR style racing, where they actually work together over radio communication and take turns at taking the lead, and certainly that gap now down again to 2.2 seconds. And your leader in the GT3 AM caught up a little bit behind there. There's a car coming out. Oh my goodness me, Ewan. How's your anxiety after that one? Because mine's just through the roof.
Oh, that was very close, and the problem as well was the Lamborghini there coming out the pit lane very nearly rear-ended that Porsche there as it came out of the pit lane. So yeah, that was scary for everybody. But thankfully they've all managed to keep things on the straight and narrow, you could say. And yeah, they've carried on, but yeah, just over 2 seconds between these guys in terms of Coulon and Rohowski, that is, at the moment. The all-important gap between 1 and 2, but yeah, remains to be seen over the next 55 minutes how these pit stops are going to affect things. Because I think if these three come together and it becomes a three-way fight into the pits, then Rohowski will win the race because he's got the shortest final pit stop. He might be able to get away, so the other two have to be wary of that.
Yeah, that's a great observation, actually. I'm just watching the gap to Harley Houghton and Mike Shepherd's. That's coming down quite considerably as well. Now, I think the gap between them two is about 5 to 6 seconds right now, as we still keep an eye on Cass Silliman, again right under the back of Simon Rohowski, as they're nose to tail coming in to the next lap then. So they're on lap number 237. They're going to cross the line in about 20 seconds time to start lap number 238 here. But again, Silliman could have had the opportunity to get past if needed, but the two of them seem to be fairly happy just towing each other along here.
Well, I think that's what they've got to do at this stage. But yeah, let's have a look at this one. We're seeing in GT3 Pro as well that the gaps are not exactly stable, because Armstrong now all of a sudden quicker than Marino. Not entirely sure how he's managed that and how he's intending to go to the end of the race on this tank of fuel. But either way, he's still going quite quickly by the looks of things. And it's yeah, they've both driven very well, these two teams, by the way, La Porcherie and also SIM3D Sport. They probably both deserve to win, really, but obviously only one can.
Yeah, I'm not even jumping on that one as to who I think is going to win. We'll certainly let that one go, as we see a little bit of a slide there from Simon Rahowski coming out of turn 6, going back onto the oval, and again with just over 50 minutes left to go. Can you believe we're already into the final hour of this 8-hour race? You must be being quite thankful of that one, Ewan.
I've been enjoying myself, really. Time has gone very quickly, I've got to be honest, especially the last couple of hours. You know, towards the middle it does get spread out, as I said earlier. It all compresses back together towards the end, and this, it makes it all the quiet moments worth it when battles like this start to come together and the race starts to take shape, especially when you've watched all of it. It's a very satisfying feeling at the end of an endurance race, watching all these battles come together, because all three classes do have the potential to go one way or the other, or indeed in three ways, as we've seen. Oh, it's James Armstrong, though, off the road somewhere. He's losing time handover fist, surely, or is that a timing glitch? Could be. but yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, great.
I think that was Jeroen Reins, actually.
Yeah, somebody else off. Great. Okay. The 303 racing car having trouble with the bus stop again.
I'm sure they don't think it's great, but
well, no.
it's entertaining for us, nonetheless. But anyway, here comes Mike Sheppers then. This is not for position. This is a car getting put a lap down here, but just in the background there you can see Harley Houghton 3.2 seconds. Let's have a look at the gaps last time round. Mike Sheppers 136.4, Harley Houghton 134.46. Oh, we've got a race on our hands right now. This is getting very interesting, and just 50 minutes left to go in here. Yeah, I am liking how this is going down.
Yeah, certainly. It remains to be seen whether Sheppers can go to the end here. He's on his 20th lap of a stint now. If he goes 3 more, where's that going to bring him to? About 45 minutes to go, which is still not quite enough. So he is going to need to probably do 25 laps on this stint, which would be maybe a step too far. But second place still on the cards for this team, and that is not a bad result at all, especially considering obviously the extra pit stop they had to make in the last hour, but also the 40-second long pit stop they had, or the 40-second longer than it should have been stop earlier on in this race in the very first hour. So yeah, great drive, all things considered, for these guys, but they may be wondering what could have been.
And the thing is what could have been is a lot, really. Oh my goodness me, what is going on with the times of GT3 AMs just now? I'm just watching that. They're going very, very crazy just now. Well, thankfully it is just that they've glitched out. 2 seconds though to Louis Collin just ahead. Oh, we have got a fight on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, 2 seconds to Louis Collin from Simon Rahowski and Cass Silliman. Yeah, this is going to explode in the next 10 minutes, Ewan, and I get the feeling that at least one of these 3 cars is not going to make it to the end here.
That's a brave call.
It's just to call it a gut feeling that I have.
I feel like they'll be finishing 1, 2 and 3, but in what order I wouldn't like to say, of course, at this stage. But I do have faith in all 3 teams to get to the end, because we've got to remember, while this is a prestigious race, of course, a long race, so you don't want to throw it all away, there's a championship involved here as well that these guys will be aiming for. 6 rounds, of course, and many hours involved, with going all over the world in terms of American Europe anyway. There's a lot up for grabs here, so I feel like nobody's going to be throwing their car into the wall here. After coming this far, you might as well get a podium, if not a race win.
you say a comment like, I don't think anybody's going to be throwing their cars into the wall here. It's like, have you ever seen me race these things, Ewan? Obviously you've not, otherwise you wouldn't be making a comment like that. That's what I tend to do, is if there's a bit that can jam a car in it and the car is lodged, I will find it. I will find it here at Daytona, and I will lodge my GT3 car in that said position. It's quite impressive, actually. I think it's a bit of talent that I've got, but nonetheless, what is going on? That gap now down to 1.2 seconds for Louis Collon, and that means that Cass Silliman dropping back just ever so slightly here, and it's traffic. That's what it is. That it's traffic that has cost them dearly, as Cass Silliman dropping down a second and a half behind. Oh man, this is scary stuff going on right now. In fact, there it is. There is Louis Collon just in front. Yeah. Oh, Ian, place your bets. What do we think is going to go on here?
Well, I'm not sure what is going to happen here before the pit stop, because let's not forget about that. There is still one to go in terms of pit stops here, and Rohalski knows that his is going to be the shortest, unless there has been a lot of fuel saving for Collon and a staggering amount for Silliman. You still know that your pit stop is going to be the shortest. Is that going to play on the mind, or is he just going to go straight through now? That's the question, really. 1.8 seconds, and really frustratingly for the Prismatic team, just as they've been about to get to the leader, they've actually been left behind there. So Rohalski's managed to get rid of them, which is very useful for them in the Puma team, because you don't want to be attacking and defending.
And that's absolutely correct. You have to think about both sides of this, and I say a lot of things like repeatedly through different sim racing broadcasts because they're true. They happen time and time again. And the other thing is it's like, if you're going to make a move, you have to be sure that move is going to come off you, and because if it doesn't, you're leaving yourself likely at the mercy of momentum and hoping that other cars cannot take advantage of that. And that's what Simon Rohalski is the position they are in just now, because Simon's going to want to try and catch up to Louis Collon and try and get past, but if he doesn't, then Jess Silliman Cass Silliman behind is going to be looking to try and take advantage of that as well. And given that we are 7 hours 15 minutes into 8-hour endurance race, how have we got 1, 2, 3 in LMP2 split by 8 seconds and 1, 2, 3 in GT3 AM split by 3 seconds? It's just insane.
Oh dearie me! That was close. It really is, though. Yeah, we've had no safety cars as well, by the way, to keep us close. This is what happens when you let races play out on strategy, and people wonder sometimes in the Nürburgring 24 hours in proper long endurance races how it can be so close in so many of the recent years, like 2016 passing on the last lap, 2017 as well. There's one in 2018 as well. It could have been 3 years in a row. But yeah. No safety cars in that race either, and it remains close. This is what happens when you allow strategies to play out properly, and it all converges together at the end. While through the middle it might seem like the race is basically over and that it's a little bit boring and spread out, but if you just keep watching and wait for the end, then it's a very, very satisfying feeling to see all of these strategies coming back together again and seeing the fights really play out in the final hour or so. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. Especially in GT3 AM, as we're seeing here. Unfortunately, Cass Silliman having a bit of trouble getting through on the 303, which is not helping. Maybe down into turn 1, finally able to do it. But a couple of lap cars now separating this Prismatic Motorsports car from the real battle, which is of course the one for the lead.
And that's what is right in front of us just now. We can see that there. That is Louis Collon right in front of Simon Rohalski. So here we go. This is the battle for the lead unfolding before our very eyes. And the pace that Simon Rohalski has got has been absolutely sensational. We saw several YouTube comments saying that he is on an absolute charge right now. He's flying, and you're all spot on. Well done for noticing that one. I don't think any of you could have seen this one coming though. Charging right down to catch up to Louis Collon and to try and take the lead here. Cass Silliman still within a bit of a shout there, as we see an LMP2 just absolutely sending it up the inside there. That's going to cost Simon Rohalski a big bit of time there and a big bit of momentum, but we'll be able to tuck in behind that car and get the toe. And potentially, actually, this could be a huge charge for Simon Rahowski. But I mean, 0.4 of a second now. This is starting to get a little bit scary here.
Yeah, the move might be about to come at turn 1. We'll see what the run is like through the bus stop chicane. They're coming through here now. It's a nice tight line through the third pot, which is really what you need, and it's a very nice run, although it didn't look as good for Colin, but it looks like he's done a fairly decent job there in the Lamborghini up in front. Slipstream now is a little bit distant at this point, so I think he's a little bit too far back. These GT cars don't quite gain as much in the slipstream as the LMP2s do, partly down to the lower speeds. But yeah, 4 tenths, 3 tenths, not quite close enough. Needs to get a little bit closer before this battle really kicks off. Or will it kick off? Will he wait just a little bit longer? There's still a good 10 laps to go until the pit stop, so I would possibly say no waiting at this stage. It's too long to wait.
I think you're right on that. I think they're just going to go for it. And now you can see Louis Coulon having to get defensive, changing the lines, changing the angles of attack, going into these corners here through the international horseshoe there, and then on the run down to turn 5 here. Meanwhile, with the LMP2 Pro Battle, Mike Shepherd's still ahead of Harley Houghton, but that gap now just 2.6 seconds. And have a look at that, Radu Zernovu is in this as well, just 2 seconds behind Harley Houghton. So now we've got what I was saying was about 8 seconds of a gap, is now down to 5 seconds of a gap between the top 3 in LMP2. And the pace is unbelievable. The two of them, Harley Houghton and Radu Zernovu, lapping about 0.8 of a second faster than your LMP2 Pro leader. So that gap will close down, and that will come up there as we see another LMP2 car almost making Louis Coulon think differently of it. This is the run down to the bus stop. Look at the run that Simon Rahowski has got into the slipstream, down onto the brakes then, and again it's going to have to be a case of tuck in behind here, get yourself up out of that corner there, and that was actually Mike Shepherd's who is coming into the horseshoe just now. Here comes Rahowski. Is he close enough? 0.2 of a second. This is it. This is going to be side by side for the race lead, surely, as they're going to come across the line. Or is it? Is Simon Rahowski saving fuel? Yes, he is. He's ducked in, he's lifted off, and he's letting Louis Coulon drag that car round through by the scruff of its neck as we come on to lap 245 here. Again, the lap the pit stop, what I was trying to say, is about a lap difference between the two of them. So if you're Rahowski, you pit exactly the same time as Coulon. You just cover it off. It's the final pit stop, get it done at the same time, and then it is a straight race to the end of the race here. But Harley Houghton now 0.3 of a second behind the race leader here. Mike Shepherd's under huge attack, and that has dropped Radu Zernovu all the way back. Now what has happened to Radu there? In fact, he's still showing he's a lap down. That's what it is. So Radu Zernovu is he is quite a way back there. So let's see then, Harley Houghton so close to making this work, and again around the outside just dives it in there. My goodness me, Shepherd's was having none of that.
What on earth? Well, for a start, the first thing to say here is that he's going on to his 27th lap of a stint, which is somewhat remarkable, and Houghton's just let him back through again, and Shepherd's lets Houghton back through again. So what on earth is going on between these two? Because it's almost like a slow bicycle race now between the two as to who doesn't want to lead. Very strange with 40 minutes to go. Shepherd's all of a sudden has put himself into the right window, but somehow he's managed to do 27 laps without going that slowly, which is just bizarre, and now he's lost about a second. I just wonder if he forgot to come in there, because he's losing quite a lot of time quite quickly. But either way, he's losing a lot of time. This is Cas Silliman though, the completely luckless prismatic motorsports car off the road again. I reckon that's the 3rd time they've been hit by an LMP2 today, and it may well have cost them at the very least a race win, possibly 2nd place as well. They're now 6.5 seconds adrift in 3rd.
Yeah, they're lucky that they didn't hit the barrier on that one. Meanwhile, back with Simon Rahowski then on the chase on Louis Coulon here with just 40 minutes left to go. I think what actually happened there with Mike Shepherd's is you're spot on. I think he's missed his pit stop. He should have been in.
It's very slow.
Yeah, he's very slow. He should have been in 2 laps ago. He's done 26 laps in that car since the last pit stop, and that's the last pit stop. That's not even when he came in for fuel.
No, that is that. I'm pretty sure he took fuel there. I think that's what those 10
But
seconds are about.
yeah, but no, because remember he had damage, so he had to do his quick repair. So he might have done a quick splash while he was getting repaired there, but certainly not a lot of fuel.
Yeah, quick split. He would have brimmed the tank, but let's not forget he wasn't that deep into a stint when he came in there. So the 26 laps is kind of out. The fact he just did 27 laps is outrageous. By the way, nobody else has been able to do 26 all day. He's just managed to do 27 almost without breathing through his nose, if you like. But I mean, yeah, very bizarre. All of a sudden, Horton is leading again, and will have a shorter final pit stop by a fair amount. Because he's only on lap 19 at the moment, so this should be Horton's race to lose. Although he will have to be on his toes right till the very end here, as will these two, of course.
Yeah, they certainly will. We've got a driver in for an interview, or at least a team member from one of the GT3 Pro teams, the number 16 team of Eclipse Racing Team Blue. Simon Todd, a very, very good afternoon, and it's how has the day been?
Been a lot of fun. It's been interesting for us. I mean, we've just had our final splash and dash pit stop, and we appear to have come out into a little bit of a battle now. So it should be a tough and challenging closing sector for us. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far.
So talk us through the opening stint of the race, because obviously it's just been chaos for the majority of what we've seen here. Has it been any easier behind the wheel?
No, I mean, I wasn't behind the wheel for the first stint. I was spotting. Unfortunately, I was spotting because it was literally, you've got 5 LMP2s coming up, you've got 12 LMP2s coming up. It was absolute chaos. But fortunately, we came through the first few bits unscathed. We had a little bit of a moment. Someone went up the inside of us and gave us a little love tap and spun us. And then in the end of my first stint, came into the pits and iRacing crashed on me. Fortunately, my teammate was there to just quickly jump in. And then after that, it's been fairly plain sailing, apart from I decided to use the exit the middle of turn 1 as a bit of a parking spot and have a picnic partway or towards the end of my stint, and someone gave me a little tap there while I was parked sideways across the track. But other than that, it's been a lot of fun, and it's great seeing so many cars still running with just over half an hour to go.
And I believe that puts you guys 6th place in class just now. Chris Chatterton behind the wheel of the number 35. How has he been enjoying the race so far today?
Oh, he's been loving it. I thought we were P8 rather than P6, but if we're P6, then even better. Yeah, he's been enjoying it.
Yeah, you're showing as, in fact, actually, you might be a little bit higher. There's at least one car that's not shown correctly in class for me, so we'll play that one by ear. But I mean, either way, I mean, it's still not been a bad showing for you guys today.
Yeah, I mean, considering how competitive this field is, like in the AMs and the pros, and we initially entered as an AM team because I'm currently 1.9k. I'm dabbling up and down around the 2k, and Chris he just went over 3k just before this race event, and then basically we decided, yeah, we'll jump into pros because the pros are less likely to complain about me being under than the AMs are going to complain about him being over. So we've gone up to pros, so it's a bit of a challenge for us, but we've done very well. I think we're pretty happy, you know.
Well, awesome stuff, Simon. Thank you so much for coming and joining us and having a chat on behalf of Eclipse Racing Team Blue. Best luck for the rest of the race, and we hope to hear you at the end.
Thank you very much, and I just want to say thank you to Twiggy for the setup for this. The car's been an absolute dream to drive.
Excellent stuff. Thanks very much, Simon Dodd there from Eclipse Racing Team Blue. And again, watching this battle for first and second in the goodness me, as Louis Colon almost wipes out inadvertently an LMP2 car. I think any question of Simon Rahowski fuel saving has been answered with the fact that at least 3 times he's had the opportunity to head past and he hasn't taken it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really waiting. We're really waiting, excuse me, for the crunch point in this race now. because we're getting towards those final pit stops. They both just Rachowski just completed his 25th lap there. Colon is 26th. So if we're roughly expecting them to do 31, 32 laps maybe towards the end of this run, then we've still got a few more to go. Lap 254 or 55 will be the lap they pit. So yeah, 3 or 4 laps after this one for Colon, and then the lap afterwards for Rachowski. Or if he saved enough fuel, there may be 2 laps afterwards. In that case, where is he going to come out? Is Rachowski going to be able to jump Colon? Quite possibly. I'm not sure how much time 2 laps of fuel is actually worth in these cars. However, it could well be, not an insignificant amount of time.
Well, the thing is, as well, is with Rachowski is the fact that pitting on almost the same lap. It makes me think that Rachowski has the upper hand here. He certainly has 1 more lap of fuel in the car than Louis Colon, but yeah, I think you'd be a silly person to try and predict this is what is going to happen over the next half an hour. And look at this again. You can see Simon Rachowski trying to consolidate that effort. And there's going to be a point where Simon feels comfortable enough to say, yep, I've got enough fuel, let's go for it. Let's just absolutely send it. But I think, as you said, there's still going to be 1 more pit stop to do in the next 10-15 minutes between these two. And Simon Rachowski just doing everything he can. And of course, the added benefit of this over Louis Colon is that the pressure is trying to force Louis Colon into making an unnecessary mistake. A mistake that he doesn't actually need to do here. And that would hand the place over to Rachowski without any worry whatsoever.
That is true, but I feel like when in Colon's position that Rachowski's actually not going to get from here at all, I feel like some of the pressure that would be generated there, it kind of subsides a little bit, because you know that the car behind's not actually going to make a move on you anyway. All you've got to do is not make a mistake, and so it takes a bit of the pressure off. So while this does look like a daunting prospect for him, it is probably a little bit easier than if we knew that neither of them had a pit stop left. This was the fight till the end. Then a few mistakes might creep in between the two. But in this situation right now, I almost feel like they're both happy where they are.
Yeah, they're both basically just waiting out the situation. They're waiting to get that second pit stop, or that final pit stop in the bag, and then it's all hell can break loose. Cass Silliman unfortunately looks to be dropping even further back now, 8 seconds off of this lead battle, so I think that takes her out of contention for this lead fight here. And you can see how Colon is baiting Rachowski by holding that bottom line at the pit line there, trying to let him think that maybe going to be going into the pit lane here. But half an hour left to go, and this is really sizzling along nicely as Harley Houghton into pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Crunch time in LMP2 certainly coming up. Now, as we look at the RSR car, first of all, but they still have 1 pit stop to go. There's no question about that. I think it might be the lap after this one. And then Mike Shepherd's not too far behind this car. This is the all-important margin. How quick is Houghton's pit stop going to be? Well, it's 3 seconds quicker than Shepherd's for a start. The gap was very close between the two of them as they made their pit stops, and so it looks like Houghton will come out in the lead here to the tune of maybe around 5 seconds.
Yeah, as we see Zanovu into the pits as well. So Harley Houghton is already out of pit lane. I think it's much more. I think it's more about 8 seconds between the two of them just now. In fact, we'll see that properly, because I don't think that's right. But if that is about 12 seconds, then I mean that is an absurdly well-timed pit stop from Harley Houghton. The question is, can the cars make it to the end on this stint?
Well, that's exactly the thing. Houghton definitely can, and there's no worries. Shepherd's is still a little bit concerned, really. He's still going to do at least 24 laps, I would say. And if this one goes an extra lap, let's not forget, then he really is screwed. So, and we'll have to save that extra lap. So, yeah, he still has to be careful, Shepherd's, really. And there was no way he was going to win this race from the situation he found himself in. Pitting with 1 hour and 20 to go is never going to make for a comfortable fuel stint towards the end. But yeah, it just leaves a taste of what could have been for these guys. Without that incident with the RSR car that caused suspension damage to the V3 racing car, we could have had a freeway battle all the way to the end of this race. But either way, V3 Racing were in a very comfortable fuel situation and might have won it on strategy anyway themselves. So, it's all of these races are a case of what ifs at the end of the day.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's so difficult seeing. Oh no, Cass Silliman has come a cropper off the road. Has got going again, but Cass Silliman comes into some sort of grief there. You can see now 1 minute and 10 seconds off of that, and I think that might be some real big trouble for the Prismatic Motorsports machine. Let's have a look through the bus stop here. Oh, look at that power slide, and it's going to be backwards and into the wall. That is some hard contact right there, and you're going to think that is some big suspension damage.
There might be a little bit of suspension damage, certainly, there as we look at Bomberg again. Hopefully he made it round the West Horseshoe this time instead of missing it out.
Unfortunately. Oh, he's done a me! He's done a me! Look at that! That's exactly every time at that corner. To be fair, that was actually much less dramatic than one that I do. And in the grand scheme of things, we normally never notice that sort of thing. But our eagle-eyed race producer, Steve Proudley, catching everything today, and a huge thank you for all the wonderful pictures and sound that is coming courtesy of Steve there at Absolute Sim Racing and Sim Sport Solutions. So Simon Rahowski then behind Lewis Colon, and again it's all about this pit stops. This is when all hell is going to break loose, and you really feel that it's going to be an absolute battle between these two, although it could also fizzle out almost immediately. You could find that one car has a longer pit stop, and that completely neuters the little fight that they've got going on here.
Yes, it could go either way, really. I feel like also, by the way, Silliman, just to update you, has made that final pit stop. Obviously, that issue came that we saw through the bus stop came after that. They're very much out of the running and just looking to bring it home in third now. And I think that Prismatic are going to be able to do that. Another case of what could have been for them, quite possibly. Two-horse race once more between these two. Expecting them in not this lap, maybe the next lap in the case of Colon, and then the one after for Rahalski. But we'll see how they play it, really. Not going to be long to go, though, when they're both out of the pit lane again, and hopefully they're going to be nose to tail once more, and they're going to fight it out for the final 20 minutes or so. But it really doesn't leave them much time left.
It really doesn't, does it? And the thing is like I say, if I'm Simon Rahowski, regardless of how much fuel I've got in the tank, I'm just pulling in at the same lap as Louis Colon. The two of them, and there goes Louis Colon, dips into pit lane there. So Simon Rahowski obviously feels that he has to pull the trigger, and this is going to be a huge lap. This is going to be an absolutely decisive lap here, Lewis. 1:44.20, and this is where he needs to now get the pace, and this is the worst timing to have lap traffic coming up on you. And to be honest, their GT3 cars, they're not going to be moving out the way.
Exactly. I think this was incredible. Either it was incredible luck or incredibly smart from Luis Colon here, because Rahowski, on his all-important in-lap on low fuel, has to negotiate two lapped cars. Now, he's already got through one of them, but he will have been slowed up slightly through turn one, I think, because of that lap car. And the BMW here, still in the way, eating away at the time he could be gaining. Right now, this was either a stroke of luck or very, very clever from that SIM3D Sport team.
Oh, Ewan, that's a fast pit stop for Louis Colon as well. 25.6 seconds. That is a lightning fast final stop to be had. The ball is firmly in Simon Rahowski's court here. He will get the slipstream from the BMW, but has the damage already been done?
Oh, quite possibly. Let's just put it into perspective, though. Silliman's last pit stop for Prismatic Motorsports was 23, nearly 24 seconds, so it's a little bit longer than that, despite pitting a little bit later. So maybe they're on the slight bit conservative side. We'll see how close Rahowski cuts this in terms of fuel putting in here, because it's a very important stop where every single second is going to count. He might even stay out for one extra lap here, and if he does, then he'll have a clean track to himself, of course. Other than a few LMP2s, he will indeed stay out one extra lap. The fuel he's managed to save here has become very useful.
Well, this is fascinating. His last lap time there wasn't too bad, actually. 1:43.55. So, despite being stuck behind that traffic, I mean, yeah, Simon Rahowski absolutely flying here for MSC Puma Kuppenheim Yellow. I'm going to be honest with you. If I'd said to you an hour and a half ago that MSC Puma were going to be strong contenders for the win in this race, not a chance. You would have laughed me out of this commentary booth here, but they have worked so blooming hard to get themselves up into this position and taking advantage of the misfortune of others. So yeah, brilliant stuff to see, and we wait with bated breath to see what Simon can do now, because he's got a clear track in front of him. This is going to be a huge lap here. If he can get into the low 143s, high 142s, that will be everything that he needed to do, especially given that's just behind Louis Collin. 157 was the outlap there. This could be closer than we ever imagined.
It could well be very, very close indeed. Let's hope that it is for our sake. Going down into the bus stop now, Rahowski putting in some of the most important laps he will do throughout the entirety of his season, you'd imagine, at this point. Through the bus stop chicane and out onto the oval once more, just trying to get away from Collin as much as possible. He looks like he is succeeding slightly. Let's not forget he'll have a lighter car at this stage, so he should be quicker. His pit stop should be quicker as well, but how much of a lead is he going to have, if at all, as the GT3 Pro leader comes in, which I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, that's Thomas Mourinho then in for the final time tonight, and let's have a look as Louis Collin making his way over the backstretch then, and in comes then Simon Rahowski into pit lane. Is it going to be enough? Look at that already into the backstretch here. This is going to be coming down in towards the bus stop for Louis Collin, and Simon is into pit lane. Rahowski 15 seconds on the pit board just now. Oh my goodness me, this is so tense. This is so tense. He's done 21.27. That is a huge stop for Simon Rahowski. He's already going to be heading through towards the back straight, but there is Louis Collin in the background. You can just see him coming round the corner here. Oh my goodness me, this is so tense. This is going to be way too close for my liking here. I think Simon Rahowski has done it though. I think Simon has jumped him in the pit lane.
He surely has here. He's able to release the pit limiter now and head down towards the International Horseshoe, while Collin is only making his way out of turn one, and this gap is going to be quite large. 6 seconds by the looks of things when it all shakes out. Those all-important laps on low fuel there from Simon Rahowski, done very, very well. The pit stop calculated to absolute perfection as well, and as long as he can make it to the end here, then he should be able to take the victory.
Oh my goodness me, that is unbelievable. I cannot fathom what has just happened there. That is absolutely stunning stuff there. So Colin Spork there in 5th position is who we're looking at here in the LMP2 battle. He's currently chasing down Isaac Snyder. This is for position then. This is for 4th and 5th place right now. The two of them just about 0.4 of a second separating them now. 20 minutes left to go in this race here as the cars scream by the tower here at turn 8 and turn 9 on the run down towards the bus stop here. It's still Mike Sheppers who is chasing down Harley Houghton in that number 85 Full Send Racing. They are in the prime position right now, 14 seconds ahead of V3 Racing, who were doing so well at the early stages of this race. Radu Zanovu in 3rd position with RSR by Butt Kicker in the LMP2s. GT3 Pros though, it's James Armstrong in the lead, in a good lead, 20 seconds over that is 20 seconds over Thomas Mourinho in that 2nd place there. So that is SIM3D Sport Robocop ahead of La Porcherie, and then it is Max Furtwängler in the number 5 Leiper Esports red machine. And then moving on to the GT3 AM class just now. And as we said there, we've been fascinated by this battle. Simon Rahowski in the lead in the number 70 MSC Puma Kuppenheim yellow machine ahead of the number 19 SIM3D Sport Terminal of Louis Collin, and then in 3rd place Cass Silman for Prismatic Motorsport. But my goodness me, I don't know about you, Ewan. I mean, you've obviously done all 8 hours of this. I'm feeling absolutely exhausted just watching the tail end of this race.
It has been exhausting for everybody here by the looks of things, but the excitement is going to carry me through the last 20 minutes, really, and then afterwards, then God knows, because yeah, it has been a long race for everybody here, but an enjoyable one. That's the main thing. Has been a good race, and we've got these leading fights going right down to the wire. Obviously, LMP2 seems settled. Oh, good. LMP2 seems settled at this stage, even if this battle for fourth in particular, it isn't quite settled just yet. GT3 Pro probably is as well, because Armstrong will have to make a final pit stop here for fuel. If Marino can hold off Wrangler there, then it should be settled. And obviously, if Rahowski can hold off Cologne, which we're expecting him to, then the leading battle in GT3 AM should be settled as well. But there are still a few knocking about, like this one for fourth place. Colin Spork said earlier on after the issue that he'd be happy with a top 5, but he can possibly get a top 4 here in the next few moments.
Yeah, just watching all of this unfold, it's been a fascinating battle that we've had. We've been absolutely blessed with it. Of course, a huge thank you to DJ Clark, who took us through in commentary for the first 4 hours of the race alongside you, Ewan. But I mean, you must be absolutely exhausted by now. What has stood out to you for the race? Can you even remember any of it?
What stood out? I don't know if anything in particular has stood out, because all the kind of excitement has been spread out nicely throughout the race, first of all, but also throughout the classes. It's not like we've seen an absolutely storming LMP2, for example, and then the GT3s have kind of been sewn up for a long way out. We've been on the edge of our seat with all 3 of these right till the end here, so I don't know if I'd say anything standing out here. It's just been good entertainment all throughout, spread nice and evenly. It's been very entertaining indeed, and it should be. It's setting up a very good season. A good opening race always sets up a good season.
And that's it. It really, really does. It's great to see such close fighting, and great to see as well everyone on YouTube enjoying the finish of this race. As we see Colin Spork still behind Isaac Snyder here. Again, I think there's a little bit of fuel saving to be observed here. That would certainly explain why the cars are so close to each other, but not actually making the move. And give it another 10 minutes, that'll change. That will certainly, watching from Colin Spork's point of view, he will be trying to send that car up the inside at every possible opportunity. But yeah, let's see how this all pans out. Simon Rahowski though ahead of Louis Collot in that GT3 AM battle. Obviously there's several different classes and loads of different battles going on, but that is the one that really has exploded over the past sort of 15 to 20 minutes to half an hour. And again, we cannot underestimate, or we cannot understate the charge that Simon Rahowski has done to get that car up into the lead of that GT3 AM battle. Of course, not just Simon behind the wheel of that car. Indeed, the number 70 has Dennis Veyman, who has done an equally excellent job of piloting that car as well. But 15 minutes left to go in the opening round of the season here for the World Series Endurance Championship, powered by SIM3D and Kaden computers. Just so happy with how this has unfolded, and like you said, I mean, it gives us a chance actually, Ewan, to think about the rest of the season. We move on next month, at the end of next month, to Hockenheim GP for a 4-hour race. Now, what do you think that's going to bring to the drivers in terms of a challenge?
Well, certainly a really, really different one to this, because as we've spoken to a couple of drivers about this already, and you've voiced your opinion on Hockenheim, it's not that great in the eyes of some, and it's not a circuit all that used all that often, I should say, in an endurance calendar, or very often at all in iRacing, because it quite frankly hasn't been around for that long. So that'll be a bit of an odd one in terms of what we can expect there. And of course, the 4-hour element of that means that there's a lot less time to recover from any issues that you might have had for the likes of the Netrex car that we see here. However, the race would have been over by the time this car had an issue if it was a 4-hour race, because obviously it happened after the halfway mark. So who knows? It's going to certainly present a different set of challenges to us, though. But I imagine the same kind of teams will be rising to the top, because especially in a race of this length, generally the best rise to the top towards the end anyway.
Just on that note, I was also thinking about, I'm not the greatest fan of Hockenheim. What would I prefer to see in its place, or what do I think would make a better race? What about Zandvoort? I think that would make an amazing location for a big long race, because it's just like, you think this is a challenge, and Zandvoort is just absolute mayhem. I think those LMP2 cars have gone flying about 40 foot into the air.
That would be complete chaos, to be honest. We've still got 44 running at the moment. I reckon we'd have less in half the distance.
About 12.
Yeah, I think we'd be lucky with 12, to be honest, at Zandvoort. They did used to run the 12-hour there, actually. The 12-hour Zandvoort, back in the day, I say again. Back in, 2015, 16, they used to have... they used to split it kind of 3 hours on a Friday and then 9 hours on a Saturday, rather bizarrely. But it's one of the 24H series races that was kind of... it's kind of synonymous with that kind of format, but it's not something that we see very often. There's certainly a load of different circuits really where we could go for a kind of an alternative circuit, but I feel like the organisers kind of want to keep things a little bit on the right side of sanity, really. And try and keep things with regards to the normal endurance racing circuits. And we have got 6 very, very recognisable circuits in endurance racing, with maybe the exception of Hockenheim. You think about the other circuits like Sebring, Spa, Monza and Le Mans. They've all hosted major endurance races in the last few years, and most of those have hosted a very long endurance race for many, many, many years. So, they're going to be tracks that everybody's used to, safe to say.
I'm going to call it right now. We need to get the 8 hours of Knockhill on the go. That's what we need to. Yeah, I missed the week that IMSA was at IMSA was at Knockhill, because that would have been absolute carnage and chaos.
Why would you do that?
Because it's fun. So obviously, I'm like nine miles away from Knockhill, and I used to work there full time on the events team, and I honestly, I would harass the staff there, like the events team, like, why don't we have an endurance race here? Please bring me an endurance race. Because at that time I was doing or I was just starting to get into the C1s. I'd done the C1 24 Hours of Silverstone. As we see James Armstrong into the pit lane again. That's a last minute splash and dash. That surely has almost certainly thrown away the win for him.
Yeah, exactly. I think they realised this with about 2 hours to go, that we're not going to make this on 7 stops, and we're going to lose this race because of it. In the end, these guys couldn't make it on 7 stops either, but they're still easily good enough to beat the likes of Armstrong at the moment, and I think that Furtwängler is going to be able to get through here for Leipert as well. Going to be quite close, actually, closer than I was expecting.
Yeah, that's much closer than I was expecting, actually. So Armstrong out of the pit lane might be about maybe 6-7 seconds between the two of them. In fact, no, there's James Armstrong now, so that car's gone. I mean, that is how to blow goodbye kisses to the race leads in the most. I mean, how depressed are you going to be if that's like 10 minutes left to go? And that is the race lead gone, because there's Max Furtwängler for Leipert Esports Red. So not only could James Armstrong lose the lead of the race, but Max Furtwängler, you wouldn't put it past him, taking that second place as well.
Yeah, new driver on new tyres as well for this Leipert Esports car at the last pit stop about 50 minutes ago. So yeah, there's going to be a full head of steam, and they might even struggle to hang on to second here. That car that has dominated almost all day, the SIM3D Sport car, almost dominating all day long, but now lead slipping away. 12 seconds up to the leaders. They're not going to be able to bring that back with 10 minutes to go. They've just got to hang on here for second.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I don't know if they can, to be honest. 10 minutes left to go in this race. Meanwhile, at the front, it is looking very, very good for our race leader right now, for Harley Houghton, who is 15.8 seconds ahead of Mike Sheppers. And we see Colin Spork fighting it out with Isaac Schneider. This is the Vector by RSR machine, trying to take that decisive defensive line against Colin Spork, and poor Colin is trying his best to make this happen here, and it's yeah, it's not really happening, as Isaac Snyder would quite like to hold on to that position. We wondered when the elbows were going to get brought out, and I think we've got our answer now. It's proper ding fight time right now between these two, and again, going into this back stretch here, we're going to have 3 LMP cars in the very close vicinity of a GT3 car. This has all the potential to go horribly wrong, and I don't think I've got the vocal muscles to scream and shout at this.
There's a lapped car as well. I'm not sure if that is actually the third place running car or indeed the laps down on these guys, because it looks very much like an RSR by Buckkicker car, and Snyder is 1 lap down on the third place car, so it's quite possible. But it may well just be helping him slightly because he's getting that tow, of course, which means that Spork's slipstream is a little bit less effective. Looking every which way, though, not for the want of trying, and trying to get through here. Lapco once again getting in the way, so Spork struggling to get through here. Still not quite as elbows out as I was expecting, but you fought back like these guys have at Netrex, then you don't really want to throw all your hard work away.
Well, that's it, and again, it's all about fuel. It's all about Colin Spork. I'll be honest, I don't think he can make it. He has got last pit stop lap was lap 269, so he's on lap 21 now. I don't think he can make it another 10 minutes. I think he'll have to pit in about 3 laps time.
Yeah, he's on lap 22 now, so it's even worse. That's what, a good 5 laps to go, quite possibly here, and he might not be able to make it. A little bit surprised by that, actually. I thought Netrex would be sorted, but of course, when you make an unscheduled pit stop, as they had to after their incident coming out of the International Horseshoe, your strategy's just thrown off, and that has meant they're really quite off schedule. Unfortunately, not quite able to save the right amount of fuel to make it to the end here. So Snyder looks like he will hold on to 4th, and Spork will do well to hold on to the top 5, looking at the proximity of Ferrier there.
Certainly will. Harley Houghton now 21.4 seconds is showing us the gap there. And Mike Shepard's actually 138.2 that last lap round. He's fuel saving. I think he's fuel saving really hard because that gap, that's now 20 laps in, and he is, not only is he in traffic, but he is really seriously fuel saving. I mean, that would be a turn up for the books if that number 8 is in trouble, because that would mean that Radu Zanovu is in with a chance of potentially taking that second place, as we see Harley Houghton trying to make his way past. I always get so nervous watching these LMP2 cars making their way around here, as Isaac Snyder as well, still some way back, having to hold off Colin Spork, but yeah, 7 minutes left to go. It looks like Simon Rohorski is comfortably in the lead of Louis Collon in that GT3 AM battle. Certainly has the measure of Cass Silliman, so it looks like that is how it's going to settle down in GT3 AM. Meanwhile, in the GT3 Pros, it's slightly different. Thomas Mourinho is about 11 seconds ahead of James Armstrong, and then Max Furtwängler in that 3rd position. Max bringing the gap down slightly. It was closer, but it doesn't look like it's going to be happening all that soon, with just 6 minutes left to go. And who's that? He's into the pits. So Max Furtwängler into the pits as well. Now we saw James Armstrong into the... No, we didn't see James Armstrong, excuse me. That was another car I was thinking of there. So obviously decided enough is enough there. James Armstrong's going to have to pit. Surely he's going to have to pit. He's only on lap 266, so James Armstrong did just pit. I'm forgetting, of course, there are multiple laps down on the LMP2s. Now the question is does Thomas Mourinho have enough in it to pull that out?
Yes, he should do. He's only on the 10th lap of this stint. He did make a splash himself, did Marino. So yeah, it's looking good for everybody in GT3 Pro. I have to say I'm surprised the 911 and the 123 had to make stops, to be honest. But there we are. I think that's what kind of forced Armstrong to save so much fuel towards the end of the last stint. He thought, I'm not going to make this. These guys are, so I've got to try and follow them. But in the end, it didn't turn out that way. You just wonder if he'd have kept on at the pace he was going throughout that penultimate stint, or the penultimate long stint, I should say, and he might have been able to still win this race. The stakes, obviously... sometimes it's a good idea to follow those around you in terms of what they're doing, but also sometimes it's a good idea to stick to your guns and stick to what you know, what you're doing. Maybe this is an example of that.
Oh my goodness me, this is just craziness going on right now. I'm going to have a look at the gap between Harley Houghton. There we go. That's changed again. So it is back up to the 20 seconds that I thought it was. Back to this battle though with Colin Spork then, who is chasing down Isaac Snyder here. And again, I think Spork has got the measure, but again, it all comes down to field. That's what we are watching here. Down into turn one, and it's all a little bit harem scarum, and has to try and pull that car around. You can see the car being fought with by Colin Spork there. Great car control there.
Oh my word.
Are you okay there, Ian? That was a bit wobbly, was it?
Yeah, very wobbly, yeah. You sometimes forget with these onboard shots, these cars, they look so serene and calm on the outside, but they're just not. These LMP2s, they are quite a handful, as we saw through there. And yeah, Spork looks. I reckon he will have to come in here. I think he's got to do a 28 lap stint to end off this race if he wants to. Make it on just this final stop. But yeah, I mean so that's a tall order. But either way, he's going to fall out of this 5th place, I'd imagine, and finish in 6th. But we'll see if he has to see if he can pull off some miracle or not.
We certainly will. I think the only other driver that is potentially at risk here is Mike Sheppers there. He's still got another, 2 laps left to go, I would say, maybe 3 laps left to go. And that's a big run from Colin Spork. Again, he just dips into the toe of that car. Now, with the run that he had there, he could have easily been up in front. And look at that, Isaac Snyder's just like, right, you go and take that position then. I think we know exactly what's going to happen here. No, it's not. So Colin Spork deciding to stay out, but look at that, lets off the gas immediately. He needs Snyder to be in front so that Snyder can tow him around.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the 26th lap beginning now. Remember, the 27 laps is the most we've seen all day so far from Sheppers. A little bit earlier on, Spork, I believe, will have to do 28 to make it to the end here, but it also depends where the leader is. Coming towards the line right now with 2 minutes to go, 2 laps to go after this one for the leader. That means 3, including this one for Spork. That is very long time, as Chris Chatterton has been off the road at this very corner here on his own completely.
That's okay. That's a bit of an unusual one. It obviously wants a bit of attention towards the end of the race.
Well, not the good kind, unfortunately.
And we're looking into Chatterton again. Oh yeah.
Oh no! Oh, I thought he was going to hit the pit lane dividing wall there. But
brakes. That's the only thing I can say. That hold the brakes, please. Meanwhile, back to Colin Spork then, still behind Isaac Snyder here. And yeah, I can't honestly see a move getting put on. Oh my god, the closing speed of that car behind. That is frightening. As we have a look at our race leader then, Harley Houghton, just on the penultimate lap here, doing a brilliant job of holding on to that position. Back onto the banked oval then, away to start the final lap of the race. And Ian, I again, Full Send Racing has been an amazing outing, amazing day out, and they will be delighted that their season has started this way.
Yeah, absolutely. They're a team that does a lot in the iRacing service, a lot of different things and a lot of different cars. I've seen them up there and driving TCRs very, very competitively all the way down to that kind of level. So to be up here in LMP2s and fighting so strongly, just to kind of reinstating their mark on the iRacing service as one of the bigger teams here on iRacing. So with 20 seconds to go, they're going to make everyone do an extra lap here, including Colin Spork, who's going to be hating that fact, you'd imagine. But yeah, a lap of honour basically for Houghton here, over 20 seconds of a lead after a very, very hard day, and he's going to be able to finally enjoy this without thinking too hard about what he's doing.
Yeah, it's been an exemplary performance. 21 seconds ahead of Mike Sheppers there, and Radu Zanovu in that 3rd position as well. Watching that battle though between Isaac Snyder and Colin Spork, and again I think, well, to be fair, Spork is still trying to go for it. He's going to try and send it up the inside. Thinks about it into the bus stop, and almost contact actually between the two of them there. I've no idea what that was, to be honest with you, with Spork and Snyder. There was no need for that. I think maybe he was thinking it was going to be the last lap, but yeah, it isn't to be. But Harley Houghton on the oval for the final time. and what a race this has been. Let's have a look at Colin Spark then. Outbreaks himself there. Actually, no, to be fair, Colin Spark was nowhere near him.
Yeah, not really. It's just a little bit of more of a precaution than
Sparks
anything.
in the pit lane.
Yeah, had to be. Yeah, had to be. This race has gone on 1 lap longer than he was expecting.
Snyder!
Wow, they were both short. So Ferrier's going to pick up 4th here.
Oh, that's absolutely gutting. Now, it depends, because if they get put... Well, yeah, they will, because they'll get put another lap down.
Yeah, is Ferrier behind Horton, though? That's the question we'll have to figure out after the checkered flag.
Oh, we'll certainly find out. Ferrier's going to come across. Yeah, Ferrier takes Snyder, and Ferrier might take Spork. But here we go, across the line. Harley Houghton takes the win here at the Daytona International Speedway. It's going to be P2 for Mike Shepard, but a brilliant win there for Full Send Racing, the number 85 machine. V3 Racing will take second place, just about 20 seconds behind them. Radu Zanovu for RSR by butt kicker into... Oh my God, this Mike Shepard's absolutely sends it to the rain. Radu Zanovu is going to take 3rd place, and Neil Ferrier is going to take 4th position. What a result that is going to be. We'll keep an eye on that one just now, because Ferrier is just ahead of Spork. We have a look at the GT3 Pro. Here comes Thomas Mourinho, and again, it looks like he's going very slowly. But he's not as just the LMP2 car that goes by him. Max Furtwängler secures that 3rd place there in that GT3 Pro for Leiper Esports Red. But out of the bus stop for the final time is going to be Thomas Mourinho for La Porcherie. A very unlikely win, given, in fact, I didn't even think that the Porsche was going to be in a decent enough position, but it is what it is. So they're 18 seconds ahead of Armstrong there. James Armstrong in 2nd place, but it is La Porcherie that will take P1 in GT3 Pro. And there you go, confirmation. Neil Ferrier as Simon Rahowski crosses the line 8 seconds ahead of Louis Collon to take 1st position in GT3 AM. That is an amazing result. Louis Collon in 2nd, Cass Silliman in 3rd position. An amazing result. Just a confirmation of your teams then. P1, P2, P3 in GT3 Pro, La Porcherie, SIM3D Sport, Robocop and Leiper Esports Red. And then in GT3 AM, MSC, Puma, Kuppenheim, Yellow, getting the most unlikely race win today here. Louis Rivera Collon for SIM3D Sport, Terminator in 2nd, Prismatic Motorsport in 3rd position. Ewan, your thoughts on that one, buddy?
Yeah, very good race, a very good way to start off this season. Excitement all the way till the very end, and drama right towards the very end, actually, with Spork and Snyder both coming in for 1 lap of fuel at the very final lap of this race. Very bizarre ending, it has to be said, but yeah, very deserving winners in the end. Full Send Racing, La Porcherie, and of course Puma as well, who were able to take the race victory in GT3 AM. Very good racing in all 3 classes, and yeah, thoroughly enjoyable.
That certainly was. Here's your race results then from round 1 of the World Series Endurance Championship, powered by SIM3D and Kaden computers. For LMP2 Pro, it's a win for Full Send Racing, the number 85 team, 23 seconds ahead of V3 Racing. RSR by butt kicker finishing 3rd, SPR Esports Omega in 4th, Netrex Grand Prix in 5th, Vector by RSR in 6th position, Twisted Design Team LMP2 in 7th, T1 Design Esports in 8th, Netrex Grand Prix Blue in 9th, Celeritas Sim Racing in 10th, and in 11th is I will tell you in just a second, sorry. Anyway, but on to the GT3 Pros. La Porcherie finish in the taking the race win. Sim3D Sport Robocop in 2nd place. Leiper Esports Red in 3rd. RD Sim Sport WSL in 4th. Twisted Racing Team Ferrari Pro in 5th. Pandawan in 6th. Goldwing Motorsport finished the race in 7th position, with Eclipse Racing Team in 8th position. V3 Racing Carbon down in 9th. And then Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro in 10th position. Moving on to GT3 AMS, it's a brilliant win for MSC Puma Kuppenheim Yellow ahead of SIM3D Sport Terminator, who were involved with a brilliant fight through the day with Prismatic Motorsports Athena. MSC Puma Kuppenheim Purple finish in 4th position with GSI SECR Sim Sports in 5th, Satellite Racing GT-AM in 6th, Condog Prime Motorsport in 7th, Riddle Rocket Racing GT3 in 8th, TR powered by Geeks Energy in 9th, with Prismatic Motorsports Minerva in 10th position, Vulture Racing Red and Blue in 11th and 12th, 303 Racing in 13th, Sticky Brown Bananas in 14th, SCCR Sim Sports in 15th, Sim Party Racing in 16th, and Symphony Esports with SPR Esports Tango 17th and 18th position. But let us go and have a chat to the man of the moment, an amazing performance, Harley Houghton. That was out of the blue after a very decent drive all the way through today for that number 85 Full Send Racing. You must be delighted with that one.
Oh, that race was just carnage from start to finish, but it was amazing.
So my main question, Harley, is where the hell did you come from? Because we saw you in the mid pack right through most of the race, and we just see you sort of creep up into the top 3, and then suddenly it all seemed to go wrong for the likes of Sheppers and Zernovu.
Yeah, I think honestly we stayed out of trouble, and we just stayed doing our strategy, doing our laps. We didn't really bother with fuel saving or weird tyre strategies, and then when RSR and V3 came together, it was just like the heavens opened for us, and we just had a clear run then, as long as we didn't make any mistakes.
What's it like with the rest of the team, the likes of Jop Mulder, Cody Prides, and Fraser Smith on board?
Yeah, they're a really good bunch. It's in endurance race, you have to be able to trust your teammates, and you have to be able to work well with them in practice, on the setup, on strategy. And when you have a real good group around you, it makes the whole race so much easier in a way. It makes it a lot more enjoyable. So yeah, it's been really good working with those guys.
Awesome stuff, and obviously the best way to start a brand new season as well. Moving on to the next race at Hockenheim, what is what's the sort of work that goes into it from Full Send Racing?
Well, Hockenheim's a very different track to Daytona, obviously, so we're definitely going to have to start sort of at square one with the setup, but just in the next couple weeks or so, probably after Sebring, the official iRacing Sebring 12 hours, we're going to get to practice and just work on lines, data, setup, and by the time the race comes around, we should have a good plan and a good attack.
Awesome stuff. Well, listen, congratulations, Harley. Pass our congratulations on to the rest of the team, and look forward to seeing you next month at Hockenheim.
Thank you very much. It's honestly been a really great event. The racing's been so enjoyable, and the broadcast to go with it as well. It's all been really well put together. So thank you to everyone involved.
No, it's been our pleasure. Harley Houghton there from Full Send Racing number 85, along with Yacht Mulder, Cody Pride and Fraser Smith taking the win. Next up in the interview booth, though, all the way from La Porcherie Racing in the 911, doing a cracking job. And again, I would probably say, Thomas, an unexpected win for yourself, Francois Aldrini, Benjamin Blanche and Jeremy Morin today.
Yeah, hello guys. Yeah, there was a lot of change at the end. We had to change our strategy ourselves, so we are quite happy with the result.
And obviously, getting past James Armstrong when he had to go back into the pits yet again, I can imagine your Discord channel was quite happy.
Yeah, yeah, we were talking a lot, and to see whether we were going to be in front of them or behind them. So we were quite stressed about that.
And obviously, there was some big fights all the way through. Max Furtwängler in the number 5, for example. But other than the 3 of you, or the 4 of you, like James Holman as well, it was fairly quiet for the GT3 pros.
Other than that, yeah, it was the person you named we were fighting.
So more importantly, Thomas, right, out of the four of you, who is buying the beers tonight? The answer is Francois.
Yeah. Francois did a good job at the start.
It's brilliant to hear, and always excellent to hear from you guys at La Porcherie. Congratulations on the class win today, and we'll see you next month at Hockenheim.
Thank you. See you guys.
So there we go, Thomas Mourinho from La Porcherie, and then finally we get a chance to speak to the man himself. A huge amount of support for Simon Rohowski. Right, firstly, Simon, welcome along. Congratulations on the win. We're going to have to send your car down to race control to inspect for some sort of missiles on that car, because that was an unbelievable stint that you pulled there.
Thank you so much. Well, it definitely wasn't easy. I can tell you that much.
Talk us through that, because obviously, you, like our LMP2 winners, you guys appeared from almost nowhere. You were in the mid-pack, and then it seemed to be that SIM3D and Prismatic, they were fighting amongst themselves, and then suddenly you could just dive off into the lead.
Yeah, I mean, we started the race in like P4, P5, so I guess it went well in that regard. So quali went well, but we kind of had an incident in the first lap, then were last at the beginning of the second lap. Then we kind of just picked our way through the field, and then in the end, we kind of we were also surprised that we were in contention for the podium after the pit stop. Kind of, we came out of the pits and looked at the relative and were kind of just in disbelief somewhat, because we didn't know how that worked. And then afterwards, it was just head down, push as much as possible, and got the win at the end.
So coming into this race then, Simon, was the win something that you had on the cards for MSC Puma Kuppenheim Yellow? Was it something that you considered was within your grasp?
Well, kind of our, let's say, hidden goal or something, kind of the goal that you don't want to talk about was to get a podium. So we didn't really think about a win. We just kind of thought, well, although practice went well on the official service, we just kind of thought, well, there's going to be one team that's going to kind of surprise everyone and take the win. But in the end, kind of that was us. So unexpected in that regard.
And then finally moving forward to Hockenheim next month, what sort of preparation does the team and yourself do to get involved in that race?
We already raced there in a high-profile series not too long ago, and actually Kuppenheim is a town in Germany that's not that far away from Hockenheim. I myself live like 20 minutes away from there, so I know the track, and I'm positive that that's going to be. I'm looking forward to it, simply.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure watching you this afternoon, Simon. Best of luck for the season ahead, and look forward to seeing you in the later races.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks for the broadcast, and congrats to everyone else. And best regards to the team.
Excellent stuff. There you go then, Simon Rohowski there from MSC Puma Kuppenheim Yellow, and that is it, Ewan. What a day we've had.
We've had a fantastic day. It's kicked off our season fantastically here at Daytona. I always say, I said it earlier on, it's a fantastic place to start a season, and it hasn't disappointed here today. Obviously, the Hockenheim race in a month or so's time is going to be a very, very different challenge for everybody out here, not to mention the half race distance compared to this one. So that's all to consider in a month's time, but the guys who have won and those who've got to the end here tonight will be able to enjoy themselves and just celebrate the fact that they have made it to the end here today, and I'm sure everybody will be grateful for that. But yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed being here alongside you, David, and of course DJ earlier on. It's been wonderful once again, and yeah, I'm very much looking forward to returning in a month's time.
Yeah, just over a month then. 23rd of April, we head to Hockenheim GP for round 2 of the World Series Endurance Championship, powered by SIM3D and Kaden Computers, who we've got to say a huge thank you to for supporting this series commercially. This has been a production of Absolute Sim Racing and Sim Sport Productions. A huge thank you to the man, the myth, the legend, Steve Proudley, the one-man band behind the scene, bringing you all of the audio and the video this afternoon / this this evening. A huge thank you to Ewan O'Leary and to DJ Clark for joining me in the booth today, and a huge thank you especially to Ewan for doing an entire 8 hours. An incredible effort. But that is us for just now. As always, hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel. Head over to the WSL Discord. You can check the details down below. Thanks very much from myself, Dave Christie, from Ewan O'Leary, from DJ Clark, from everyone here at Sim Sports Solutions. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you in a month's time.
This is iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport, virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in indoor series from NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, the World of Outlaws, Aussie Supercars and more. Take on legendary circuits like Daytona.